Hey guys, I'm Thomas K, a content creator and ex-pro gamer, and today we're joined here with Isaac, and he's going to share with us the journey and experiences he had battling drug addiction with the support of family, friends, and gaming. So here we have Isaac.
Hey Thomas, thanks for having me. I'm Isaac, I'm 26 this year.
Can you share us a little bit about your journey? When was the first time you got into drugs?
I was 17, poly year 1, so I had a lot of time. So I dabbled in acting. I also started to sell essential oil. I think the candle and essential oil that time was booming. I went to this guy's, I delivered to the hotel, and this guy, he asked me, how much stock do I have? So I told him I have a whole carton. He said that, okay, he'll take the whole carton, but I need to try this puff first. So, I mean, as a 17-year-old, quick cash, can clear stock,
right,
extra like $400 or $500 profit, instant, And then I just take all, and he said, don't think so much about it lah. So I just took that first puff. Never did I know it's drugs. He became a regular customer, and he's also a drug supplier. I got it in May 2020, and as you all know, circuit breaker was April or March. And I was just sitting in camp, and suddenly I just lost all purpose. I just don't know what to do anymore. And that's when I remember the feeling of how that made me feel. It's only when you are faced with something in your life that you suddenly rely on it. At home, it's just very, very tough also, because my parents were always quarreling. My dad usually don't come home during the circuit breaker. He has no choice, so he will always be quarreling, and it will always be about me. Then I thought, like, if I was the problem, why not I take myself out of the equation? I just don't come home lah.
Yeah.
Then I go and find my supplier.
So at which point did you say like, oh crap, it's come to a realization that I need to break out of this?
I think I always believe that, if you can't control your habits, or you cannot discipline yourself, someone else has to step in and control you. And the person that stepped in is actually the law. I went into DRC for 6 months, and the government has changed its approach towards drugs, is that they no longer treat drug abusers as criminals. So going into rehab was, everyone was very forgiving. Everyone just said, hey, you made a mistake, just don't do it again, and etc. So all very supportive. There's not much withdrawal symptoms, but which makes it even easier to get back into. So that's the very tough part. And that's exactly what happened when I came out after 6 months. Entered the door, then the table over there was all the utensils. And they went and then take a puff in front of me. Oh, I'm like, the brain remembers, like, it's an intense trigger. That's where I slipped and relapsed the first time. And when I went home, I bought dinner for my mom, and then we were playing ML together. We had a really good game. It felt like everything was in flow. I even have the Instagram story that I posted of the game, and then halfway through, CMB was at my door. They told me I needed to go back to take my urine, and they told me to tell my mom. I told her CMB need to bring me back. Said, oh, okay, I'll wait for you to come back. Wow, but the officer told me, are you sure your urine is clean? You want to tell her the truth, otherwise don't make her wait for nothing. Yeah, and then I just like, wow, I just had to kneel down in front of her and then just said, sorry. Like, 1,001 emotions charged into that one word. Why? I think that was the most painful part of it. Seeing your own child get handcuffed and brought into a van. That was the first time relapsing, and then going in the second time. And then I think the most memorable one was when I saw a message from my dad. I'm like, shit, I don't even dare to open it. So I waited for one day, then I opened the message, and it was, I think, just 2 or 3 lines. He said, how are you? Are you eating well? Are you sleeping well? See you. That's all. Our relationship only improved from there. And also because I started to think about what I want and reflect, and I let go of a lot of regrets and past hurts. That there's this moment where I just lying down myself, and I was just thinking about life. And then looking back at all the pivotal moments of the choices that you made, what if I had done something different? And that was the start of my change journey, I guess.
Okay, so after you came out from rehab the second time, would you say this is like the new beginning? What was the support like from friends and family then after?
I think there were active steps on both sides. How I felt my parents doing was the desire to come into my life. Like, my dad asking me how am I feeling, and my mom actually playing more ML with me, more Mobile Legends with me. That's, I think, her way of trying to connect, even though she also has fun. Whenever I tell people I play ML with my mom, wow, everyone will be like, wow.
I'm jealous. I want to play ML with my mom. It's such a flex.
It is.
Yeah.
When I see her taking the effort to kind of like connect with me on what I like, I also try and take the effort to connect with her on what she likes. Sometimes I accompany her to watch K-dramas, or even see dramas, And I think now I see my dad as a mentor as well, because all the things that he always, the 3-hour lectures, now I can see it being applied at the real workplace. All the things he told me about life lessons and all those kind of Confucius finally makes sense.
I guess with that, let's end off with what's a message that you would kind of convey over to, watchers or parents even?
I think for parents it's really taking the effort to connect with your child, and coming down to their level really takes off that responsibility off your shoulders and even allows your child to introduce yourself as the cool mom or the cool dad who plays game with them. I think to all the people who are wanting to try drugs, you never recover from addiction. Even now, there's no such thing as a recovered addict. It's a constant battle. Every day, sometimes I still have triggers, and you can fall anytime. They're just looking in any corner. Mind remembers, once is too many and 1,000 never enough. So don't even take the first path. If you really feel like you can't really control, the most important thing is really to admit that we are powerless over this demon, our addiction. Talk to a counselor or even go to Narcotics Anonymous. That's where you have a safe place to share about your struggles, where there's no judgment.
So thanks Isaac for your amazing sharing, and thank you Nakata for supporting this message. If you guys need more resources, head down to the description box below. And if you guys play games, do watch out for Campus Legends coming up. Sign-ups are on and the tournaments will be on, so I'll see you guys there.
This portable monitor is free. Yes, it's free. Purchase any of these AOC OLED or mini LED monitors between July 5th and 31st and receive a free AOC 16T3E portable monitor worth $329. It has an IPS panel and a resolution of 1920 by 1080, and it even comes with a wall mount. Whether you are working on the go or working from home, the AOC 16T3E portable monitor is going to be your perfect companion. So what are you waiting for? Get yours at sgstore.aoc.com now.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome into Campus Legends Season 6. And of course, we are back here again on XM Studios. I hope that you guys are super excited. My name is Abstract. With me here is Churros.
Churros. I like that. I like that a lot. How are you feeling about today, man?
Feeling good. The fact that I can curl my tongue. And of course, I just unloaded a lot of crap. Yes.
Actually, it's been a long time sitting on the desk with you. You've got a new kid.
Yes, I do.
Wow.
I do. Yes.
Big thumbs up on the chat. W's, actually L's all around. He's so chained up. But before we get into that, let's give a huge shout out to all our sponsors making this event possible. Without them, this event would not be possible at all. Campus Legends Season 6 is organized by Skoga and the Esports Academy, presented by Nakata, academic partners IT College Central and Republic Polytechnic, program partners Scape, broadband partner My Republic. We've got the little rocket over here. I like to play with that. Monitor partner Aegon by AOC. You've got a little plushie over here as well.
This okay. You know what? Right now it will be like that.
Yeah.
Kind of take over.
Looks as tall as you actually. Okay.
I'm not that short. I think if I stand up, my head will be cropped out.
Oh my god, I think the viewers can't hear this, but our production is going crazy right now. Just yeah, we'll shift the camera down just to make you feel a little bit taller.
Can you just,
Alright, so I'll be taking over the stream. Just So how does it feel to have your 5 seconds of fame? 5 seconds of ego boost? Yeah.
That's how it is!
There again. Okay, moving on. PC partner, Predator, media partners, Defy and Emerge, supported by Moonton XM Studios and TT Racing. The chairs that we're sitting on, the studio that we're at, 809 Kitchener Road. No, sorry. 809 French Road, Kitchener Complex, Level 3 XM Studios. Please do
Even
check
remember
us
the
out.
entire address.
Kinda, because I use GPS sometimes, so like I gotta
Okay.
key in the thing.
Yeah. 809 what road?
French Road.
French Road. Okay.
French Road.
Frank.
French Road.
Yeah.
Kitchener Complex, Level 3 XM store. We've got the a brand new Batman figurine over here. Speaking of figurines and models, I've actually got the M5 Yuzhong figurine that arrived on my doorstep last week. So I've got the 3 already. You're gonna get more as time comes. I'm looking forward to M6 spending a little bit more cash, which I don't have because I'm actually going through a transition in phase.
Oh.
But hey, let's bring the camera a little bit closer, see the details. Tell me what do you like about this Batman statue?
I think the main thing is because he's Batman.
Of course.
That's probably the
Maybe you should cast in the Batman
That's
voice.
kind of like
Actually, for the Batman statue, it's designed using an application called ZBrush, which it sort of like mimics real clay. You see all the details right here.
Yep.
It's actually
Hand-painted.
designed, hand-painted, designed in-house by the designers and artists over here. So very, very amazing figurine over here. You want to see more? Come on down yet again to 809 French Road, Kitchener. French Road, Kitchener Complex, Level 3 XM Studio. And of course, produced by T2E4. Okay, that being said, Abstract Man, we are going to jump into the brackets. We'll see who's going to be facing off today. And,
who's facing off against one another? Who's facing whom?
okay, NUS up against Nanyang Polytechnic. That's the semi-finals in the upper
Okay.
brackets. And then the losers round, Singapore Polytechnic up against SUTD.
Okay. So what we're gonna be looking out for is all these teams, and of course, how the flow is gonna be like is we're gonna be looking at the very first semifinals, the upper semifinals, followed by the lower finals, followed by the upper finals.
Yeah. That being said, though, whoever goes into the finals or whoever gets eliminated or gets sent home isn't actually eliminated because they are going
fighting for
into
seeding.
they're
Yeah.
fighting for the seeding.
Yes.
On the grand finals that's happening on the 4th of August if you're down for MLBB, which is going to be happening at Scape. So just come on down. Lots of cosplay, lots of anime festivals,
Yeah.
lots of nice little techs that are on huge discount. The Abstract, you're actually a tech guy, right? Tell me a
Yes.
little bit more about what you expect to see at the grand finals day.
Wow. There's a lot of tech stuff that that is currently in my head right now. So honestly, I don't really know what to expect. But really, the main thing that I am looking out for is obviously what we have right in front of me is going to be the AOC monitors. And in this very specific case, we're looking at the gaming version, which is pretty much advertised for gaming as much as possible. As you guys can see here, it's a 16G3. So from what
You
I
could cover up the entire or half your body.
Yeah.
Actually, that miniature, I have to say to you guys, it is so small. So we
Yes.
have a promotion. So head on down to sgstore.aoc.com. Key in the discount code over there, right here at checkout for 15% off all monitor arms, mouse, keyboards, and headsets. Key in the discount code at checkout for 10% off all monitors regardless of what it is. And speaking of Aegon by AOC, these are actually the prizes for the winners, the top 3 winners.
Yeah, so let us just run it down real quickly and take a look at the second runner-up, which will be going back home with $550 in cash and scholarship, followed by 5 of the Aegon by AOC 24 G4 monitors. So totaling up to $1,745 in cash, scholarship, and prizes.
The second prize will not have, it's going to be quite a bit more cash and scholarships, $750. Not a significant amount. You're gunning for the top prize, but there again, it's not something that we'll shelf or put it back of our heads because it's 5 Aegon AOC 24G2Z monitors totaling to around 2,500 cash scholarship and prizes. For the first place, though,
Oh, $1,200.
That's like a little bit more
a
than half.
little bit.
Yes, a little bit more.
$1,200 in cash and scholarship, followed by what we have talked about here. Is the five of the Aegon by AOC 16G3 monitors. By the way, is a 144 hertz monitor that uses the IPS the panel. So this is all great and dandy. And of course, totaling up with $3,195 in cash, scholarship, and prizes. So what are you waiting for? Go all the way through, and I hope for the very best to every single one of these teams that will be competing in today's Group B.
Okay, nerd. Like, you know everything about all the monitors and stuff.
Course.
Do you know everything about MLBB? Because we're jumping into the draft
That's
right now.
your job!
NP versus NUS. So NP gonna be on the blue side, banning off the chip. NUS on the red. I like the NUS lineup. I know their players. Juicy is actually one of the only female players in the entirety of Campus Legends. One of the best mages, if I could say so myself. I'm a huge fan of Juicy. Haven't met her before, but hope I do. We've got, okay, Ling getting banned off. Pretty much in the meta. You want to take out all the assassins because the mages are going to be a huge factor, especially immobile mages like the Barca, the Xavier. We've got Juicin, by the way, which is now open for play.
Speaking of Juicin, right? How much of a fan are you of Juicin in the EXP?
Actually, not at all. You don't have a lot of wave clear if you're Juicin. You have a lot of disruptions, especially when it comes down to objective fights. You're able to zone everyone out. You're able to displace, which is a huge factor once you get your Ice Queen wand as well. Or even the Juicin's Wishing Lantern, dealing a lot of damage. You're basically a huge poke capability coming in from your team, creating a lot of space for the rest of your members to come in. But speaking of Juicin, it's going to get banned out from NUS. They know the potential.
Yep. So we don't really have to talk about Juicin anymore longer, or anymore in this case.
Maybe not this game.
Maybe not this game. But
Hopefully they leave it open.
Expand a little bit more in the next few games on that. So why? You want to see this one? Tell me. I'll show you.
Actually, we could probably just put the fox there, and then you just cast at the back, and then we'll be able to see the fox.
Where there is light, there are
Oh, okay.
Loyi!
Fun fact. Okay, so R19 is actually the coach for Asterisk.
Yes.
Asterisk is actually an MPL team in Singapore, which popularized the chip and Loyi combo. And Neon Polytechnic, they kind of know this. And you know who else is in Neon Polytechnic? Who? FMM. I think he's changed his name just a little bit. But I think he is currently drafting for NP.
I see.
Right, so you want to take out the zone capabilities or the map presence that Loyi and Chip holds.
Now, looking at NP's lineup, you know, there definitely is a lot of these names that we have definitely heard before.
Yeah.
Sooner or later, Bougie. I'm not too sure if this is actually the RSG Bougie back then.
Yes, it is.
It is the
It is the RSG Bougie.
So this is the RSG Bougie, and not to forget Penguin, my friend. Penguin is understandably gonna be looking out for a lot of these very critical picks. Generally, everything from NP is
You mean
gonna be
penguins?
Penguins.
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 Do you know that meme?
Of course. Benedict! Benedict!
Benedict
At one point, it's
Cucumber batch.
penguins and then penglings.
Penguins. Penguins. All right, so we're gonna be seeing, not seeing Valentina, or rather, and seeing the Terizla being the first pick. Roger is the no-brainer. Very powerful in the early game. Level 2 power spike. Actually, you know there's a trick with the Roger. Because you can change or toggle between your wolf form and human form. It's a 4-second cooldown. You can go from your fountain all the way to the last bush in your lane and just camp there. So you can essentially get the first blood off of your enemy marksman. The fastest rotation speed, the fastest movement speed for that Roger. So you just camp on that last bush. I don't know if Kyra actually wants to do this technique, but it's been working well in my ranked games. Pretty much lower ranked games, higher ranked players, they kind of know this strategy, but we can try this out. Juicy is going to go with the Paramis.
Wrong duo, my friend.
yeah, I'm kind of missing the Adobe Bros over here.
Okay, Sid, you know what's going on here, alright? So apparently he prefers you over me now.
Sid. So I've got two nice little plushies over here.
Give him back.
I've got this is the Last Supper. Well, it's not technically, I don't know if, can you zoom in on the Last Supper? Maybe not.
More.
There we go. There we go. So this is the Last Supper. One of my favorite jackets, and it is one of the reasons I really like Campus Legends because I can truly be myself, and I wear this every single day. Haven't washed this for 6 months.
Hey, to be fair, if it's just a sweater and if you're wearing something inside, it's completely fine, right?
Of course. I've got a.
Okay,
I've definitely
yeah,
got
he
something
is.
inside.
Even before he actually don't have something, I was
So
like, oh
if you
damn.
look closely, you can see some
Poi,
algae actually
poi.
growing up. You can see algae growing on my sweater. That's how much I love it. It's like my chocho.
Your Jojo.
Ah, my
Okay.
Okay, let's see what Penguin actually has.
Yep.
Penguin.
So Pengling. Okay, so it does seem like we are looking at Matilda as well as going to be looking at the Julian. So at this point in time, it's a very aggressive front lines that we are going to be expecting from NP, especially since they prioritize onto the Terizla, which pretty much suggests that they don't want to show off the core heroes that early, and they would really want to play around a little bit more based on the opponent's jungler, which in this case, NUS is still not really showing that at all, while NUS still has some level of flexibility coming in from the Roger, which could dip into the jungle or the gold lane, and when it comes down to Mincetar, the roam or the EXP.
Well, this is a very, very interesting draft coming in from NP because they're choosing not to ban out the marksman, knowing that NUS kind of wants to put Roger in the gold lane already. You want to solidify the Julian and Matilda. It's a very, very deadly combo. Just because Julian, once you use your 3 skills, you use your basic attacks a little bit. You got Pengling just to take you out of the ball game, just save you up from harm. R19 chooses the Mincetar, which is a little bit an interesting pick coming in from him because you don't really prioritize this Mincetar as
in the
much
first 3
unless
core
you're
picks.
Diablo. Unless you're Diablo.
I think even Diablo won't do that.
Yeah,
because
it's very, very difficult to work around because now they know the trait secrets the NUS wants to go for. You want to deny the versatility, the movement, the dashes that come from that. But this is a very interesting big brain pick, if I could say so myself, because you deny the Harith, which is still pretty much in play.
Yeah. So I would say that this is just doubling down from one hero for another, right?
Yeah.
I'm not too sure if whether I personally like it or not, because it's not really showing that NP has already have that intention to, or if they have already picked. Because right now, normally what we want to see is that the opponents pick up the Harith, and then you want a hard counter against the Harith. But right now, picking up a Mincetar, you are just essentially putting like what, a B tier hero in the EXP lane with no.
You're talking about Mincetar being a B tier.
I personally think that Mincetar is a B tier.
Okay, from an XP laner, right?
From an XP laner. Because
Understand.
right now, XP lane has a very specific job they want to do, and that is clear the wave, get a little bit of glow priority, if that is the kind of things that you want, in order to really help out around the map. Especially when it comes down to a lineup like NUS, whereby they have a Roger, that means that they would want to go for a little bit more aggressive front in the early game.
Correct.
That means that they would pretty much require an EXP laner with high lane priority to really be able to assist the roaming trio and get early kills, or perhaps to even get the jungle dominance, which in this case is not something that Mincetar could do because he don't really have the lane priority. And number 2 is probably, I mean, because of that, he's going to be stuck in lane, and he's not a hard counter for anyone at this point in time.
Right. I kind of see where you're going with. It's down to the lane-to-lane matchup. You're not going to be doing so well against this Terizla. Maybe R19 has a trick up its sleeve. He has decent wave clear though with the second skill. You're just able to poke the
Too much
creeps and
commitment.
basically, And typically, usually if you play the Mincetar, you're building full attack speed. Maybe even a DHS, maybe the Corrosion Scythe is basically the core build before going into the rest of the defensive items. Maybe building on a Thunderbolt if this game
Allows him
goes
to,
a little bit
but
too long.
yeah, I think it will be too late for the Thunderbolt for a build like Mincetar, in my opinion.
But you know, I think that NUS wants to play Freya over here because this is basically a hard counter to really in-your-face kind of jungles.
Kind of like dual matchup, right?
Yeah. So you're pulling everyone into your King's Calling, basically letting the Freya go ham and do as much damage as they can. If that doesn't work, you got a Paramis coming in with the Nether Realm, keeping them up alive just for a little bit. Once that's done, you get Kyra come in as a janitor duty, just cleaning up the rest of the enemy. So I think they kind of know what they're trying to go for. I want to see a fighter in the jungle. I think the assassin kind of doesn't work for the side of NUS. And Alpha kind of works here as well. You're dealing with the Terizla, so true damage is going to come in really, really strong.
Exactly. So I would say that even when there is not a lot of beefy heroes over to the side of MP, Alpha is still a pretty okay pick.
Yeah. NUS, I'm liking their draft quite a bit. Very, very beefy. Very, very tanky. Hard to take down. To add salt to that wound, you have Juice B running the Faramis, you got the Nether Realm, double life. If you build Immortality, there's triple lives that you're going to take down. What's going to be really, really interesting is basically your last pick if you're NUS. You want to take maybe the Florin, keep everyone up alive. You have basically the Walmart Ube strategy. So you can heal everyone back up. Maybe even an Essence might work over here. But going over to NP, this is very interesting.
Good, actually.
Yeah. Yeah.
Beatrix might actually be good. I mean, we don't really see a lot of Beatrix nowadays.
Yeah.
But when it comes down to high ground, especially when it comes down to Neighbor's Passion or Benevol's Rage, that can essentially just completely cancel away the what calls Altar, the Nether Realm.
Yeah. So this is interesting because the Nathan, you don't have the Claw, you don't have the Moskov, not a lot of dashy kind of heroes, because this is what you want to try to avoid because you're facing up against the Minotaur. So you pick up the Nathan, which its entropy is not really affected by the King's Calling. You're able to just displace yourself in the midst of battle, only if you don't get caught. The only trouble is you're limiting yourself by picking up that Bane. Yeah, you want to get the objective. You're using Deadly Catch. You want to disrupt everyone using that. But you're going to be lacking a lot of physical damage, especially in the early game, because Bane takes a little bit of time to scale up.
I do really find it interesting that they actually have decided to bring the Julian into the mid lane instead. So when it comes down to range, right, NP doesn't seem like they have a very strong high ground control at this point in time. So pretty much very susceptible to a lot of poking strategies from the side of NUS, but they pretty much kind of left it over to a roamer role for NUS, so it doesn't really seem to matter all that much.
Right.
It becomes a very brawly setup coming in from these two teams to the point that I expect very scrappy fights throughout the game.
Yeah. More of in the early game, if NUS doesn't capitalize on these scrappy fights, you want to take it into the jungle, you want to take it straight in the face, then Neon Polytechnic would definitely come up on top because it's a very, very scaly composition, especially from that Nathan. The reason why the Lolita was picked up was because you're able to deflect all of the basically skill shots coming in from either Nathan, either the Julian, or even the Bane. The Deadly Catch is going to be reflected using the shield, so that's going to be a huge, huge factor for NUS. So draft is really set. I am trying not to be, you know, one-sided, but I really like NUS's strat. Very, very beefy, very, very thick.
I think that the only reason why I would believe that I like NUS's drafts really boils down to just the Fire Abyss. Just the Fire Abyss because of the fact that NP doesn't seem to really have a proper answer to NUS because NP's lineup is pretty bursty, right?
Yeah.
You gotta have to throw everything out and then you will probably have a pretty long downtime, which is something that can be cancelled really easily using the Nether Realm.
Yeah, that being said though, it's a very interesting strategy because you have basically double support coming in from the mid side for NUS. So not a lot of magic damage. Maybe Faramis could have some of that magic damage coming up in the mid game once you get all your item power spikes and all that. But the support role is for them to get that early engage.
Oh, Penguin doesn't seem to be doing all that well, but luckily he's still gonna be surviving just a tad bit longer.
Well, this is a very, very good rotation coming in from NUS. Very, very counterintuitive. You know that the Matilda is coming up on top, top side, trying to just babysit the Nathan as much as they can because Roger is going to be strong in the early game. You don't want that snowball effect to happen. Neon Polytechnic, though, doing a very good job, but hold on a second right here. Bluji getting caught out, still level 2.
He's gonna be fine for now, but he's currently still level 2, so doesn't really have all that kind of kill pressure in the middle lane or maybe even on the side lanes at least for the next, you know, few seconds or so. But down to the bottom lane is what I thought would be the most boring composition, or rather most boring fight. So I'm glad that we don't have to look at that because Teresa versus Blitzstar, what are we expecting, right?
Yeah, just clearing the lanes and showing dominance over there. Silent taking on 3.
Doesn't seem like he's gonna go down anytime soon since there's a lot of projectiles coming in from NP. The only thing that is not projectile, I think it really is just the what's this again? The brew, the ale that Bane is drinking.
Oh.
But speaking of which, down to the bottom lane, 2v3, they're just going to be jumping on the Bleeding Love as well as King's Calling just going to be dropped right down. But unfortunately, Julian doesn't seem to be doing all that well. CH comes and joins into the fight. Deadly Cash did throw off onto NUAS, but with the Nether Realm, it does seem like they managed to stay alive for a longer period of time. But there's a flicker just coming in from Bleeding Love. They did manage to bring one person down, but unfortunately, Bill, he's going to go down himself. Silent goes for the Nomenon Blast, slams right down into the faces of 2.
Oh,
but I don't think that he's got enough damage at all. as Paramis have decided to go back home, allowing Silent to fall to the hands of Bleeding Love.
It's 3 on 2, but on that top side though, and they're still doing well. Okay, so what went wrong was that NUS was a little bit too overconfident in their abilities. They didn't know that Neon Polytechnic was able to rotate that fast because of that, because of the Matilda coming in with the guiding wind, bringing everyone away, and just giving them a second lease of life, especially having that shield. So NUS playing on a small little back foot over here. They had full control of this turtle. They had the level 4 fast, but they didn't capitalize on that kill. It's very hard to take this Terizla down.
Especially when it comes down to the early stages of the game, since they do not have the power spike coming in from Roger. NUS don't have the strength to really deal with the roaming trio of NP. We're looking at a Julian. We're looking at Julian, Mathilda. These two itself already have a lot of damage potential.
Oh, rotation's coming down from sooner or later, trying to join in that fight. It's a 4v5 if they so plan to execute this turtle.
There's a very early congregation coming in from the side of MP, but we've got a Roger that does seem like he wants to go for a little bit of proxy. Gold lane is just going to be neck and neck for now, but the main fight is going to be here on the turtle, as Penguin just hoping that he'll be able to go for the circling eagle down the silent, but Netherrealm just going to be making sure that he's going to be all okay. Bu takes down the turtle as it engages in an all-out fight. The Numenon Blast did manage to land on the one person, and Bleeding Love being the one that got hit by the Numenon Blast, he goes down, and the only one down.
Well, that's the problem with NUS's composition. They don't have a lot of damage in the early game. If Bo is unable to hit all of his true damage spikes, but hold on a second right here, sooner or later, Pulse Purify won't be able to survive that with the reflection coming in from Silent.
That's definitely painful, but now Bougie comes into the fray, takes Silent down. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but unfortunately not the best trade for a gold lane and a roamer.
I have to say though, Silent, that was a very, very good read from the first skill from sooner or later. So this was a very, very massive lane advantage over on that top side. R19 and Bleeding Love just doing what they do best, you know. Yeah, just passive fighting. No one's actually dying.
I'm actually kind of surprised that the Mincetar is actually doing a pretty decent job in lane.
Yeah.
Dealing with this Terizla, my. But, you know, right now, the main thing we want to see is the gold advantage. Coming in for the Roger, we've already about 33.
So Thunderbolt being bought by Mincetar, because this is a very, very interesting, I wouldn't say a glitch, but a skill mechanic from the King's Calling. Every single one of the 4 Shadow Kings affects the Thunderbelt. So you can activate your Thunderbelt stacks more than once.
Oh, you can build up faster.
That's right. That's right.
Okay, that's 8 here now.
That's 8 here,
that's
right.
8 here now. I completely
hold on a
forgot.
second right here. Silent getting caught in the middle.
But he still have got his shields up, so he will be able to reflect that pretty nicely. With all 4 members of NP, they are definitely looking for something.
Well, it just looks like NP wants to push in the mid lane. But NUS, very, very strong on the defense. This is really looking to be NUS taking that late game, and they really don't want to push it too much. There's the passiveness coming in from NUS, the discipline, I would say, for NUS, just going in and trying to just defend. Don't want to die. You just want to get the lane priority and try to get as effectively as much objectives as you want.
Oh, Bougie. This guy is pesky and painful to the eyes of Bu as well. We do have an NP that is just going to be roaming around and getting themselves a good domination on the turtle. Well, in the meantime, while all of this is happening up in the top lane, it does seem like Roger's doing a really good job on the sooner or later and brings him down one. In the meantime, the Banger turtle fight with ZH taking himself the turtle down. We do have the Netherrealm that's just going to be popped as well, but unfortunately, Silent being the only one down from the side of NUS. But I don't think that that's going to be much longer as RL19 going straight down to the hands of ZH and just be running for his life, allowing Bougie to pick up a triple.
I gotta be honest here, I was not feeling the mid lane Julian at all, but it kind of seems like this mid lane Julian is doing so much damage in, I mean, right now it's the mid game, and there's nothing that NUS could do. Simon really has to time his shields right before everything goes crazy. But NP, they're starting to come back up on top, cracking down that mid side. So the jungle is pretty much open. NUS not showing that aggressiveness that I want them to show.
Against the lack of high ground coming from the side of NUS really makes the Julian pick a lot more valuable, because you can just be up close and personal, and whether it be enhanced size sword or chains, they are all gonna be super effective against NUS, who generally just want to huddle up together onto a Netherrealm.
Yeah. That being said, though, NP really getting that pick off down.
Absolutely painful, but at least the Spill Alpha gets him away.
Yeah, it's all about that pick off for NP. You want to ride on the snowball that Bougie has created. Let's take a look at the items yet again with Bougie. I think he's actually building up or slowly building up the Sky Piercer as well. So he's got a Feather of Heaven. He might be looking at, since he has that early kill lead, he wants to go for a Sky Piercer.
I think it is still very early for us to really decide that, oh look, NP is gonna be winning, blah blah blah. We're only looking at about 2,000 gold advantage from the side of NP. Not that big of a deal, especially since we counted towards the mid and the later stages for the game, where NUS, they definitely will be a lot more painful when they get really up close and personal onto MP later on, especially since we have a good amount of crowd control coming in from NUS.
There's a mirror rotation coming in from NUS. This is to counter-engage the NP coming down, or like taking down the bottom tier 1. R19 is just left to his own devices. The Lord is up. Bull!
Bill gonna be the one to go down first. Definitely not a great start for the side of NUS, especially since the Lord is currently available. NUS slowly creeping themselves backwards while ZH focuses onto the Lord. The Nether Realm popped a little bit prematurely, and NUS, they're not really looking to make full use of that.
Nice,
and now RL19 goes down with the two Kings calling it as well as a Flicker. Was hoping they will be able to do something on the Bougie, but unfortunately he's going to be A-okay for now. Bougie goes back to the fight and will be able successfully to bring down Silent. That is going to be the Numenon Blast that is unavailable to be used for now. But Juicy, he did manage to bring down the Tarizla, taking 4 members all together from NP. And that is the Lord that will be taken by the hands of the side of NUS.
No Mo, no problem. It's a 4v5 and NUS coming up on top. Where did that damage come from? Just be with the Ghost Bursters just bursting everyone down and splitting those damage. NUS made the right call there and then. I thought Juicy was a little bit too panicky with the Nether Realm, but it all came to fruition with the Lord marching down on that top side.
That just pretty much puts down a real statement onto the side of MP's draft, right? It's gonna be tough for them. But in the meantime, it does seem like Silent is just gonna be taking up a little bit of a poke, as we do have the Tarizla just gonna be jumping on the 2 members when it comes down to the ultimate. But it's not going to evolve into anything at this point in time.
Yeah, Scrappy is what Scrappy is. It's team fight against team fight, 5-on-5 all the freaking time. And Kyra needs to be playing it safe, needs to wait for the right opportunity to come in with the cleanup duty. Bo does not have a lot of damage as of now, and he's so squishy. Hold on a second right here.
Oh, wow, what was that burst damage on the side of ZH as well as the Numenon Blast is going to be connecting. Bleeding Love, he goes in with his speed of Alpha, but doesn't seem like he will be able to do too much right now, as now he's going to be going down with only 3 members left from the side of NP, while NUS, they're all still alive.
NP needs to handle this Lord. You have to disengage, but NUS, most likely, they will take down all T2s.
With all of the lanes coming in pushed up, all of the outer turrets from the side of NP has now been destroyed. Definitely a great start for the side of NUS coming into the 10 minutes mark, which is pretty much as expected, right? They have a good amount of crowd control, as well as the fact that they can just jump right in onto NP and get super up close and personal. As long as NP is able to create a distance, they will be fine. But speaking of fine, Numenon Blast is just going to be completely creating an area to make sure that NP doesn't cross any further. While NP, they know that they're going to have to play within their circle, right within the turret, in order to get themselves an advantage.
Well, what NUS knows is that ZH is a huge problem. No, yeah, he does deal sort of like an okay amount of chip damage, but it was the deadly catch that disengages MP from NUS. All of their skill shots, all of their crowd controls will be mitigated if the deadly catch comes into play. You are building on a slightly defensive vein, so that's going to be a huge problem as the time goes on and on. But Juicy, man, I tell you, even with the Glowing Wand and the Enchanted Talisman, you have a lot of damage coming into the late game. We're seeping in.
We still at about 30 seconds before the Lord eventually spawns, so let's just take a chill pill and really understand exactly what is going on in the lineup of NP. Why isn't it working?
Well, it's a little bit tough to say because NUS is just clumping together, coagulating as 5 men. And what NP wants to do or needs to do in this point is really to just shove the opposite side of the wave and try to go for an early game pickoff. Try to take control of the snowball effect coming in from Bougie, but it's a little bit too late. Bougie still, yeah, it's still 6-1-3, but NUS really needs to clump together, try to play as 5 in order to mitigate any of these pickup potential coming in from NP. And this is what they do so well. In the late game, they're always just sticking together, starting up with that Lord.
With the Lord knocking up quite a bit of the members from the side of NUS, it's not like they're going to be too bothered by it for now. NP now, they really need to contemplate this to how they would want to end enter into this fight? Would it be the Circling Eagle, or would they want to rely on the penalty zone from the side of Bleeding Love? The good thing is the flicker from him is currently available. They don't really have any much means of poking. NUS, they are dragging this Lord for a little bit too long. They gotta have to get it a reset. You can look at Bo. His HP is already down to half. They need to keep on playing this ping pong game together with the Lord.
The R19 trying to find a right angle, right flank to take on the backside, but no one is making any moves. Lord gets that reset. Bo taking a little bit too much damage. And this is the beauty of the updated Lord, right?
Yep.
Even as
A very
one
new
member.
Lord's Dance.
Yeah,
Very
the
new
Lord
one.
Dance, very, very difficult right now, especially if you're a fighter or a tank jungle, because it deals percentage HP damage. In Nanyang Polytechnic, they could use this time to get someone to go on the offside and try to maintain that lane pressure and get that lane priority on the top lane. They're sending Julian though.
That's a problem though, because of the fact that they don't really have that big of a mobility. It's actually really tough for Julian to actually join in the fight, especially since Julian is one of the main damage dealers from the side of NP. Right now, Bleeding Love is just going to be constantly targeted by the hands of NUS as they identified and knew that Julian is not around. They have a massive advantage.
Oh, they know. They know that Julian is not around. They went for that fight. They went for that pick-off. Bleeding Love, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. But NUS, they have their work cut up for them. Yes, they have that Lord, but they have their top lane all cracked open. No more tier 2s. This is maybe Neon Polytechnic could open up that window of opportunity to get that lane pushing in. Recall? Oh, man. My heart, Abstract.
A very good trade from NUS. They have weighed out the costs and knew that what they gotta have to go with the trade. They don't mind losing the outer turret in the top lane for a Lord, especially since this is a post 12 minutes Lord. So he has to charge. And with that coming in the top lane, it is a guaranteed turret destruction since the turret is already lower than 50% max HP.
Yeah, what I really like about NUS's rotations as well is that they really understood and really perfected the 3-lane push. Look at how R19 is pushing in that bottom side. It's just splitting Neon Polytechnic into headless chickens, running and defending all 3 lanes. You've got a Lord charging in on that top side.
It doesn't seem like NUS is taking advantage of the fact that the turret just went down, while NP were all just clumping in together, which is actually pretty unfortunate, because if they would want to jump in right now, it's actually a little bit tough for them to do so, but at least the turret is going to go straight down almost immediately. Everyone's just going to be clumping in together. Can't even see what the hell is going on. Penguin is going to be the first person to go straight down, but NUS, they're still surviving. The next one they don't want to put on the guillotine is going to be Bleeding Love, but unfortunately Kara wasn't able to bring down the claws and dig deeper in on the Bleeding Love. As such, only 2% down from the side of NP. They will want to defend this as much as possible with all of the ballistas that's still going to be running in from the top and the bottom lane. They need to clear that as soon as possible because the middle lane is creeping in.
Creeping in, got a nice little Numeron Blast. Still available though.
Penalty zone on the floor! Would that be enough? Would that help them? But unfortunately, that seems like they will still be shredded in. CH the only one available with RL19. Focuses down to the core. Kyra brings him down, and NUS takes game number 1.
Kyra with a huge, massive play. Never underestimate the Roger. And just like that, even with a 3-man penalty zone from Bleeding Love, 4-man bleeding up, 4-man bleeding zone. Whoa, technically it is.
Bleeding.
Man, that was a huge play, but unfortunately not enough damage, not enough disengage. And the Numeron Blast was just up like that. I want to see if they have the fleeting time. No fleeting time. So I saw Silent actually using Numeron Blast, knowing where basically sooner or later was at all times, brings sooner or later to a 4.0 on the Richter scale. It's not a good time for Suna.
4.0 on the Richter scale?
Yeah, on the Earthquake scale.
Oh my goodness gracious. That is not that big of a magnitude, huh?
Yeah.
No impact.
No impact on this game.
On this game.
If you could say.
Yeah. 0-4 is the current scoreline for, or rather the ending scoreline of this Nathan, which is really unfortunate, I gotta have to say. They do have a little bit more of a high ground as compared to the opponents, but you gotta have to really consider the fact that the opponents can just walk right into your face, quite simply. And not to forget, they even have the Numeron Blast that can really create such a big area to zone you out and forces you to panic, especially since a team like this, where they focus on the front line and have only 1% on the back lines. The only saving grace is a Mathilda. But in a team fight, you can expect the Mathilda is actually deeper in than further out.
Yeah. I in hindsight, I would say like the Bane was actually a very, very good pick to disengage from the Netherrealm, but the damage just wasn't there after the Netherrealm has been popped. I thought like, okay, maybe a Carmilla would have been better just to combo with the Bane. You want AoE, you want stuns, and you want prolonged stuns, not just a stun and done,
Yep.
right? This was just NP not rotating well, especially in the mid game, because Bougie needed those solo pickoffs.
Yep.
It wasn't done to perfection, and I think in game number 2, if they picked themselves up together, it wasn't an easy game for NUS to win anyway. NP could come up on top again.
Yeah. So even if they want to play kind of like a pick-off comp, they don't really have anyone that can really catch out that one person.
Yeah.
Yes, Julian can go in, enhance sword and all the stuff, but most of the time, Julian doesn't really have enough damage or the time to really finish them off.
Yeah.
So if we are looking at heroes such as Kaja, Cho, anyone that have point stun abilities,
Yeah.
those are what really helps Julian to capitalize on all of these kills.
Yeah.
So anyone with stuns, that will be great.
Yep.
But in this case of NP's draft, they don't have anything except for a Terizla. So you have someone that can start a team fight. You have a Mathilda that can kind of follow up with the Circling Eagle, but that's just one straight line. You
Yep.
don't really make full use of that area that Terizla gives you. So no one really and realistically be able to follow up after that the penalty zone.
Yeah, it's sort of like a game of who can stay in the battle the longest. And in this case, NUS really won. It's really, really tough because Julian really wants to find a single target, but because the chain is a little bit too short distance, he couldn't really find the airdrop that he really, really needs. And speaking of airdrops, we've got the My Republic airdrop coming into play.
This is the airdrop that we are talking about because we do have prizes that can be worth up to $3,000, which includes a PS5. All right, so all you gotta do is just take a look at the website bit.ly/myrepublicairdrop to participate. And for those people that's wondering, how often can I participate realistically? It's every stream. You may participate once. So if you watch the Valorant stream, participate once. You watch the MLBB stream, you can participate once. Every week you can participate twice. All right, so just keep on going, and you may be able to win by the end of the entire show of Campus Legends.
It's a game of probability. The more you participate, the higher your chances of winning, and that's what you want to do. Remember, Campus Legends ends on the 4th of August, so if you want a chance to participate, we've got basically 3 more weeks after this.
Technically speaking, the it will technically end at the end of July, so we will contact the winners by the end of July.
Oh, okay. Okay,
Yep.
so a little bit more time. We've got another stream next week with
Yes,
the
just next week.
Saturday stream and the
That's the
Sunday stream.
last.
This is the last one, so don't miss this chance. $3,000 worth of prizes, including
A PS5.
a PS5.
PS5.
PS5. That being said, though, let's jump into the draft. NP, NUS, game number 2, Valentina getting banned off for the first pick in NUS, considering they're the first draft, is very, interesting to me because Juicebee's signature hero is the Valentina. So I don't know why they want to take that out of the ban pool.
It
or
feels
take
to
in
me
the
that
ban
they
pool.
want to prioritize onto the Faramis. It feels to me.
Interesting. And knowing that Neon Polytechnic, they might ban out the Loyi, so it's sort of like an open thing over here. You want to play with the diversion without someone who can copy your diversion.
Yeah.
That could be a very, very viable option for NP. Unless they leave it open, and then NUS could play the Asterisk Wombo combo.
Honestly, when it comes down to looking at the Valentina first ban, it usually just suggests to me we want to play a Faramis.
Yeah.
But it's not that big of a priority because I'm pretty sure that these players knows how they will want to counter against a Faramis. Because let's just be honest here, area denial or just kind of like a Minoan's Fury, this kind of stuff is more than enough to really just cancel out the this Nether Realm, right? So
Yeah.
even if they want Faramis, it's not top priority, so they wouldn't pick that first pick. Perhaps the second and the third, they will just run it out with Faramis.
Well, I wouldn't say the NetherRealm would be a very, very huge factor in team fights. Yes, you get the invincibility iframes just for maybe 1 second after the NetherRealm ends, but it's not hard to pop the NetherRealm. What would be good is a counter with a Carmilla. So Carmilla has been coming up on top. You use the Curse of Blood after the Netherrealm has been popped because everyone's going to be
Everyone's
coagulated
together, right?
together anyway. You get someone with burst damage. It could be single target as well in the form of maybe a carry or what other jungles? I mean, Alpha could be good as well.
Alpha is okay.
Yeah, yeah. Just get a lot of true damage to deal, and then you split that damage over everyone. So that would be a key play if you want to go up against Faramis. This test been proven quite a bit of times as well.
So I do, with that said, I do actually want to see NUS pick up the Carmilla in the event that they actually lost the Faramis, because NP does have the first and the second and third pick, right? So if NP identified that the very fact that NUS wants the Faramis, it's nice to kind of look out for what NUS have got in store for us. So in this case, right, if they were to pick Carmilla, what is an answer that NP should be looking out for?
Man, it's very, very difficult to deal with a Carmilla, but basically a tank shredder. It's just a tank shredder.
Honestly, to me, Carmilla is just darn annoying.
It's very annoying.
And sometimes you don't even see the value of Carmilla in-game as an opponent. But you know very well that she does something. She definitely did something.
Yeah, a lot of presence.
Yeah.
A lot of presence. Passive.
It's kind of like passive presence.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. I mean, in the early game, if you play her well, she can't die. She's able to aggressively invade your jungle and just come out unscathed because of the heal it's sustained from the first skill. The passive stacks on defense. Building onto that, you have quite a bit. Yeah, I mean, like you said, the Faramis will be coming out for NUS. So NP could very well look into a AoE kind of capability. I mean,
I think
Tigro might work as well. If you want to think about that, or even a Loi, it's on the tables.
Oh, that's true. I think that is a testament for us to know that NUS is very likely going to play a lot more on the team fight, just because of a Faramis pick.
Yeah.
I would believe that they didn't expect that Roger ban from Sun NP. They would expect a Loi instead. So in that case, very likely they will want to go for Roger and then goes back in for the Faramis. But because of that is banned, might as well just go for a Faramis pick.
Yeah. A little bit interesting for Suna to go for the Moskov. Harith is still open. You want to play the Harith around the Nether Realm, but you kind of need someone to get that split push advantage. I think this is really just insurance for NP. I think the only thing that NUS was lacking in the first game was someone to just pull aside and go over to the off lane. That in itself was supposed to be the Roger, but you want to leave someone who is your main cleanup capability to be in the off lane. So in this case, maybe even a Terizla would be picked up over here. No, Ruby. Okay, Ruby in the roam. Alpha again in the jungle.
Ruby could be EXP actually. It could very well be an EXP laner now. At least for me, I don't see a lot of Ruby roam nowadays.
Yeah,
especially since with the new War Axe.
It has been popularized quite a bit. The build for most of the Spellbound fighters is the same. War Axe into the Queen's Wings, into the Oracle, and then build whatever defense that you need. These three items are your tank Holy Trinities, or not really tank, the fighter Holy Trinities.
The Spellbound Holy Trinity, yeah.
That's right, and that makes you pretty much unkillable at that point. So two fighters, if you want to go for a third fighter down, R19 could very much go for that one. I would have thought like they could solidify the Terizla, but they kind of want to go for a little bit more crowd control, a little bit more team fights. So that being said, I'm thinking maybe Yuzhong might be a good ban coming in from NP, because they could very much.
They could still flex it.
Yeah, they could still flex that one. Or maybe even a Joy in EXP. It's interesting.
Joy in the EXP.
Yeah, you need damage. You really need damage if you're NUS. So R19, one of his signature picks is the Joy. Especially he plays it well on the EXP side. Harith definitely banned out. That was one of the things that I was teasing a little bit. So that being taken out, the pool, Neon Polytechnic might be looking to ban out the Beatrix as well. If Beatrix is not taken out, then NUS would definitely pick that Beatrix up.
What is one marksman that enjoys being rooted in a single place in the team fight?
Melissa, Ixia, you got a Clint as well. You could go for the Beatrix. You have a lot of versatility with the 4 weapons. Yeah, Kyra on top of that could go for the Claude. One of Kyra's signature picks too. So knowing your signature pick, that would be one thing that you want to play around.
Yeah. I think Claude would be the sound answer from the side of NUS, since they are already going to kind of go all in terms of team fight potential. I think that's still pretty good, especially since their lineup doesn't seem to be all that mobile. So at least with a Claude, they still have a mobile hero that can really deal with the macro changes in the map and still be there in time for any form of large objective fights.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just sitting on the Carmilla again. It could be any marksman, but if R19 picks up the Carmilla, you swap it over with Silent, you got Carmilla in the roam. It's going to be a huge factor for NUS's success in the early game.
So at least for now, what we are looking out for NP's lineup is we do have a Julian, a Moskov, and a Terizla, still slightly flexible when it comes down to Julian. It could be jungle, it could be mid lane, but most likely I would possibly say it's a jungle pick.
Yeah.
But in the previous game, they did play the Julian in the mid lane, so let's just go with that. Alright, so the last pick is going to be a jungler from the side of NP. They would want to really feel around to see what NUS wants to pick for themselves. So Beatrix, okay.
Definitely, yeah. It's either Beatrix or Claude. It's just Kyra is sort of like a Smelly Cat's protege, so to speak. You remember Smelly Cat from MPOSG?
Yeah.
So that was his own team. R19 again with the Minstatar. So this is 3 fighters in one team. Yet again, I think the NUS kind of likes that fighter composition. Just go in, crowd control like crazy, disables all the run that they have. Silent will set up everything for Kyra. And knowing Kyra, he likes to play either the Nibiru and Bennett together, or the Renner and the shotgun together.
This is really a drop an ultimate and win kind of composition from the side of NUS. So they are banking all the way in for post 12 minutes game.
Yeah,
right?
It's like sort of like a pickoff as well, but it's a AOE pickoff. It's really an AOE pickoff for NUS. If any loose strays, you whip up your sniper, boom. You get that.
I think that's more of a bonus instead of kind of like a win con in this case.
Yeah.
Right now, I'm just looking at the fact that NUS just wants to play for team fight. They want to get a little bit more of the neutral objective priority. That really feels like it to me, especially since Ruby and Minstatar is someone that can hold on to the Lord, while in the meantime, for the opposite side, they don't have anyone that can hold on to the Lord. So all of these neutral objective is 100% going to be in priority of NUS.
So for NP, I kind of like their draft. I understand what they're going for. It's sort of an in and out with the diversion, but it's down to Buji's shot calling. Who do you want to go for? Is there any loose men? Because in the early game is where you want to go. If you go too long in the late game, it's going to be difficult for them to pick up anyone because they're just going to be playing together. The only drawback is that NP has an insurance in the off lane. You're going to have Moskov constantly split pushing on the top side. NUS doesn't have anyone to send.
I actually do appreciate the lawyer being picked out here, especially since we're looking at NUS. They're such a area denial team. Everyone, there's like 4 heroes that excels in area denial. So in the event that they actually put a Julian in the mid lane, it's definitely going to be real tough for them to play if they decided to play a melee jungler.
Yeah, it's really going to be an all-out brawl in this game. I could perceive that already. The thing that NUS really needs to do is that early game aggression, and they're sitting onto the jungle of the red side already, and I think this is a better rotation coming in from Bo, because you really want to take out every single kind of farm that's available for NP's side, denying the Julian of any farm whatsoever. You really need that Genius Wand if you are Julian, but hold on a second.
This is all information that NUS should definitely know. RL19 should have known that ZH is pathing to the bottom lane, but he was still playing relatively aggressive outside of the turret range, so I guess that wasn't exactly really communicated well within NUS.
This is really unfortunate because now you're losing out on a lot of farm. R19 still level 2. You're still slowly prancing over to the tower. Bleeding Love, getting that level 4 really quickly. You've got the Loi already in play. You're able to use the diversion in the first turtle, and that is huge for NP.
So we've already 3% down to the bottom lane. I think that NUS understand that they're gonna have to focus a little bit more onto the gold lane, since the bottom lane is really difficult for them to play for now. But now, look at that!
No!
I don't have to say anything at this point in time because RL19 is definitely dead mid. Purify from the side of Jusby, just so that he can guarantee himself the level 4 in this upcoming turtle fight, because they know that is their game plan. They need to play for the turtle. Flicker coming in from Silent. He wants to get himself away as fast as possible, and and Bo did manage to successfully take the turtle down. The Circling Eagle connects down to the Silent, and even with the flicker, unfortunately Silent do not get away.
Well, Neon Polytechnic, they're snowballing so much right here. Yeah, it's still 500 gold lead, not that much significant, but you have Bougie with a diversion. It could go for any play whatsoever, and they know that they want to take down R19, forcing Bo to come down and opening up that gold lane, and you will know what Neon Polytechnic's rotations is in the next couple of minutes, always bunking down on that gold side.
I would say that RL19 playing as a Minstar is a hero that excels playing defensively, because whenever you play as defensively, you are within your turret, and that forces your opponents to want to get a little bit closer, but you do have a hook in your hand. So you're not really handicapped by playing under the turret. In fact, you are actually it's actually a lot more valuable for you to play on the turret. So to be honest, for the side of NUS, even if there is so much movement in the bottom lane, I think leave it be. Let RL19 to be handling it within his own devices, while focus more onto the upper hand corner of NUS, because they need to help Beatrix. Beatrix needs to go online for top in 12 minutes mark.
Oh, the pull.
Nice
I'm
pull.
offended.
But it does seem like we don't have the Spill Alpha coming from the side of Bo. He wants to get a kill down Penguin as well as Bougie. But look at that, with just a slip of health, Penguin stays alive and will live to see another day.
Well, he waddles away of that one. Very, very close though. I'm offended, hit directly underneath the turret, but the follow-up from NUS is just not fast enough. Neon Polytechnic still on top, but just very, very barely. In this case, NUS, they don't need to rush anything. They don't need to really fight into a lot of these team fights or these pickoffs, because they just need to wait for Kyra to skill. And I do agree with you on this one. Just babysit Kyra and let him carry the late game. All R19 needs to do in these late game skirmishes or team fights, set up the King's Calling, set up the I'm Offended, set up the Spirit Alpha, and let Kyra do its thing.
Yep.
So this is pretty much the game plan for NUS. For NP though, they really need to bump up the tempo. Knowing that the turtle is on the way, they need to take down pick-off kills.
I do like the funnel onto Kyra. They understood that they're gonna have to give the middle lane creeps over to Kyra as much as possible. But this upcoming few fights, try not to get yourself into any fights. If you want, it will deny, and just make sure that NP doesn't get any closer.
Man, I think this was a very smart move from NUS, knowing that they're starting with that turtle, but hold on a second.
Spill Alpha as well as a hook in to the King's Calling. It does seem like they did manage to finally deal with Bleeding Love.
Well, there's a bounty over in the hands of Bo, so he's got a War Axe. That's a little nice power spike.
3.8k, but in the meantime, top lane, Silent flickers himself, but I don't think they will be able to get away with that, because we do have quite a lot of projectiles coming from the side of Penguin. But now,
man.
RL19 flickers on forward, didn't really quite manage to connect down the Bougie, but it's not like he's in that big of a trouble anyways.
Yeah, he's not happy. R19 is angry, he wants more. Taking down Bleeding Love is just the first step in NUS's success. For NP though, it looks like they're slowing down the tempo and not keeping to ZH's momentum, and this is really sitting on their downfall right now, because NUS
they're losing their grip.
Is up ahead in terms of economy, and this is the first time in this game.
That's not good.
No.
NP's main call of the game is the early stages. You wouldn't want to let NUS play in this big fights, but for now, speaking of big fights, it is going to be the Cult Ultra, the Nether Realm just going to be popped, but at least that is just one ultimate use from the side of NUS. NP did manage to bait that out pretty nicely.
Yeah, you kind of want to go for a diversion play.
Oh.
Don't know where.
Hello there.
Wow. Okay, this is very anticlimactic. I thought they would go for a nice, easy little pick-off, but
maybe,
hold
maybe
on a
not.
second, try bush.
Perhaps. Bougie, too early! Why you come out? Oh, maybe it is all just a bait! But Kyra, great flicker, making sure that he will be able to go away, but the Circling Eagle just going to be connecting, but that is going to be the Shadow Stampede coming from Justby that just pulls Penguin in and goes down to the hands of NUS. That is an assassination attempt that didn't quite go well at all.
Man, Pengling, a little bit too close for comfort over there, and the third turn of the game might be in favor of NUS. NP needs to find a right time to get a right flank onto Kyra, and now the damage coming in strong for Kyra.
Oh, it does seem like Bo did manage to get himself a really nice turtle as well. NP now definitely behind now, because they didn't manage to pick off anyone in the top lane using the diversion. It's really unfortunate in my opinion. I thought that Bougie could actually stay in the brush a little bit longer, but now it is going to be Bleeding Love that opened up the brush. Didn't manage to see a lot of people, but did manage to get it away pretty nicely with a guiding win.
Oh, they read that. NUS knows the MP was going up on that lane bush. I think this was a very, very smart play from NUS. Even though they didn't get the kill, they opened up so much pressure for that mid lane to push in. The bottom side really needs maintenance though, but I think NUS will send someone to fix that.
There we go, RL19 all the way to the back lines and just going to be getting a really nice catch on the Bougie. I don't think that getting him a kill is that important because now the only thing you need to do is just separate the fight. They did manage to bring Bleeding Love down, which is one of the core heroes in the front lines.
Well, this is Teamfight 101. R19 doing his job right. He knows that Boogie's the main damage dealer. You are going to coagulate together as NUS fighting in. But hold on a second, it's not over.
Another hook in onto Bougie. And even when it comes down to the I'm offended, Bougie is just getting pulled and displaced over and over again.
Yeah, this is just the NUS splitting the team fights and keeping Bougie at bay so that the rest of the team is able to fight 4-on-1. And it's just NP sitting ducks as of now.
Oh man, free turret.
Yeah. NUS very up ahead at this point. 30 seconds until the Lord spawns, and I think NUS really wants to contest for this one. It's going to be a huge Lord for their side because Team 1 mid side already down for NP.
We still have about 18 seconds in. RL19, this guy's unbelievable. Yet another one of these hooks that didn't manage to land on top of RL19. Could have actually gotten the kill if he had a little bit more farm, but to be fair, we're talking about a completely losing lane from the side of RL19, so I'm completely fine with all of that.
I like how he adapted to that situation, buying the Dom Eyes after the Thunder Belt, knowing that he's facing up against the Matilda, so the heals are coming in strong. Bull, no, that's not where you want to be. The Tri-Bush again. I think NUS kind of knows that they're right there. No one's making a sound. It's a pin drop silence here.
As we slowly wait for the eventual thing to happen. I think that NUS knows definitely for sure that NP is not a team that would want to hold on to the Lord. So opening up the map is definitely going to be super important. Though just going in one at a time. Where is the Penguin? Where is Suna? Where is everyone?
I can't with us.
We're just changing the name.
We're just changing
all
the
way,
name.
right? Pengling, Penguin, Penging.
1/3.
Oh, there we go. The Lord goes out of the hands of CH. That's what we want to see. The Nether Realm just going to be popped as well. And now the King's Calling just going to be making sure that they disable onto NP as much as possible. And now Bleeding Love goes back in again. When it comes down to the penalty zone, landing on the 2. A lot of members from the side of NPS. He's just going to be going all the way down. But now Bougie just brings down Kyra, getting him a maniac. Bougie, that's what we want coming in from this Loy. The divergent play all the way to the top. And was hoping that he will be able to get a kill down the side, but wasn't able to.
Oh man, he really wanted that Savage, but Neon Polytechnic taking this game strong. Mid lane continuing pushing in. Just be died, but she's still alive as of now, trying to desperately defend. And that Lord is going to be massive, massive for NP. Marching on that top side, they really need to take down all T2s in order to take control of that map. They need that map dominance.
It would eventually get to them. The Lord will pretty much guarantee themselves all outer turrets to be... Okay, maybe not guarantee all, but top lane is guaranteed to be destroyed if they did manage to escort the Lord pretty nicely. The bottom lane was defended pretty effectively from the side of Silent as well as Justby, so now it's just pretty much left with what is left of this Lord's HP. Yeah. They wouldn't want to let this Lord touch the top lane at all. We still have the Holy Defense, so I think it's still manageable.
The economy tipping to NP's favor, and it's just because of this Bougie untouched at that backline. NUS,
oh, there we go, the King's Calling! That's not a spill. Alpha didn't manage to connect, but unfortunately, the members of the side of NUS doesn't seem like they are phased at all. The enhanced chains connects, but they are not following up through. They did want to go in with a single goal in mind, and that is to bring down the middle lane inhibitor.
Big threats coming in from NP sooner or later, or Bougie. As long as they take down either of these, NUS has a chance to win all of these team fights. You have a lot of CC, lots of AoEs and crowd controls. Kyra just needs to play it safe. You've got a Sky Piercer from Kyra. You need to farm up and get those stacks in order to get a lot of these executes. You keep Kyra safe whilst taking Bougie away from the team fights.
Now it's all about waiting for the Heart's Claws to eventually appear on the side of Kyra. That way he will be able to stay alive in team fights a little bit longer, even after the Nether Realm. But the diversion play onto Silent. Silent definitely knows. It would be great if he just decided to stay in there and just completely CC everyone. That's kind of like the thing that you would want to do. But I think you want to play extremely safe, especially since knowing that they had lost the previous Lord's fight.
Yeah, the waves are pushing in towards the favor of NP, so if NP can maintain this wave priority for roughly around 30 seconds, they might be able to take control of this Lord yet again. Because NUS needs to find a right angle to get to that backline. Oh, they get a pull onto that Julian.
But he did manage to get himself away. They do not want to engage in any fight because the Lord is popping out in 5 seconds.
It's just touch and go, a slap and retreat from NP.
How rude.
How rude indeed. He's walking,
Walking
face
up to
checking.
someone, hey! Bye!
Get my wife's name.
I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah.
Good one, good one.
Thank you. Thank you.
So,
Okay.
do we have any Will Smith in here?
Maybe you got the Ruby. He's offended.
He's very offended. Ah!
You get it. Okay, Lord is up. This is going to be the enhanced Lord. Nyan Polytechnic, if they take this Lord, it's going to be crucial and so huge for them because NUS does not really have a lot of high ground defense apart from Kyra.
Now, NP, they do have the Lord priority, but are they really going to be committing this? Because it's kind of tough to kind of hold on to the Lord's aggro with their current lineup. If they were to take a little bit too much shots coming from NP, it will be tough.
No Moskov. This is it might be a good time to shine right here.
They definitely saw it. They definitely know. So now every single one of the members for the side of NUS is just going to be jumping in. But here,
the spear goes wide!
Spear of destruction! Completely missing it out! So now NUS, they have all 5 men on the map. While NP, they're not there any longer. And now allowing Bell to bring down the Lord. Oh, NP, oh!
That was like throwing a needle into a cup of instant noodles and missing all of the noodles.
One of them.
What?
It literally Olay in between of everyone.
Yeah, dude, it's crazy. Now this is huge for NUS. They thrive in this aggressive push fights. You've got Silent using the I'm Offended into the Spear of Alpha, into the King's Calling, and Kyra is just free hitting from that backside. Then this is just a one-shot bullet train down a thick wall. And the NP, they don't really have a lot of wave clear. Apart from that, they're trying to take down all these T2s. And US wants to try an early pickoff.
With the bottom lane, the Lord is prancing. They're ready to deliver with all of the pillaging that the Lord can suffice. So now with a quick little charge, bring down the bottom lane inhibitor turret, and now the fight is just going to be ensuing. We do have the Netherrealm just going to be popped. The first person that is going to be caught is going to be Bleeding Love, but he's going to be A-OK, as the rest of the members from the side of NUS have decided to fall back. But that's not the end of the fight just yet, because they want to focus down onto the middle lane. Inhibitor turret, as Bleeding Love goes in with the penalty zone. They didn't manage to disable a good amount of members, but now it's just going to be King's Calling and disabling all of the dashes from the side of NP, making sure that they will not be able to follow up through. But sooner or later, he's going to be desperate. He wants to run all the way in. As such, a triple credited over to sooner or later, with just being the last member remaining, running all the way down home, crying for his mama. As an NP, they are just going to be running into the middle lane. They have managed to bring in game number 2.
We're going into the game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Kyra made a mistake. He misstepped, got into the reaction from Bougie, and just like that, NP goes crazy.
You have the Lord, the bottom lane. You cleared out the wave in the middle lane. That ultimately is just all on Bleeding Love. He identified the right time to go in, and he identified that as long as they split the fight into 2, that's game.
I mean, honestly though, very nice draft coming in from NUS, but it's just not tanking up, not enough CCs for Kyra to stay alive in the midst of all these fights. He was holding on to the ultimates a little bit too long, especially when they're pillaging the turrets up on the bottom side and the mid side. And yeah, just taking a lot of damage from the reactions, yin yang reactions from Bougie. And I think this was a very good call from Bleeding Love, setting up the penalty zone directly on top of Kyra and just getting the whole team pillaging through into this team fight.
I think that the problem about NP's game in the previous in the final fight is not about draft, because I feel that they have to draft to end the game.
That's right.
On that Lord's fight, right? Or rather on that Lord's push. Because they have so many things that works as an insurance. Okay, in this case, they have the Netherrealm that can help them get out of danger. While in the meantime, they still have many other heroes that is able to create a zone that ensures that no one touches our Lord.
Yep.
Number one, I need out my Lord to survive after the turret is taken down if I really truly want the middle lane turret. So they gotta have to deal with the Lord, while the rest of us, we focus on the middle lane and then we back off. So that's where Beatrix comes into play. That's the beauty of Bennett's Rage and the Neighborhood's Passion. You push everyone away, do not touch my Lord. Only after the bottom lane inhibitor turret goes down, then you may touch it while we touch your middle lane.
Yeah, I think it's a miscommunication coming in from NUS because they stayed there a little bit too long.
They
Everyone's
saved everything, dude.
Yeah, they're saving so much, and they never unleashed hell upon NP. And I think that was the entirety of their breakdown. They still stayed while Kyra was roughly around half health. And you know, like, Moskov was just at that back, just free hitting, holding on to his ultimate. And once he sees that Kyra's down, he hits onto that backside,
Free
goes to the
realistic,
back,
baby.
and yeah, and then the rest is history. So I don't think it's a problem with the draft. I do agree with you this one. It's just early game NP needs to thrive a little bit better. NUS don't play a little bit too passively.
Yeah.
Try to just going crazy. You know your advantage. You know you're in the lead. But we don't have to wait and see too much longer because we're jumping into the draft. Game number 3. Astrid, how do you feel, man?
Wow, right off the start with a 3-game series, full 3-game series. This is finals worthy.
Yeah, and honestly, I think. Man, NP really looking strong, looking very, very good in the late game especially. I think 2 games in a row, they had opportunities in coming back. And they put Julian and Matilda, these 2 combos, for the last 2 games. I don't know if they want to stick to that one or just, let's just play as it is. We'll see another Mintatar, Julian, and Matilda yet again.
Yeah.
Maybe,
I still don't really see too much of a value from the Minstatar. I mean, yes, zone denial, that's something that we want to see. I see that a lot of people have the disable blink icon, but does it really do anything realistically? I'm not too sure. It just feels super one-dimensional that we're looking at deny an area, team fight, while he does essentially nothing in the first 5 minutes to 6 minutes of the game.
Yeah. I mean, you want to be able to get the objective, secure the objective in the first turtle. If you died way too many times, the second game, R19 was down for 2 counts. Before the first turtle spawns up, and that was basically the downfall of NUS. But unfortunately, they still, well, fortunately for NUS, they were still able to secure that turtle. But hold that thought, I think NP might have missed a ban.
Butterflies born by
Yeah, there's a 3rd ban already.
Oh yeah, that's a third.
Yeah, it's 3rd ban. So NP missing out a ban. This might be very good for them or very bad for them. Because typically they would ban out the Luo Yi.
Rookie mistake, I gotta have to say.
Yeah,
but,
take a little bit too long to think about it, right?
Yeah, but it's not a deal breaker.
Yeah.
I think that is still fine to a certain extent, right? So what's gonna be left remaining here is gonna be Loi, Roger, Valentina. Oh. Because right now we didn't see any ban coming in from the side of NUS for the Valentina.
Yeah, I think NUS might want to pick up the Valentina or
they're opening up the Valentina and the Faramis matchup.
Yeah.
Or are they leaving that for the final one? Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I don't know. The Faramis kind of isn't working if you have a lot of
ban today.
Yeah. Oh. Is it ban worthy though? Mintatar, what do you think?
Personally, from
you say it's B tier.
Yeah, I mean, personally, from an outside point of view, I don't see that it is ban-worthy. But as the players themselves, they can definitely feel the impact of every single game and what every single hero does. So perhaps they do feel the impact of a Minstatar. Or perhaps they know that they want to play a Harif in this game. Because right now, maybe they are looking at 2 heroes, Harif, Valentina, and both of which are going to be very annoyed by a Minstatar. So it's kind of like an either-or situation whereby they're just thinking, you know what, we want to pick either or of these 2 heroes, let's just take the Minstatar away and not care about anything here.
That's right, that's right. I think it's the chain stun combo. So NUS opens out the Roger. Nyan Polytechnic might pick up the Roger first pick. Unless they want to go for the Terizla yet again. It's going to be the Roger. So flexibility into the gold lane and the jungle. NUS, maybe the Faramis. And even the Ruby yet again. I think Ruby is honestly
always
S tier.
Yeah,
it's S tier now.
Ruby is kind of like a very standard core.
Yeah.
Like you can't go too wrong with a Ruby. If you want to send her in the EXP, it's a good ragdoll.
That's right.
Once he gets herself the Bloodlust X, she can win lanes pretty effectively.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah. I kind of like the Ruby for NUS. It's been working well. Unfortunately, the last game it was just not enough damage because there's too much chain CCs, but not enough follow-up from the team. Kyra took a little bit too long to come up online. Yeah, he was taking down the turrets and all that, but NUS just needs damage. Needs damage coming in from the... Oh, actually...
Moskov. Okay.
So this is new. This is new coming in from NUS. So it's sort of like an Uno reverse. Previous game, NP picked up these two, so now they have the zone control. And I think RR19 is drafting for NUS, and they want to play the map. That's what they're good at, and I think NUS will be able to win out this one.
So now, with the Loi, they need some sort of a catch. They definitely need some sort of catch. Kaja...
Minotaur. Minotaur will be good. Maybe even a Tigreal if you want to play a little bit
the Roam
risky.
probably have to come in a little bit later, perhaps the 4th pick.
Yeah.
I think that will only make sense. So the next hero that you gotta have to look out for is would likely gonna be a EXP laner or a jungler. It's either one of these two. Okay, so now they have an idea that Fanny's picked up. The more they require that lock on.
Yeah, Ruby's the answer.
Ruby
Ruby's
is
a
one of
very
the
good
good
answer.
answers.
Yeah, you fly across and then you're like fly swatting her using your second skill. I think Ruby is a very, very good pick. I really still like the Ruby as of now because I've been testing it. There's not a lot of early game maybe a little bit squishy, but late game though Ruby becomes a monster because it's at any point of time you're able to set up for the rest of your team. And knowing that the Ruby and the Loi is there, you're able to appear up of nowhere, hook everyone in, just chain stun them to infinity and beyond. But then again, Ruby could be playing the EXP lane, so I like this. Silent could very well go into Minotaur or even the Tigreal if you want to play that.
So, Minotaur or Tigreal, was it?
Yeah, yeah. For the jungle though, I think NUS. Man, it's very difficult to pick up the jungle because I'm very tempted to say
Fredrin
alpha
is still
again.
possible because we are talking about catch now.
Yeah,
we
you
want
taunt
to
her.
look for catch, and a Fredrin pretty much keeps a lot of these close range heroes rooted for a long period of time while still being very effective in dealing damage and tanking out. While NP, most of their damage dealing heroes that needs to do true damage has already been taken out because it's already been picked. Roger is gone, Jungle is gone, ESP is gone. All three of these heroes, all these three roles have someone that can deal true damage. While Mage as well as Roam, none of them really does that. So from this point, building sustainability and tankiness might actually go a long way for NUS.
Yeah, I think they have options over here. Yeah, Alpha is getting banned out. I was tempted to say Alpha in the jungle because but Fredrin, I kind of don't agree with you because Fanny farms much faster than Fredrin. And knowing how they adjusted the tank role in the jungle, it takes a longer time for Fredrin to get the red or purple buff, the first buff, before he even gets his the Molten Core and then just scales up and beyond. But it is still a very viable pick in the late game. Arlott, I was going to say that as well because this is one of R19 and Silence signature picks. So usually you want double CCs, and now you need a lot of damage. You need damage. You really need damage coming in from NUS. A little bit tempted to go for, I don't know, I'm going to say the Carmilla again.
You and your Camilla fantasies.
Dude, it's crazy how strong it is, especially for Loi and Carmilla together. But then again, yeah, you need someone to catch out, not Bougie, but Fanny now. So Bleeding Love going to be piloting the Fanny. It's going to be tough for NUS to catch them. So then you have the Ruby and the Armor.
It's destined.
Your team is
Yeah, what are you thinking? What's on your mind? You seem very anxious now.
No, I'm just looking at how NP would want to secure their buffs in the later stages, right?
Yeah.
Because they are looking at a Novaria, sure, when it comes down to Novaria, the Star Shatter and the Ultimate generally gives you a lot of insights, give you information as to where the opponent is, but it doesn't necessarily stop people from barging into your jungle, because you always want to create some space, right?
Yeah.
Right now, NP doesn't really have someone that can really stop them except for the Minotaur. So if NUS have decided to pick up someone,
The Baxia.
someone that
Yeah.
invades.
The Baxia does very well in the invades. Second fastest jungler after Hylos. But I haven't seen Hylos in the jungle for a long time. Second best is basically the Baxia. You have the sustained deny from the passive as well. So degeneracy coming in from the Baxia. Just to counter the Minotaur. You have a lot of card control. It's just the early game damage that I'm worried about, and I think Juspy needs to just pull that weight facing up against NP. For now, though, I kind of like the Fanny picked up because it's basically a flyby airdrop kind of thing towards that Moskov. The main target is that Moskov. Yeah.
Okay, so so throughout all of this, right? I will say that you would prefer the lineup of NP.
I would say, yeah. MP is a lot easier to execute, especially with Assassin. You know who your target is,
Okay.
where your target is. You don't really have to worry about these turtle objectives because you know you can't fight. So you just go for that backline, try to get the assassinations, and try to fight an uneven number in the later stage of that game.
Okay.
And Penglin needs to find a very nice Minoan Fury onto the members. And you kind of know how NUS likes to play around this as a team fight. So 4 men, you're going to put Kyra off on the off lane, trying to get that lane priority down. And see how fast Bo is able to rotate down with the buffs as well.
So understandably, the Arlet is going to be super annoying up to the gold lane, even though they don't really need to supplement the annoyingness of Kyra already, because we're looking at a Roger versus a Moskov lineup. The Moskov is definitely going to have a way better time than the Roger. So you can actually kind of divide your attention away from the gold lane, because the best thing that you want is to leave them to their devices, 1v1, and may the better player win kind of situation. Focus more onto the roaming trio and really allow Bo to go over to the opponent's jungle eventually, because we're not talking about Baxia. You don't pick, in this case, you're not picking a Baxia solely for the Tortoise's Persons and kind of go for that anti-heal from the side of NP, because we are not exactly looking at that.
You need the invade.
Right?
You need the invade.
So the Baxia is solely picked for the invasion, looking at the fact that there is a gap between their front line, which is the Minotaur, and the gap between Minotaur and the Novaria. So that is what NUS want to prioritize.
Yeah. To be honest, though, there's a little bit of a breakdown in rotation coming in from Bo, because he needs to rotate up to that top side, get that the nice little beetle, the beetle twin up on the top, just to get his level 4. And now the turtle is spawned up. He wants to get that early invade over to the purple buff. I think he's a little bit too passive. He could go for that one because he's facing up against that Fanny.
We shall see whether the Fanny will be able to take the purple buff and come in time or not. I don't think so, personally, but he could very well just do a very nice flyby. Pengu! What was that, Pengu?
Pengnings.
Pengut.
Yeah, I think he just missed that. Buji almost hit the Astrosphere to get that. ZH, okay. We'll be able to get that orange buff though. Bo not having a good time in the jungle, even though on paper it kind of looks good. Oh!
ZH! With a sliver of health, flickers himself away. ZH still dies to the hands of Silent. Pengu, he wants this. He wants the blood of Juspy. But it doesn't seem like he will be able to connect, as he is now going to be sandwiched between Bo and Silent. Goodbye!
Unable to water out of there, but very, very good call coming in from NUS. Just a counter re-engage. But man, I think this is going to pick up for NUS. Taking down that Fanny is going to buy them a lot of time, especially on that top side. Now, it's basically a babysitting pair. Silent's always sitting up at that top, clearing that mid wave, going up to the top side, leaving the EXP lane open, because Terizla versus a Ruby, basically it's a unmovable object against an unstoppable force. Basically,
a wet
it's not
noodle
gonna budge.
fight.
Yeah, it was going to open up a black hole.
Yeah, pretty sloppy if you are. Now Pengu jumps in onto Silent as well as Kyra. Did manage to open things up, but that is not really something that they would want to commit into yet.
Yeah, I think this Penguin is just being getting that response over on that top side, knowing that Roger is in a spot of bother. He needs to be able to protect him, try to get his farm up. Don't want to lose out to Kyra because Moskov in the late game gonna be a very, very huge problem, especially for Neon Polytechnic. You have a lot of squishy heroes like the Fanny, the Novaria, as well as I would say, you know, it's debatable whether Roger or not.
Oh! Lane, Juice survives, while ZH gonna have to go back home.
Bougie
With
wants
just so
Bougie!
little HP. Bougie, you
Here's the
gotta have to
spear.
create some space, buddy. He even went for the flicker. It will be so bad if he still goes down despite flickering. Yeah, that's not what you want, buddy. That's not what you want. And Baxia, that pick is coming to fruition. They did manage to kind of close that gap in between the Novaria. Oh, what the heck was that? Sooner or later, they managed to get themselves away from all of that, but I don't think that that's going to be the end of that fight at all because the turtle is currently available. Bo is just going to be focusing on that, but Fanny waiting in silence, waiting for the perfect time, but wasn't able to connect, unfortunately. Throwing out all these cables, he don't have a lot of energy left to really work with. Pengu jumps in, Minoan's Fury lands onto all three, but they don't have enough damage as such. That is going to be the it's going to be Silent that did manage to completely displace Bleeding Love with the final slash.
That is the beauty of 3 fighters, 2 fighters and 1 tank, basically just running it down. Where are you going? I'm pulling you back, stunning you up. It's chain stuns after chain stuns. And basically, even though you don't have that damage, you have that like chip damage. And just slowly but surely, you're going to go down if like 3 basically big, bulky, beefy bodyguards are chasing you and hunting you down.
I mean, it's a game of sustainability right now.
Yeah.
NUS is pretty much saying, let's see who will go down first. Is it your damage or my tankiness?
Yeah. The only thing I worry about for NUS is getting onto that back line, but Bo is actually putting on his weight. You get the diversion play. They know that Fanny's there.
Oh, the conceal play
man.
did manage to do something, but is what they want to do is not necessarily a kill for on the side of ZH, but to steal away the purple buff and clip the wings off of this flightless bird. And now Bleeding Love and Penguin, they tried to force NUS away, but the main thing for NUS has already been credited, and that is to take away the purple buff.
Did you see what I saw? I'm offended, pulls them in, and then like Silent was like, nope, nah, I'm not gonna give it
go
to
away.
you. Yeah, final slash away. I don't know if that was like intended, but it kind of seems like, okay, I'm gonna pull you in, I'm gonna push you away, and NUS actually their crowd control game is coming strong, and
What? That didn't.
push you again.
Okay, now Spirit of Destruction. Okay, didn't really do anything at this point in time. 1-6 is this current scoreline. ZH wants to go for the kill on the side of Silent, but Silent is really tanky actually. I believe that yes, he does have the Thunderbelt, but what else though that really makes him not receiving all that hit? Oh, wait. You just went straight in for the anti-Kuras. That will make sense. Okay, no wonder the damage is like non-existent.
Yeah, I think Silent just building up straight tank. All he needs to do, he doesn't need to do that damage. He just needs to displace everyone, chain stun them. Getting R19's Ruby just to continue that chain stun enables NUS to just go crazy on any one of the members of NP. And now, knowing that NP has single target heroes, it's going to be difficult for them to get any of these kills because Pengling needs to get get those catches. And I think this is going to be a very, very easier said than done thing for NP. But yeah, I think it's down to how Pengling actually plays this out.
I think that Penguin's gotta have to ensure that he comes in time because this lineup of NP really boils down to counter engagement, right? They gotta have to set up a sign of bait from someone. But if you don't really want to go for counter, at least use the Minoan's Fury as a form of a follow-up because that way you really rely a lot on the Bleeding Love and you actually rely on the fact that NUS they are just converging with one another, which is not something that you will see very often because of the way that their lineup is built.
Yeah, actually it's very, very smart. I kind of know what NP is doing right now because they know that they can't face team fights because they have to face up against Juicebee's Lo Yi. They don't want to take it head on. They're sending Fanny up on the offside, trying to maintain that macro lane pressure. And although they're 3,000 gold below, they're not looking for any of these fights. The fights will come when they get chunked down by Novaria and sooner or later just comes up and tries to just clear everyone up with a Lycan Pounce because they like those long extended team fights just because the Minotaur is there.
information is already given that 3 members from the side of MP is down in the bottom lane. So I'm relatively curious to see what kind of macro play NUS is trying to do with that information. With that, it seems like they would want to focus down on the Bleeding Love, but they don't have enough damage as ZH has been spinning around for the longest period of time, but it doesn't seem like he will be able to connect onto anyone at all. Pengu! He's just gonna go in for tank a little bit of damage, but in the end of the day, it's gonna be Juicepy going down for sooner or later. A 1-for-1 trade in favor for Kyra, actually, because bringing down sooner or later is so much more important than bringing Juicepy down.
Oh, when you're a Fanny and you can't take out a Law E, a simple Law E, just like that, it's not looking good. It's not looking good. You really want to be like a flyby, go in, get your kills and get out, but not stay there a little bit too long. I don't know what's going on, but MP, they're really falling very, very far behind, especially when you're playing as a Fanny on the back foot.
I think it boils down to target prioritization, right? Because you don't actually have a lot of targets that you can exactly work with. Like, yes, you gotta have to kill Juicepy and Kyra in the early stages of the game, but it really boils down to the fact that the lack of purple buff in the very early stages of the game really crippled NP by quite a bit, because they would want to go for pick-off strat, right? But unfortunately, that's not something that they are able to do, because, like I said, they want to pick off. They want to do something against the opponents, flyby, so on and so forth, AoE stuff, but they're not getting that.
Yeah, and Juicepy already has the Blood Wing, so that is going to be
even more
tough. Yeah, it's going to be very, very tough for ZH to get those assassinations. So now he's basically just a split pushing machine for the side of NP. NUS wants to look for these fights, wants to wait out for these objectives for NP to come closer, because they know that they can win, but they want to cycle all 4 members who are actually there for that fight. It's basically a 4-1 composition against basically a 4-1 composition with Moskov easy access with the Spear of Destruction if he lands it.
A free turret in favor for NUS in the top lane, not something that you would want to do, especially as a team that would want to get as much lane dominance as well as the river control. So now they're losing a lot of the river control to NUS, despite NUS being a very aggressive... Ow!
Oh, Bo!
Wow, okay, there could be a turning chance, but let's not forget about the Moskov at the bottom lane. Let's keep him at the back of our heads.
I think, nah. And Neon Polytechnic cannot go for this, even though ZH is just there. Bo already got his reset, his full health. Penalty zone.
Penalty zone onto one person, Silent. He's going to be pulled in together with RL19. Ooh. He's going to go straight down to the hands of ZH. Focuses on RL19 next. As sooner or later, completely ripping and shredding down onto RL19 and Silent. Kyra, though, we kept him at the back of our heads and he joined into the team fight. Did manage to bring Bleeding Love and Penguin down, so that is a 2-for-2 trade. So
oh,
faces Juicepy, Kyra, and Bo with a great diversion play that didn't manage to cut off his escape route.
Yeah, I think that was just... ZH wasn't ready, was still getting his purple buff. NUS resetted that Lord, and now Neon Polytechnic has to pay for it. Winner Nature already popped up. Kyra again with a solo.
That's what you want coming in from a Moskov. The assassin gets assassinated. That is quite a bit of statement.
Oh!
Whoa! That is a bit of destruction. Lands on the Bougie, but it doesn't seem like he is going to stay alive for long.
Wait,
because now he's facing 2 other people. Bougie stays alive.
Oh, that was so close. You almost outplayed that. If you could get one more dash coming in, it would have been a very, very nice play. 1v3, in fact. But getting that Lord means NUS playing on that front foot now. This is actually almost the enhanced Lord if they waited just a little bit longer.
Just a tad bit longer,
yeah.
Unfortunate, but it's fine because they're working with what, 4,000 gold lead? And I think that the gold lead is mostly onto the Moskov as he just hit 10,000 gold, while his counterpart is only at 7,600 gold. That is a massive and whopping 2.4 thousand gold that is working for this Moskov. So now NUS, all they gotta do is just lock down City and allow Kyra to just do his thing.
This is a very classic front to back, and I noticed that R19 actually got the Thunderbelt again for Ruby. Thunderbelt is a very, very underrated item, just because that it scales. People forget that it's infinitely scales. If you want to play a 30-minute game, but hold on a second, ZH
that's a lot of damage. Ooh. That's the scaling that we're talking about,
That's
huh?
the scaling that we're talking about.
That's
It's
the
very
skill.
hard to take R19 down now.
Middle lane, Penguin is just gonna go straight in for the Minotaur's Fury. He did manage to get himself away, but ZH, I think he wanted to go for an assassination, but wasn't able to do quite much. So, unfortunately, that is just NP that have to stay in their base and wait for the right time to strike an attack.
Yeah, R19 wants to find a nice hook. Oh, with
Did
a
manage to
flicker
hook
too.
one onto Bleeding Love. As such, he's gonna go and retaliate with the penalty zone. He did manage to land on one person, but it's not going to be looking at any form of follow-up, as NP understands that they are not in a really good spot at all.
Yeah, Kyra's definitely not going to go for that spear.
I
But
dare
NUS
you.
continuing the pillaging down the T3s as the wave continued to push in. If they waited a little bit longer, they would have been taken down all tier 3s now. But NUS just playing it very, very disciplinedly. They know that it's normal creeps now. They want to wait for the next Lord. And ZH just swinging around like Spider-Man, XM Studios, 809, French Road, Kitchener Complex. You see some of the figurines coming down. But yeah, it would be nice if we have a Spider-Man kind of a skin for ZH, huh?
Honestly,
For Fanny. That would have
oh
been
my
cool, huh?
god, I have never thought of that.
Yeah.
Oh my
Think about
God.
it that way.
Wow. I mean, Munta gotta have to sink in like a few millions for that.
Probably licensing
Probably, yeah.
and just getting it down with a lot of things. But
Munton X Sony.
Muton X Sony, XM Studios, 809 French Road, Kitchener Complex, level 3, XM Studios.
Get
come
out.
on. I just gotta get that sub plug in.
Yo, this guy is not gonna stop plugging for XM Studios, huh? This
Man.
guy.
Okay, going back into this, 3 seconds until Lord spawns. This is going to be Enhanced Lord. R19 just keeping everything at bay. This is going to be a very, very macro-intensive game for NUS. Now, they're playing it super, super well. It's sort of like R19 is not scared of anything. Will take an army to take this Ruby down. It's constantly scaling, and you're turning all your fighters into a constantly scaling tank. And that's not what you want. You got sustain, you got tank ability, you got high defense. And NUS is just, solo kill from Kyra down the bot side.
Oh, not good, not good. Because now the push, the top lane is gonna be pushed so much. NP is forced to react to this, and NUS will either take the Lord down or focus on another person. And in this case, it's gonna be Bleeding Love on the other side of the map. But Neon Polytechnic, they found the opportunity to get the kill done onto Kyra, while NUS unfortunately did not bring Bleeding Love down.
Well, I mean, if you time it just right, when the Lord dies and the Lord spawns, Kyra will be back up, and basically you have that 3-lane push.
Wait a second. He's hiding in there.
Yeah, Bougie wants to go for a nice little
They're
snipe
both
too.
at level 15, alright? They're both at level 15. The chance,
Oh!
the chance is indeed there for CH as he claims it completely, taking it all under their control. Now the Lord will be pushing up to the top lane, while NUS loses one from the side of Kyra. They're gonna have to go for all in 5v5 fight because Penguin is not available for the upcoming fight here.
We know it's gonna happen. We're just waiting for it. And CH actually showed up. This is gonna be a very, very huge Lord. So then again, a mistake from Kyra. Actually, I spoke a little bit too soon, man.
He actually had a lot of time and opportunity to run away, but I think that he overstayed his welcome up in the top lane and got caught eventually. Like, not every day is Sunday that you'll be able to bring down a Fanny as a Moskov.
Yeah, 100%. But then again, the 1v1 fight down that bottom side with Kyra as well, it was pivotal for him to just take down Suna later. So that was a very, very good call. Lord's already down, so NUS again need to wait for the next Lord.
Lord
It's
where?
2 minutes.
Lord where?
Lord's gone!
Lord where?
It just disappeared in
Lord
the
where?
thin air.
117 seconds until the next Lord eventually appears. Both teams are playing very, very, very safe. Alright? NUS, they previously had like, what, 5,000 gold lead, but they don't play like they have 5,000 gold lead.
Yeah.
A little bit too much respect over to NP, especially since we have identified that ZH could no longer kill Juspi at that point in time where he picked up his Blood Wings. That was hands down a power spike that NUS needed to take advantage of. But now I think that they completely lost it. But we at least still have a little bit of a conceal play coming from the side of NUS. The Minotaur's Fury did manage to connect onto one person, which is Silent. But despite all of that, he didn't even lose more than 50% HP. A lot of these pokes coming in from NP did manage from NUS did manage to connect on the NP, but none of the heroes have went down at all.
No, man, this is the power of like the Thunderbelt scaling defenses coming out from both sides. And US, RO19 just trying to poke, trying to do those basic attack damage just to get that stacks on that Thunderbelt. As the game goes onwards, the more Ruby's gonna get stronger, and the more I need to go P. You know what I'm saying?
What?
Okay. Okay.
Sorry, I'm still.
You still registering that?
The clockwork is still running. All right.
Okay. It's supposed to be a funny thing, but you didn't get the joke.
No.
So if I explain the joke to you,
It's no longer funny.
it's no longer funny.
So let me do you a solid. You're welcome. That is so.
that is a awkward joke to break the awkward silence, but in fact did not do anything.
Yeah, I think he's not gonna like partnering with me anymore after after that.
Hey man, you're my daddy. Oh,
He just
hold on a
wants-
second.
Oh, ZH! Do you have enough time to go for a little bit of swapperoni?
Won't be able to escape this one.
Yes. Okay, no rose gold media, unfortunately, and such Kyra will still be able to get a kill down on ZH.
Oh!
But Kyra going to downtown as it manages to take Kyra, bring ZH down, but at the cost of his own life. 3% already down for the side of MP. This is all looking very good. As now the final slash, they manage to connect on the two. Blading Love flickers himself away, but he will be probably the only one that stays alive. The Lord is available, but who cares about that when you can just run right in from the top lane, from the bottom lane. NUS, they're looking at a win that is right within their grasp and right within their reach.
With one wave, bleeding love. No ultimate, no penalty zone.
Final slash connecting down. Bleeding Love is gonna be the only man remaining. He's maybe tanky, but he have no damage at all. As such, the rest of the members from the side of NUS, they can just completely ignore this very annoying Terizla.
It's over.
And Juspy takes him down immediately, and one after another, all this immortality is popped, and NUS takes the game and takes the series.
And US, after a long drawn out fight, they come out on top 2-1 against NP. They'll be going into the finals, the upper bracket finals in this game, in this matchup.
Damn. So now NP, unfortunately, NP is the one that lost, right?
NP is the one that lost.
NP and NUS, okay. So NP, unfortunately, now will have to be relegated down to the lower bracket, and they gotta have to fight it out in the lower bracket finals in order to come back and exact vengeance onto NUS.
NUS already sitting up on that nice little ivory tower in the grand final, so they can sit back, watch all the games that are going to be happening again today. But they are a very, very strong team. R19, the brains of the operation, knowing the ins and outs of all of his heroes and the way he plays the Ruby, just being so annoying. Walk a little bit too close. He gets offended, he pulls you in, the rest of the team comes in. It's basically a wall, and this is basically not their final form just yet. I remember that CY was supposed to be the jungle and not Bo. So I think they subbed in Bo, CY Bo for CY just for this game. So not in their final form, and they're playing so well. So really good to see them in the upper bracket finals for this stage. But then again, you know, they're not out. It's just seeding opportunities.
Yep.
And US currently up at the top of Group A.
Yep. So remember, when it comes down to the seeding, you're gonna have to look out for Group A and Group B, right?
Yep.
A1 will fight B4, if I remember correctly.
Is it top 4 teams? Top 8 teams in
top 4 teams for each group. So
Okay.
A1, A2, A3, A4, B1, B2, B3, B4, and then they kind of like cross kind of thing. Yeah.
Well, I think then I wouldn't say like if you're B4 you'd be bad.
B4, nah, you just have to fight A1, which is not as easy, right?
Not favorable in your
So
condition.
generally, you would want to get a good seeding so that if you are top in B bracket, at least you just need to fight the 4th place winner of Group A, which probably will help you in your advances a little bit better.
That's right. So next game will be Nanyang Polytechnic up against Singapore Polytechnic. Loser of this will go into the winner will go into the finals. So now we know the SUTD is
P4.
already in P4 position 4.
Yes, position 4.
Position 4A is B4.
B4, yeah.
B4.
Because
so
now this is
B position 4. Group
so
B position
SUTD
4.
have to prepare themselves to fight against Group
A1.
A's champion.
Yeah, it's not gonna be easy for
That's
them. man.
that's a tall order.
Yep.
Let's put it that way.
Yep, it is. So Group B will still have NUS.
ITECC, right? ITCC.
ITCC was the 2023 champion of Campus Legends. Yeah, yeah. But you know, they changed their roster quite a bit. You still have like players with experience from MPL.
Yeah.
They're inside. So another reason why I like Campus Legends is basically this is like the college football kind of thing.
Yeah. So we
it's a
kind
rite
of
of
have
passage.
like a little bit of rojak thing
Yeah.
going on as well. So
Yeah.
I think that gives us a little bit of a different flavor
Yep.
coming into all these competitive games too.
Yeah. You know, actually, I heard from the NUS. They were talking like R19. This is his last year in university. This is his last time to play in Campus Legends. He really wants to make
name
the
out of
grand
himself.
final position.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's been a long time since they actually went to the grand finals. I remember back then, 2020-ish, they were always up on that top seed with Odir Bambi in the lineup as well. Remember?
Wait, R19 is with that batch?
No, I think he
Oh.
came in before that. So I think he was like year
Oh, wait,
one. He
then-
came in.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm dumb.
You know, speaking of seating, there's something that I also want to shout out. The seating that we're in on here as well. This is TT Racing's sponsoring the seats. They also have exclusive promotions coming in. So roughly around $15 off if you type in the codes down here. Every single week, I really like how, XM Studios, by the way, 809 Quench Road, Kitchener Complex, Level 3 XM Studios. We're always changing our set. And by changing our set, we have a new statue over here. We have new seats. This one is basically a Stormtrooper one. I don't know. I should stand up, but my wire is everywhere because I've been like swinging around the seats. It makes my wire go crazy.
Oh, and what's mine?
Yours is Mandalorian. Okay.
Oh.
This TT Racing Stormtrooper. And I'm sure Stormtrooper is basically one of those things that you see in movies where they train like 10 years to be an actual Stormtrooper. And they miss every single shot.
Yeah. Yeah, I know, right? Initially, because I'm not so much of a Star Wars fan, don't come at me. I didn't know much about Stormtroopers.
Yeah.
So I thought that Stormtroopers are just animatronics.
No, they're actually human
They are
beings
humans.
with like families
Yeah, that's the
and
thing.
kids back home.
That's the thing, because they shoot so bad, it feels like they are animatronics until the quite recent Star Wars thing whereby they show one of the Stormtrooper, he converted into
a good guy.
a good
or something.
guy.
Oh
that
yeah,
kind of stuff.
that's the guy. What's that?
Boyega.
Boyega.
His real name.
I remember he made
Something
friends with
Boyega.
this one woman.
Ray.
Ray.
Yeah.
Is that your kid's name?
No.
What's your kid's name? Tell the audience. They will look at the camera.
Nah, it's fine. You guys will find it.
So that's a little bit of a sub plug for you guys.
Yeah.
But don't forget, key in the codes down because there's exclusive discounts for TT Racing. Lots of nice little designs right here. We'll pull that up on screen as well for Singapore TT Racing, Campus Legends -SG for Malaysia -MY for Thailand -TH for Philippines -PH. It's roughly around 15 Singapore dollars or 30 ringgits off. 450 bahts or 900 pesos off. Pretty much, I think the exchange rate is pretty much the same.
More
over
or
there.
less
More or
the
less
same,
the same
yeah.
over there. But yeah.
Oh, actually,
what are we
no,
waiting
no, never mind. No.
Pay 15 SG.
Never mind. It's not the same at all. Yeah.
for? Moving on.
Moving on.
TTRacing.co. www.ttracing.co. If you want to get yourself one of these awesome chairs with awesome designs, come down to TTRacing.co. But of course, XM Studios, you want to see a little bit of Star Wars around, you can also come down to what is that?
XM Studios.
Yeah, what's the address?
804. 804?
809. What are you doing,
809
man?
French Road.
I've been sub-plugging
Kitchener
this all
Complex.
throughout the stream, Abstract.
Dad
Okay, maybe
brains.
I'll give you the benefit of the doubt because you're a new dad.
Yes.
It's lots of sleepless nights, 1 hour every night,
About 2.5.
2.5
Every night?
3 hours.
2.5
Speaking of
to
3, level 3. 809 French Road Kitchener Complex. Come down to XM Studios. Check out the wide range of figurines and collectible action
What if I
figures.
say
and
two?
memorabilia.
What if I say 2?
Then it's 2 plus 1 quick math. Level 3. Okay. But hey, okay, give me another number. I can stop plug it in. This is my forte.
6.
6?
Yeah.
If you know what's the opposite of 6?
9.
9. 809. French Road Kitchener Complex. Level 3. And with that being said, we'll be back right after this break. Abstract will be a little bit of an awkward situation here, but yeah, we'll see you in a bit.
We'll see you guys. Come here, you.
Hey guys, I'm Thomas K, a content creator and ex-pro gamer, and today we're joined here with Isaac, and he's going to share with us the journey and experiences he had battling drug addiction with the support of family, friends, and gaming. So here we have Isaac.
Hey Thomas, thanks for having me. I'm Isaac, I'm 26 this year.
Can you share us a little bit about your journey? When was the first time you got into drugs?
I was 17, poly year 1, so I had a lot of time. So I dabbled in acting. I also started to sell essential oil. I think the candle and essential oil that time was booming. I went to this guy's, I delivered to the hotel, and this guy, he asked me, how much stock do I have? So I told him I have a whole carton. He said that, okay, he'll take the whole carton, but I need to try this puff first. So, I mean, as a 17-year-old, quick cash, can clear stock,
Right.
extra like $400 or $500 profit, instant, And then I just take all, and he said, don't think so much about it lah. So I just took that first puff. Never did I know it's drugs. He became a regular customer, and he's also a drug supplier. I bought it in May 2020, and as you all know, circuit breaker was April or March, and I was just sitting in camp, and suddenly I just lost all purpose. I just don't know what to do anymore. And that's when I remember the feeling of how that made me feel. It's only when you are faced with something in your life that you suddenly rely on it. At home it's just very, very tough also, because my parents were always quarreling. My dad usually don't come home during the circuit breaker. He has no choice, so he will always be quarreling, and it will always be about me. Then I thought, like, if I was the problem, why not I take myself out of the equation? I just don't come home lah.
Yeah.
Then I go and find my supplier.
So at which point did you say like, oh crap, it's come to a realization that I need to break out of this?
I think I always believe that, if you can't control your habits, or you cannot discipline yourself, someone else has to step in and control you. And the person that stepped in is actually the law. I went into DRC for 6 months, and the government has changed its approach towards drugs, is that they no longer treat drug abusers as criminals. So going into rehab was, everyone was very forgiving. Everyone just said, hey, you made a mistake, just don't do it again, and etc. So all very supportive. There's not much withdrawal symptoms, but which makes it even easier to get back into it. So that's the very tough part. And that's exactly what happened when I came out after 6 months. Entered the door, then the table over there was all the utensils. And they went and then take a puff in front of me. Oh, I'm like, the brain remembers, like, it's an intense trigger. That's where I slipped and relapsed the first time. And when I went home, I bought dinner for my mom, and then we were playing ML together. We had a really good game. It felt like everything was in flow. I even have the Instagram story that I posted of the game, and then halfway through, CMB was at my door. They told me I needed to go back to take my urine, and they told me to tell my mom. I told her CMB need to bring me back. Oh, okay, I'll wait for you to come back. Wow, but the officer told me, are you sure your urine is clean? You want to tell her the truth, otherwise don't make her wait for nothing. Yeah, and then I just like, wow, I just had to kneel down in front of her, and then just said, sorry. Like, 1,001 emotions charged into that one word. Why? I think that was the most painful part of it. Seeing your own child get handcuffed and brought into a van. That was the first time relapsing, and then going in the second time. And then I think the most memorable one was when I saw a message from my dad. I'm like, shit, I don't even dare to open it. So I waited for one day, then I opened the message, and it was, I think, just 2 or 3 lines. He said, how are you? Are you eating well? Are you sleeping well? See you. That's all. Our relationship only improved from there. And also because I started to think about what I want and reflect, and I let go of a lot of regrets and past hurts. That there's this moment where I just lying down myself, and I was just thinking about life. And then looking back at all the pivotal moments of the choices that you made, what if I had done something different? And that was the start of my change journey, I guess.
Okay, so after you came out from rehab the second time, would you say this is like the new beginning? What was the support like from friends and family then after?
I think there were active steps on both sides. What I felt my parents doing was the desire to come into my life. Like, my dad asking me how am I feeling, and my mom actually playing more ML with me, more Mobile Legends with me. That's, I think, her way of trying to connect, even though she also has fun. Whenever I tell people I play ML with my mom, wow, everyone will be like, wow.
I'm jealous. I want to play ML with my mom. It's such a flex.
It is.
Yeah.
When I see her taking the effort to kind of like connect with me on what I like, I also try and take the effort to connect with her on what she likes. Sometimes I accompany her to watch K-dramas or even C-dramas, you know. And I think now I see my dad as a mentor as well, because all the things that he always, you know, the 3-hour lectures, now I can see it being applied at the real workplace. All the things he told me about life lessons and all those kind of Confucius finally makes sense.
I guess with that, let's end off with like, what's a message that you would kind of like convey over to, you know, watchers or parents even?
I think for parents, it's really taking the effort to connect with your child, and coming down to their level really takes off that responsibility off your shoulders and even allows your child to introduce yourself as the cool mom or the cool dad who plays game with them. I think to all the people who are wanting to try drugs, you never recover from addiction. Like even now, there's no such thing as a recovered addict. It's a constant battle. Every day, sometimes I still have triggers, and you can fall anytime. They're just looking in any corner. Mind remembers, once is too many and 1,000 never enough. So don't even take the first puff. If you really feel like you can't really control, the most important thing is really to admit that we are powerless over this demon, our addiction. Talk to a counselor or even go to Narcotics Anonymous. That's where you have a safe place to share about your struggles, where there's no judgment.
So thanks Isaac for your amazing sharing, and thank you Nakata for supporting this message. If you guys need more resources, head down to the description box below. And if you guys play games, do watch out for Campus Legends coming up. Sign-ups are on and the tournaments will be on, so I'll see you guys there.
This portable monitor is free. Yes, it's free. Purchase any of these AOC OLED or mini LED monitors between July 5th and 31st and receive a free AOC 16T3E portable monitor worth $329. It has an IPS panel and a resolution of 1920 by 1080, and it even comes with a wall mount. Whether you are working on the go or working from home, the AOC 16T3E portable monitor is going to be your perfect companion. So what are you waiting for? Get yours at sgstore.aoc.com now.
I am an XM collector.
I'm Jem Mint, and I am an XM Studios collector.
I am an XM collector.
I am an XM collector.
If you want the best, it's gotta be XM.
I am an XM collector.
I am an XM collector.
I'm an XM collector.
When we started XM Studios, our direction was to bring beautiful collectibles to the industry. Now, I'm bringing pop culture into collector lifestyle. We are actually bringing a piece of memory to the collectors.
ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Sellout Legends. We've got Churros here.
Hi, nice to meet you. Welcome to Sellout Legends, where we intend to.
I was expecting you to do something, but it's okay. Welcome to Campus Legends Season 6. Once again, my name's Abstract. With me here is Churros, the master of Sellout, and of course, he knows very, very well how to plug in for every single one of our sponsor list here. So, do you have anything else to say?
Yeah, give campuslegends.sg a follow on Instagram. If you're watching on Twitch or TikTok, please remember to follow our socials because we're turning out a lot of new content for other competitions all around. So, yeah. It's not really a sellout. It's like this is our own. This is our own.
Yeah, this is
Yeah,
like
yeah,
very
it's our
deep
own.
within and genuine kind of experience and talks, that kind of stuff.
But
you know?
but to be honest though, this is an amazing competition. It's been so far. I've been casting for quite a bit with Sid, new caster faces and stuff like that. I want to see new play styles, and this gives us a fresh new perspective because we're always in the professional scene.
Yeah.
And the college scene is also up and coming. A lot of these new players, the natural progression is if they want to continue with Mobile Legends, they go into the professional scene and get all these done.
I mean, it's pretty much understandable that a lot of these Campus Legends players and perhaps even younger players, they are starting to really understand how the competitive scene is like.
That's right.
And the level of play is just increasing month by month, year by year, and every season of MPL, we are starting to see new young bloods who are definitely shaking the scenes and such.
You know what's interesting about these young bloods
here it
is
comes.
that no, it's not a self plug.
Okay.
These young bloods are this is their meta.
Okay.
To be honest, we have a lot of nice assassins that are coming into play. A lot of new heroes that we've never seen for the longest time that are coming into the meta already. And these young players, they have like the reaction time of maybe, I don't know, a lizard. You see a fly over there.
Does the lizard have fast reaction time?
Actually, no, a cat. Maybe a feline.
Wow, you know,
Maybe even
cats.
tiger.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah,
cats' reaction
cats
time is
very fast.
Very, very fast.
Yeah,
they can slap a snake mid-bite. Do you know that?
Speaking of slaps, keep my wife's name. Oucher. Let's go into the draft, ladies and gentlemen. We're just jumping in. Okay. Before we get into the draft, though, what do you want to see? This is the Polytechnic Derby, SP versus NP. This is a fight for the Battle of Clementi Road. There's two of these polytechnics. Their home ground is there, and they want to see who is winning. Who do you have your bets on?
Crap. I don't know. SP.
You don't know SP,
I'm
NP?
just saying it for the sake of saying it.
Yeah, better make sure you choose your words correctly. Or
NP.
you get cancelled though.
And TP.
Was it where you from?
TP.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where are you from?
NUS. I wasn't for a polytechnic. So it might be a little bit Let's jump into the draft, ladies and gentlemen. Choose in first off the ban.
Okay, we've chosen first on the ban side. Actually, you know, I'm just looking at SP's lineup.
Yeah.
I don't recognize any of them actually.
SP. I mean, you've got Albert. This is a Walmart Albert from
Walmart Albert. I will call them. I'll call him Fair Price Albert.
Fair Price Albert. Yeah.
Fair Price Albert. So maybe he will be able to show us something here. I do have quite a bit of expectations from SP due to the fact that I said that the level of play is getting higher and higher. We definitely understand that some of these players that we have never seen before may actually just have some of this hidden talents, and I want to scout these out.
Are you scouting for any teams? Are you actually?
No.
Well, we wish. But one of the things that really catches my eye is the Freya ban. So usually in like higher ranked games, Freya is usually banned out. This is one because User is basically, I would think that he's the jungle for this team.
Okay.
For SP. And he plays a lean, mean Freya, so they don't want to deal with the Freya at all. There are ways to counter the Freya, which is basically your crowd control. You really need to double down on crowd controlling her so that she wastes the cooldown for her second skill. Basically, it's just like spammable. Every single second you have that skill coming in, then it goes crazy with that. But that being said, Ling getting banned out along with the Loy and the Moskov, leaving chip open. Might be they want to open up that chip for Singapore Polytechnic. You want to play around the chip. that could be a viable option for that as well.
Well, so far we haven't seen Chip for quite a bit of time. I'm not too sure if whether NP is actually going to be focusing on that. But for now, Roger, Harif is still available. I think that people are starting to lose faith in Harif because for quite some time, Harif has been picked, but haven't really, you know, rewarded just yet. You know, I think the win rate for Harris is actually surprisingly low coming into Campus Legends. I'm kind of surprised, and it's sometimes even on an international stage.
Even the pick rate, because there's so many counters to the Harith. Once you throw the Zaman Force, that's when you know all hell breaks loose. Yeah, that's right. All you need to do is just crowd control him out to infinity and beyond. That's why he always has that Purify. But if your Purify pops off, that's pretty much it. People would rather take the Roger, which is basically the first pick for Singapore Polytechnic, because your power spike level 2. You're able to get into the lane super fast. You're able to basically get the first blood if you know how to play the Roger technique right. Once you hit your first two, basically your first shots, and then you just change into Lycan form, pounce on the guy, wait for any disengage abilities, and then that's pretty much it. You're basically like a sitting duck. Ruby definitely going to be picked up by Neon Polytechnic. They got shut down by R19 in the previous series that we've seen, so they want to pick it up for themselves. I don't think it will be a Karina right now. It's a little bit too early. They might pick it in the later side, but a little bit too early. With the Sky Piercer though, Karina, chef's kiss.
Valentina is still available, so I would expect that they would want to pick that up as soon as they can. So very standard duo from the side of NP, very standard first two picks from them, and that pretty much solidifies that their team is going to be pretty good in team fights, and that is also going to be a little bit of a mental over to the side of SP, whereby they're going to have to be really careful as to which heroes they would want to pick up for themselves.
Yeah, Hayabusa actually getting picked up by User. This is actually a very interesting pick right off the bat, because I think he is a little bit more comfortable with the hero. But then again, if Neon Polytechnic chooses to go for maybe 3 fighters and 1 marksman at the backside, it's going to be very tough on them. You could also counter the Hayabusa if you pick up a Lunox in a gold lane, if you so wish. If you, Ixia, it's just calling for calling for
outed.
Yeah, that's right. But then again, Ixia is still a very strong hero. You can build the Sky Piercer on the Ixia, you deal a lot of damage, and once you hit a certain amount of health, you get basically decimated by the Sky Piercer.
I feel that it's a little bit too slow for an Ixia.
Yeah.
I mean, 1.5k, yes, it's very cheap, but it doesn't exactly help Ixia to go online. You still need that original 3 core items to really allow Ixia to do something about it.
That's
and
right.
Spending the 1.5k for not a single power spike, I think that is just not quite
Well,
worth
60 physical attack damage onto the Sky Piercer actually is really quite a little bit more for 1.5k. It's a steal. It's a bargain.
Bargain.
It's a bargain.
You know what else is a bargain?
AOC monitors. Aegon by AOC. Yeah. I'm reading your mind, my friend. But this is your domain because you're the nerd. You're the tech nerd out of all of us.
I'm quite proud of the information that I have about tech. So weird, but fair enough. AOC monitors. Take a look at 16G3. Let's move on to the draft.
Okay, Pengling is going for the Matilda yet again.
Yeah.
Banning out the Angela, so I wouldn't be surprised if the Florin is banned out, because Florin pairs very well with the Hayabusa, knowing how the duo has changed throughout its updates here and there. You'll get additional damage. It's basically like an endless battle on a Hayabusa at level 1. This is going to be very strong for them. Fovia is getting banned out. I think this is more of a open ban. I don't think they actually want to go for this ban. It's not really a viable option for them, because Fovius is an all-in hero. It hasn't been updated yet, and if you don't know already, Fovius is going to get a very nice little update. I think it's coming on the 1st of August.
Nice.
It's a new
But it's still
update.
an anti-dash hero, right?
It's now it changed. The new Phobius, is able to just dash or jump using demonic force onto heroes you crowd control yourself, or you dash yourself. So basically, with your first skill or your second skill. So if you basically pair it off a Ruby or a Nakai, which it was the initial meta that you use with the Phobius, you get infinite dashes, but you don't have that anymore as of now.
Isn't that just outright nerf?
Some might say it's a nerf, but others might think, okay, it's a brand new hero. We might be able to play around it a little bit more.
Interesting. I would want to see the full patch notes on that, but
Yeah.
we don't have to focus so much about this. Perhaps next time, right?
Perhaps next time.
So now we are looking at XP. They have decided to pick up a Tigreal for themselves. So very much of a team fight oriented team. They do have quite a bit of mobility coming in from the side of Hayabusa as well as Roger, while they're shadow picking onto Lilia just so that they will be able to match the lane priority onto Valentina. So when it comes down to lane priority, Valentina for a Lilia, relatively equal. EXP lane-wise, we are looking at a Ruby to a Terizla, absolutely equal. Gold lane, are they actually wanting to go for the Ixia?
It might work. It might work. But you really need to protect the Ixia a lot.
How?
A better one would be Claude, yeah. I
mean,
think this one, just wait until they exhaust the penalty zone, the implosion, and everything, and then just going crazy with the Blazing Duet. I think this will be one of a better layering. Is easier to execute as well if you're the Claude instead of the Ixia, because there's too many backline heroes from the side of SP. Now, that being said, though, I want to say the last thing. The Tigreal pick, I'm not really feeling that, just because of Valentina for NP.
Yeah. So now 2 implosions, one on the left, one on the right.
Along with the I'm Offended, implosion into I'm Offended, implosion into Guiding Wind, or Circling Eagle, implosion into the Spear of Alpha. That's just crazy.
Oh,
Just
right,
crazy.
right. Now that you mentioned that. So now SP, I think it didn't dawn onto them that the opponent has a Valentina, and maybe they're kind of like forgotten about that fact.
Well, there are a couple ways to soft counter Valentina. One is to give her too many ultimates that she cannot choose from. One is to give her just one ultimate so that you kind of know how she's going to play. Then you know her pattern, her rotations, and the way that she wants to set up for the rest of the team. But then again, Valentina with the implosion, you're basically putting yourself at the forefront. You don't have that flicker, so you got to use your double dashes to get into the midst of battle. That's putting yourself in harm's way. But that being said, SP versus NP, this is the Polytechnic Derby for the Series 2, game number 1.
As now, right smack in the middle, we do have Kyushu. They did manage to find himself in a little bit of a poke from the side of Bougie and Penguin, but it's definitely not that big of a problem. But we did go on and talk a little bit about lane priority, and it's understandable that SP will have a little bit more of an advantage after the top lane. But the middle lane, we've got Penguin. With just a sliver. Unfortunately, no one from the side of SP has got any flame shot, so that is going to be a Matilda that runs away.
I'm glad you brought up the flame shot, because like only for the phobias you get a flame shot there, but then again, I'm still wondering why they want to ban out the phobias. Maybe a respect ban over to someone, maybe Albert even. But then again, NP, SP, they're both playing it very, very passively. No one's really moving an inch. SP getting the early game in the mid lane, just because of a concussive blast coming in from Kyushu, that creates a lot of space and opportunity for rotations coming in from SP. They want to really rotate up towards that gold lane, keep the Claude safe, because on a 1-to-1 battle, Akashi's definitely going to win sooner or later, at any one point of time, especially once that level 2 is hit.
Definitely. But in the meantime, for SP, they similarly would want to mirror NP as to what they are doing, because understandably, when you want to head down to the bottom lane and deal with a Ruby, it's definitely a lot tougher to actually bring down a Ruby, unless you want to posture up
mid lane
for definitely neutral objectives. But speaking of that, that is going to be an early kill onto Penguin, leaving him at level 3, while User is going to have a pretty good field day.
Well, SP is actually really, really strong. Look at how this Lily is going. The damage is coming through. Albert. Actually, fair price Albert making a name for himself. The rotations coming in from the Hayabusa is just so immaculate. I thought, like, okay, maybe you have really thick frontline heroes. Hayabusa would have a tough time going into the back line, but he actually found an angle, leaving Penguin all alone, because you know that the Roam wants to go into mid lane. This turtle is going to be uncontested. Penguin is still on level 3. No Circling Eagle as of yet.
Yep. As such, we are now going to be still looking at User heading off to the middle lane. We do have the Black Shoes just going to be available for the side of Bougie. And it's going to be safe and sound, and wasted quite a bit of resources for the side of SP.
It's going to be 20 seconds of the Wiggy Shadow kill that User has to wait out before he goes on to another rampage. But then again, SP, actually rotations coming in really, really strong. Even though if you're playing a alpha, you want to be able to take down these objectives. The Hayabusa, bring that over, but hold on a second.
Penalty zone. down from Van, even with a flicker. He did manage to land on the Bougie, but that is not going to be a flicker that is going to be compensated for a kill, unfortunately. So SP losing way more resources than that of NP.
Oh man, Lilia is just so annoying. Just zoning everyone out with those gloom balls.
I don't think that NP will be able to do much at this point in time, especially since they gotta have to focus quite a bit onto the gold lane, especially with a natural winning lane from the side of Roger. SP can focus up to the top lane very easily, as you can see. It's going to be the Ogi Shadow kill. Successfully takes Pengling down once again.
Yeah, that's just building up those Sky Piercer stacks. You got a Spirit of Alpha onto Kyushu, able to flicker out there, so no flicker for the next Lord. Next Turtle.
It's gonna be A-OK and all good. We got an implosion that will be stolen from the side of Bougie. They are definitely going to be posturing up for this upcoming turtle fight the next time. So SP, they're going to have to focus themselves. The Ogi Shadow kill is not available just yet, but I think that it should be back in once the turtle eventually pops out.
Yeah, that's a 26-second cooldown on the Ogi Shadow kill. So every single 30 seconds, I think this Hayabusa wants to be able to get that Sky Piercer stack so that in the late game, he becomes a menace, especially for that Claude. Bougie wants to go in. Just waiting for the right opportunity. Albert really down low. Has that black shoes, but will not amount up to anything.
There we go. Pop the black shoes. Force Albert to come in with come into the turtle fight without the black shoes now. So NP, they are definitely going to be happy with what they have gotten so far. Bougie would want to posture himself up in a really good spot for the implosion, but unfortunately he only managed to land the implosion onto User. He did manage to get away in the end. Van goes in with the penalty zone landing on the 2, but unfortunately it does seem like Van just sent himself on a suicide mission as none of the SP players have decided to back him up.
There's no layering on top of all these team fights. And Young Polytechnic with their low cooldowns, especially from the I'm Offended and the Spirit of Alpha. But hold on a second right here. User. Man, my heart.
Very questionable play, I'm gonna have to say, as they sent a Hayabusa alone to deal with the turtle, and a little bit too early as well, while Kyushu is just around and watching. So now they're just gonna be focusing onto Albert next. We do have the Spirit of Alpha connecting down on Albert. He clears wave pretty darn fast, but after all of that, it is still a 1-for-nothing trade, and they even lost a turtle.
Yeah, sooner or later, already popped his ultimate already. Akashi will be able to survive just for a little bit more before Bougie takes him out.
He did manage to iframe a tad little bit with the Lycan Pounce, but not quite enough until he stays alive. Bougie! Woo! He managed to eventually bring Albert down, especially since I believe that the Black Shoes was on cooldown, so wasn't able to kind of do much at that point. So very, very acceptable from the side of NP. They're just rolling in dough.
What a trade, and what an outplay by Bougie, taking down 2 members before dashing off. The Purify already used up, but it doesn't matter because the top lane T1's already taken down.
Very valuable. I'm actually kind of surprised that NP is actually doing such a good job, especially in such a losing lane in the gold lane.
Yeah.
While in the middle lane, Valentina versus a Lilia. Lilia has a slightly better lane priority, but even if Lilia is able to escape the lane faster, Bougie will be on off cooldown when it comes down to skills a lot more than this Lilia though.
It's tougher to land your gloom balls, like get the explosions down, but opening up that T1 up that top side creates so much opportunity for that turtle. But hold on a second, Akashi caught by 4 mem.
Circling Eagle onto Akashi. I don't think it's gonna be running away as a Terrify. Just gonna be popped right on top of him, and he's gonna go straight down. While in the middle lane, Bleeding Love is doing an exceptional job defending the middle lane to ensure that it is not going to end up in a trade with SP when it comes down to the turret defense.
Yeah, NP is just like a tipping skill. You're moving down 4 members onto the bottom side. You have to shift Bleeding Love to the mid side to maintain the lane priority. Now T1 already cracked right open for Singapore Polytechnic, so opening up a lot of space. But now NP wants to get this turtle.
I'm Offended, connecting Spirit of Alpha, all onto Van. He did manage to bring down the penalty zone right before he goes down though. User comes in from the back and manages to take down the turtle, while the main fight is going to be looking at Kyushu, focusing down on the Bougie, but I don't think that Kyushu will be able to do anything at this point as Bougie fights back. The Hayabusa goes in for the Ogi Shadow kill while Bougie was busy with the Tigreal, brings him down, and the next one on the guillotine is going to be sooner or later, and I don't think that that's going to be the end just yet, because User as well as Akashi, they're still going to be going on through on the Penguin. Penguin, but fortunately, he do have the Guiding Wind to get himself away.
A decent trade. They give the turtle, they cracked open the T1 down the mid side, opening up the entirety of that map. That means that the purple buff isn't safe for user anymore. Now, the breakdown of that fight was that the target prioritization was off for NP. They lost that lord just because user was from that backside. No one was targeting him except for Bougie. They want to go for that front line. They want to take Kyushu and Albert down. This leaves user wide open to take down this turtle and open up a pathway for double kills.
So what exactly do we want to see from the side of NP now that they have lost the next turtle, and it's generally going to be a bit tough when it comes down to the gold lead. It's completely neck and neck now.
Oh,
so
a lot
now
of damage.
A lot of damage indeed. ZH down to the hands of the Hayabusa. Now pandemonium ensues with the implosion even going to be popping onto Bleeding Love, but we are talking about a Ruby after all. He's surviving through all of that sustainability, leading up with all of that hits onto 5 members.
Look, it's a push and pull. SP won that fight, but it's still ensuing. Kyushu wants to look for more. Kashi's right there. He wants to maintain that momentum, but they back off. The discipline from Singapore Polytechnic right now is coming to fruition, and users just busy on the side lanes, pushing down those turrets. Neon Polytechnic on the defense as of this point.
I would say that user is the one that's really putting a lot of pressure onto NP.
Yeah.
All across the map. When it comes to the top lane, bottom lane, he's always finding this small little nook of looky cranny in between of NP's strategy to really take all these free shots at the turrets, or perhaps free shots on kills and neutral objective.
So his stacks is probably around 40 at this point. Just because he had one death, it loses his a third of his stacks, but he wants to go for Bougie. He knows that that is the main win condition. Lord at a quarter.
He doesn't have any shadows at this point in time, but Van is just going to be jumping in onto 2 members, but now the first person that's probably going to go down now is going to be ZH, the jungler of the side of NP. And now the SP have managed to bring in that one person down. They know they don't have to follow up anymore. They don't need to continue the fight, but user, he goes in. Okay, shadow kill, just going to be ripping and shredding on the 3-person, but that is not the main thing that they want to do. They are not looking for a kill. They're trying to push the members of NP away while user focuses down onto the Lord and brings that one down.
Kyushu and Albert are just 2 peas in a pod, just making that wall, dealing that damage and just popping off. They stole that purple buff on the hands of Kyushu, so this leaves ZH empty-handed for now. Taking over that Lord means that Singapore Polytechnic is able to at least push down all the T1s, especially on that mid side, at least take down 1 or 2 T2s. They need to be able to maintain that macro position.
Fortunately, Alpha doesn't really quite need a purple buff to be useful or to even do anything. Now ZH have got one job only, and that is to land a very good spear of Alpha to really set things up, or perhaps to come in as a follow-up ability. So who's gonna be the one that really excuse me, who's gonna be the one that really goes in to do anything? I really say that Bleeding Love have got a lot on his shoulders. He's gonna have to land some pretty nifty I'm offended. But now, Implosion coming on Kyushu, did manage to lock down on the Penguin, while he just goes in for the Circling Eagle. He did manage to land on it quite a little bit, but unfortunately, shredded one after another. Members from the side of NPN as well as SP. What an Ogi Shadow Kill goes to deal with 3 members! And it doesn't seem like that's gonna be over just yet, as SP, they focus down onto the inhibitor turret in the top lane, while NP have got nothing that they can do to even stop this unstoppable force.
That is just crazy from user, using the Wiggy Shadow Kill to get a triple, building up those Sky Piercer stacks right from the get-go. There's nothing that Bougie was able to do to defend. They didn't have that high ground. And even though in the midst of that game, they had the upper hand in terms of controlling the entirety of that map, Bougie with the outplay as well on the top side, it wasn't enough to control this Hayabusa.
Whoa.
It's just the meta of the assassins. What did
I say, man? Is the level of play is just getting higher and higher to the point that player names that we haven't seen before, they are stepping up, dude.
Player name is like user 27918273645. Imagine casting that.
You know what? That's gonna be the challenge now. The next game, I'm calling out his entire full name in remembrance and, of course, in honor of this Hayabusa.
You have to. You have to. But man, it's gonna be super tough, man. It's like, can you remember like at least 10 digits of pi?
No.
You're the nerd here, Abstract.
No, I don't know. 3.1429.
No, 3.14159. And then something, something, something.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
You're the professor here.
I'm a design professor.
Doesn't
I don't
matter.
do math.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. You're still a professor. I'm nowhere near a professor.
Well, that being said, though, this was just an incredible battle.
An immaculate game.
Immaculate game. I thought, like, okay, MP would have the upper hand. They had a very, very strong early start.
Yeah.
But then Tigro just shows us why he's still meta and why he's still on the top priority.
Is he
for
really
the
meta,
band.
though?
He's kind of meta.
Kinda
meta because it creates so much time for the crowd control.
All right.
You have the I wouldn't say the onward, but the
charge.
the charge.
Yeah.
The charge as well as implosion. Implosion already, if you land from right from the start, you get stunned up. That's a 3-second total stun. On top of that, you get the slow from the
Knock up
first
as
still
well.
with the knock up with the charge. You get displaced. It's just an all-round tank, and I would say SMVP, the secondary MVP of this match would be the Lilia. Albert did a heck of a job in the early game, just zoning everyone out of the way, just bringing everyone down low. And you have basically two janitors in the side of SP. Hayabusa, if Hayabusa doesn't kill them with the shadow kill,
At
you
least
have
we have
Akashi
Roger.
jumping in with the Lycan Pounce, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, everything is just theoretical. It's just a game theory, but then again, they effected it so well. In the early game, they really had that warm-up, jumping in implosion, and then like 5 seconds later, penalty zone. Then 5 seconds later, a Hayabusa jumps in. But then again, in the late game though, everything was just like, man, they were just tight. They were just super, super tight.
Yeah.
It's like an airdrop from Hayabusa, and just jumping in with the Wiki Shadow kill.
Yeah. I mean, I gotta have to say, SP, they did definitely manage to pull off this composition and did very well. I'm pretty sure that when they have drafted this, they know that it is just a theory. A game theory!
You know what's not a game theory? The mystery airdrop that My Republic is actually doing right now. Stand a chance to win $3,000 worth of prizes, which includes a PS5! I love that. I love that. So head on down to bit.ly/MyRepublic airdrop to participate. It's only for My Republic users.
So, what are you waiting for? Make sure you guys head over to the website and register. And do remember that there is still, aside from this stream, there's still 2 more streams that you can make full use of this link. Okay, so come on in next week as well for the, what date would that be? The date would be
It's 28? 28? It's 28 of July is the last day of Campus
26
Legends.
and 27.
Regular season.
Oh, sorry, 27 and 28. Yeah, 27 and
27
yeah.
and 27 for Valorant, and then 28 for Mobile Legends. But I think
That is
if for the Valorant side, if you get the Valorant, if you participate in the Valorant thing, you can also participate in Mobile Legends. So effectively, it's 28 of July. But speaking of which, this will be the last couple of weeks for the regular season. On the 4th of August, we have something special as well. It's going to be the Creator Fest for Campus Legends as well. So like, just come on down and dress up as in your favorite cosplays.
Yep. Alright, so with that all said and done, I believe that we are gonna go in for the next game real soon.
Woo.
I do want to see the Hayabusa again, so let's see if the Hayabusa is actually gonna be played so that I can call out user 3. Okay, I can't.
237 something 9182 user pi.
Okay, I'm gonna open a notepad.
Are you serious?
User.
Actually, we won't see a Hayabusa anymore, so too bad, so sad. Oh man.
No mind. I think that he's gonna play some other assassins.
Okay, so if my research is right, Nanyang Polytechnic might choose to ban out the Ling, Hayabusa, and the Fanny. The first few bans.
Okay.
If not, I think Amon could be taken out as well.
Amon?
Amon? Maybe in the Julian as well if they leave it open.
Okay.
Because these are one of the few heroes that user uses very, very well. The Freya, actually. The Freya is one of the signature picks too.
Okay.
We've seen that like 2 weeks ago. Me and Sid, we were over here. Our Dobro is going crazy. It's like a 6 to 8 minute game. And they've already cracked open the T3s. Yeah. Yeah. That's how strong the Freya is in users' hands.
Okay. In the jungle.
In the jungle, yeah.
Okay, because if it's an EXP, that's a very easy counter against a Freya.
Which is?
Don't engage with him.
And you just go like, oh, but you know better yet? Ban it out is what NP is doing right now.
Yeah.
You just don't face up against the Freya. You can't manhandle the Freya.
Yeah. Whenever you see a Freya in the EXP lane, I don't care if whether you're playing as a Yuzhong. I don't care if you're playing as some other heroes that have massive lane priority.
That's
don't
right.
engage.
Don't engage.
You may think that you are gonna win. But then, where did that shield come from? Where did that shield come from? Why am I in the air? Where did that shield come from? I'm dead.
Yes, yes, you are. Indeed.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I hate Freya. She's not she's not meta at all, but I hate Freya.
But smash a
Such
pass though.
Pop stomp hero.
No, that's a thing that you gotta think about, man.
Pass.
Yeah, hard pass.
Pass.
Actually, yeah, actually though.
Yeah.
I cannot take someone who's like a little bit more overbearing than me. You know what I'm saying? It's just she wants too much. I want to run away, but she won't let me. She won't let me. But okay, let's go back to the draft, my friend. Let's go back into the draft. Luo Yi, Ju Sin will be banned out by Singapore Polytechnic. Chip will be banned out as well. So no diversion play, no portal play all around this game. But Ling is actually open. Does NP want to pick that up?
Ling, huh? Oh, yeah. That's gonna be on the side of ZH. So Angela is not banned actually.
Yeah.
So I'm not too sure whether SP is gonna try to do anything about the Angela, whether they want to take it away off of the hands of NP, or do they just want to lick it over to NP?
Actually, it could be the Angela or the Roger. Terizla would be a very good pick because you know you're facing up against a team fight composition. But actually no, because Ling is able to do the most effective split push in out of every other hero. That and basically even a Chang'e. As of now, this meta, the Chang'e marksman takes down the turrets like that, just like with a snap. And now, like you said, Angela being on the tables will be picked up. That's going to be a mage Chang'e, if I could say so myself. You don't wanna give up the roam position to support anymore. The enchanter.
Either enchanter style support or you go for mage push. In this case, Lilia is definitely going to be super important for SP if they understand that, if whether they are weighing the pros and cons between Angela mid or Angela roam. So regardless, you would definitely want to have some lane priority in the middle lane because that is extremely important in trying to stopping this Ling. Either number one, to get information on the Ling, or number two, just push fast enough so that you will constantly be able to just kind of push things out. So Novaria is good, Lilia is good over to the side SP.
My friend, that's going to be a Ruby in the EXP. Going to be a Terizla in the mid side. Terizla mid
Possible?
with the Matilda, yeah.
Yeah, because we have definitely seen it from NIP Flash
NIP
themselves,
Flash,
right?
top 4 Singapore.
Yeah, so
Majula Singapura.
Sorry, I just realized that the Matilda is being picked, so that is almost guaranteed.
It is almost guaranteed that either a Ruby mid or Terizla mid. Honestly though, it could go either way.
It could go either way, but there's also another thing that could very potentially happen.
No, not the jungle.
No, that's not the case. If NP continues to pick out heroes that are extremely volatile, whereby they are really high-powered as assassins or someone that really deals a lot of damage, expect to see this Ruby in the gold lane.
Ah, yes. Ruby gold, and then that means like you want to play an assassin / marksman jungle like the Yi Sun Shin.
Yes.
So you. It's basically back to the hyper funnel.
Kinda thing, yeah. So the main thing is that you do not want to put a very vulnerable hero in the gold lane where you are super susceptible to being assassinated from the side of NP, whereby you could be killed by the Roger, you could be killed by the Ling, and whoever that roamer is going to be, you could be killed by the roamer as well. If you just put a Ruby down in the gold lane, you can actually take a lot of that pressure off of the gold lane, whereby you're just standing there as a sandbag to drag on the game for your jungler to eventually pop off.
You know, it makes a lot of sense for Ruby to be in the gold lane because all you need to do is just clear the wave and then just rotate.
Yeah.
You're able to rotate a lot quickly if you're basically that Ruby is basically a 1-1, but you are playing it as a fighter. Kinda. You have that dash.
But you might still want to be really careful about all these pokes from the Roger regardless. If you're taking in too much of these pokes, you're just going to lose your lane priority in the end.
Yeah.
Because honestly, I would say that Ruby doesn't really have much of a lane priority against a Roger anyways, but you do have some sustainability that will be able to help you to keep yourself in lane anyways.
Correct.
So just kind of sandbag it all the way.
Correct. But we oftentimes forget that Roger is also a fighter.
Yeah.
So it's sort of
Marksman
like
fighter,
a gold lane fighter versus fighter. That's why it's so popular right now.
Yeah.
One of the highest base defense for any of the marksmen that are in play. Second is basically Brody, who has one of the highest base defense.
I feel
of
that Brody
any of the
is
marksmen.
super tanky.
Yeah,
It's
super
pretty
tanky.
annoying.
Yeah. That being said, though, Fanny is taken off the pool. No more Ling, no more Hayabusa. So they know that they want to play, or SP wants to play an assassin rather.
I still very much prefer to see a Novaria in the middle, to be very honest.
There's no damage. There's no damage from Novaria.
I would say that they're putting a lot of eggs in a single basket for the Novaria, but I will still say that it will be very efficient in helping them scout out where this Ling is and to be able to clear the way fast in middle lane so much faster than an Angela. You keep the Angela rooted in the lane, or either number one, he stays in the lane, keeps the EXP, or leave the lane, help out the Ling while he completely loses all the EXP. So there is a lot of decision making that is posed onto this Angela if he's playing mid.
Yeah, yeah. They don't. Definitely, Nyan Polytechnic doesn't want to risk the Angela going into the roam because you need setup. Right now, you have two basically very hard hitting heroes. You have the cleanup duties right here. A double support would work. You have double the heals and double the setups. Minotaur will work very, very nicely over here. And then I wasn't expecting the Esmeralda, but actually a two-piece and pod with the Angela as well. You're able to have options right here. Angela Ling, Angela Roger, Angela Maralda.
Angela Roger.
Angela Maralda.
Angela Maralda.
And of course the Alpha. So that's going to be a gold lane Ruby. That lacks a lot of damage, especially the physical damage. So Alpha really needs to step up and play very, very aggressively if you want to use some of these true damage coming in from that. So yeah, it's difficult to lock down. And one of the main reasons why Ruby was also picked up was because Ling likes to sit on the walls. If you play your cards right, Ruby's able to drag him down into the ground with either the I'm Offended or the second whip. You know.
Yeah. There's definitely a lot of angles that SP could have went with their draft, especially since Ling was first pick, right?
Yes.
They could have actually just went for a Moskov pick together with a Terizla, to be fairly honest.
Knock down the wall.
Yeah, because usually when you are facing off against when you're playing as a Ling, you want to get rid of the Moskov as much as possible. But in this case, fortunately for them, the Moskov wasn't picked by SP, so I guess they can kind of count their blessings, because this way they can play as per normal, right? They can play as per normal. It's just that they just don't aim the goal laner. They just have to focus on the roaming trio to really get themselves more of a priority in the rivers.
Actually, I do like SP's draft just because it's the triple fighter combo. You have fighters in both off lanes, you have fighter in the jungle, and then the main damage would definitely come from Alpha and the Kadita. So that's going to be a huge problem for Nyan Polytechnic. If they are able to secure the early game, Nyan Polytechnic, they have to play from the back foot already. And as a Ling, you don't want to play for the back foot. So Singapore Polytechnic needs to be able to hunker down, isolate that Ling, especially when the purple buff comes up. So macro play needs to be there.
So that all said, the roaming trio from the side of SP is definitely starting things off with a bang, as we do have user 279182273. I gotta have to write that name down in order to really call that name out. But going super aggressive by going in all the way down to the bottom lane, but it became a vertical jungling coming from both sides. They understand and understood what they wanted to do out of each person's jungle.
Yeah, ZH actually doing a nice little trade over here, but just got level 4.
Oh, the Spirit of Alpha connects down onto Penguin, brings him down, and the Pengu unfortunately will not live to see another day.
Man, Penguin wants to be able to protect the Ling, but he got caught in the process. This is a nice little first blood, but not a very, very big win for SP. Just nice. It was level 4 for both that Ling and the Alpha. The turtle is coming up. If you're playing that Alpha, you don't want to hunker down that rotations. You want to go for these objectives.
So, with 0-1, the current scoreline, and 2 minutes into the game, with the turtle eventually spawning up to the top, we still have about 10 seconds until the purple buff eventually appears for ZH, and this is probably the window of opportunity for SP to eventually do something, remotely something. But now level 4 is going to be all, if not everyone, right? Especially from the side of SP, they give out everyone at level 4. Penguin as well, sooner or later, is not yet at level 4, so that is going to be one of the major concerns coming into this turtle fight.
The Kyushu is, and that's the roam from Singapore Polytechnic, able to start on this turtle. It's half health. Looks like it's a free turtle for the side of SP.
Definitely free. ZH still taking his own damn time onto the purple buff. Understandable, right? Understandable. But I just want to look for that, or when is going to be the time and the opportunity for the link to eventually pop off. Because in the mid stages of the game, or rather early stages of the game, I don't see that MP will be able to pop off anytime. Like, I can't imagine how they're able to find any form of farm in order to funnel over to the link.
So Bling definitely going to build Sky Piercer and Berserker's Fury first. That's going to be the core items that he actually needs to be able to come in and get those easy pick-off kills. But it's not going to be... It's going to be easier said than done because SP is all really, really thick boys. Who do you go for if you're the Link? Who do you go for if you're going to be... if you're that Roger? There's no one that's actually that much squishy, except maybe for the Kadita, but if you go hit into the Kadita, you get a rough waves.
Yeah, rough waves, ocean oddity.
That's
Everything
right.
is just going to be stopping you by your tracks. So there's really not a lot of target for NP, and I think that that is going to be the one of the main things that they will have a problem with, because this is kind of like Roger definitely needs kills. He would want to see kills in order to really snowball. The same thing I will say for ZH.
Oh, it's a miss Spear of Alpha over onto Bleeding Love, and yeah, he's going to be okay. Finding traits all over the map in 30 seconds until the next turtle spawns up. Second turtle of game. A very, very slow game. Both 0-1 favoring the side of SP.
It's a very slow and steady game, I feel, from the side of NP.
Oh,
they will want to play like super late.
Rotations are coming in. They know the purple buff is on, and now is the time for user to actually start that invade over on the purple side.
Will that point in time actually happen, or will SP even want to kind of steal something about this? Because it's in the brush. Definitely a little bit tough for them to deal with. But the turtle is eventually going to be spawning in 5 seconds. SP definitely showed signs of aggression going into the opponent's jungle. They're slowly inching in. Definitely right off the start, they have decided to go for vertical jungling. We already know the intention of SP. So it's about when that bubble breaks, right? The surface tension of the water needs to break. And once that
are we
happens,
talking about science over here now?
Yeah. So once it breaks, that's where the things eventually go down. As User managed to bring down one of the main front lines coming from the side of MP. Penguin being that one person down. Bleeding Love would definitely want to find a small little bit of opportunity, but for now the Tempest of Blazing is going to be popped alongside of going to be the Hard Guard. He's still going to be alive as ZH. He gets himself right out of the fight. While sooner or later as well as Bleeding Love, they need to find themselves a running avenue to make sure that they will not go down any longer, because they did not manage to get anything out of that fight. Penguin is finally back in here. He's going to be focusing down on the User, but they all don't have any form of damage to really deal with him. As now the Minoan's Rage is going to be landing onto User, sending him up high up into the sky to bring Bleeding Love back home.
Well, SP played that beautifully. The Tempest's Blade was used just on top of that turtle, but SP was able to steal that away just because of the fact that Penguin went down right before that turtle. And this was actually, for Minotaur, people might think it was still very, very strong, but no items, no problem. Penguin
down again 3 times in a row, unfortunately, and Bleeding Love is going to be the next one in the guillotine.
Wait, what? Okay, you use the hard guard to get away because...
Ooh.
I thought like that was a wasted hard guard. Usually you get
hard guard just to get away, huh?
Yeah. Oh, but not enough.
Oh!
Bougie! It's a waste of hard guard and a waste of death.
A lot of value just from SP, right? I mean,
oh, man.
Yeah, they have got, let's see. Okay, it's mostly not flickers. It's only Akashi that used flicker in the past minute or so for all those trades. While NP, they lost a lot of kills. They lost a lot of members. They have lost some purifies as well. In fact, Penguin, I think, lost his flicker, Bleeding Love, and Bougie. All of these are used, but it wasn't translated to anything at all.
Warx already built up by the 3 fighters from SP.
Oh yeah,
it's gonna be the Queen's Wings for all 3 of them as well. I think Akashi is definitely gonna skip that, go straight for the Hunter Strike. He needs more damage with the hard guard on ZH. Keep him up alive just for a little bit.
That's a lot of shields coming from the side of ZH, but it doesn't seem to matter all that much, as now Penguin is gonna go down again after unleashing him Minoan's Fury.
Man, not looking good for Penguin at all.
It's a very frontline game, after all, for the side of SP. And NP, yeah, the only one that can really realistically open up the map is going to be Penguin. And I think that he's been put in a very tough spot, to the point that he don't have a choice. He gotta have to sacrifice himself every time when he wants to open up the map, or whenever he knows that something is going to be happening from the side of SP.
That's right. One of the main ways you can take down Esmeralda as well, you need Bleeding Love to really come in together with Penguin. But the SP's front line is just too CC heavy, too damage heavy, especially how do you do with true damage, build more HP? But now it's still pretty much early in the mid stages of that game, with first turtle going to be spawning up in 90 seconds.
As down, Spell Alpha landing on the sooner or later. He did manage to get himself running away with a quick little transformation. So that is all fine and dandy. As NP, they can be ready for anything at all. And now the Ammo Fender connecting down on the Bleeding Love. A quick little Purify from Bleeding Love allows him to get away.
Well, thank God that Buji had the photo to keep Bleeding Love up alive. You have a little bit more shield, you have the sustains and the heals coming in, but Penguin not out of the woods just yet.
Just 1 second. 1 second is all user needs to bring Penguin down to half HP. Just how devastating of an amount of damage they actually have.
I just realized this as well, but it's the Killing Spree emblem from user as well. So this is going to be a very, very snowball heavy, team fight oriented kind of alpha that wants to stay in the fights, wants to clean up shop, and take SP to victory.
One thing I also realized is that Albert just bought the Roam boots as well. A lot more of this finally is going to be happening as SP focuses on ZH. He still have a little bit of HP left, as he did manage to freeze points himself right out of the fight. And that is a lot of resources from SP that's just going to be completely negated from a single hard guard.
Wow. It's the 4-on-1 strategy.
2 flickers eh?
2 flickers already used up for the side of SP, but they're desperately trying to save this T1. I don't know if NP wants to make this right call, because the Lord is popping up in 5 seconds. They really, really need to save all of these resources, but on the backside, Spirit of Alpha!
Sooner or later, down to the hands of User, and he's still holding on down. He's alone against 3 members, and he's alive through all of that.
8,000 gold lead for Singapore Polytechnic, and they're not taking the Lord just as of yet. This might be it. The biggest lead of this series.
We're only gonna be down to inhibitor turrets from the side of NP. And SP, they're already on to the tails of this Lord. And what possibly could NP really do at this point in time? Perhaps the Tempest of Blade will be able to do something right now. And now they'll use a 27918! He's just gonna be working all the way through! I didn't even finish the entire name, so unfortunate because I don't have the notepad coming right out. But now, the main thing is SP have got the Lord and is gonna be prancing in to the middle lane turret, which have the whole defense.
What a clutch play from user 27918273645 with the Lord Seal underneath the nose of ZHH Dash.
And now the Lord prepares to pillage as he takes 1 strike, 2 strike, allowing Kyushu to go straight in along with it all. As the Spear of Alpha from the start to user, he's still alive through all of that. There's an NP, every single hit just tickling this guy. Sooner or later clears out the entire wave in the bottom lane, and SP focuses down onto this Roger. He holds himself down for a little while.
User 27918273645.
The Lord is still alive through all of that. And Singapore Polytechnic, all 4 is still here. And now even the Angela goes down to the hands of user 27918276345, and now they get themselves the game, and the car is defeated by the hands of SP.
A 1-man army! User 27918276345 showing us that 1v5 is no problem when you're 1 man with 207. I can't.
Yeah, it's fine.
There's how many numbers is that?
There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
This is like a couple of trillions.
There's
There's 9 zeros. 27 trillion men on yourself.
Yeah, let me split that in 3. 27, yeah, 27 trillion. Yeah,
27 trillion,
yeah.
900. Sorry, 918,276,345.
It will be a lot more impressive if you actually say that.
In the stream.
in the stream.
But we will get
Midcast.
another chance.
We will indeed, as SP from the bottom, they climb all the way to the top, and now they are going to face off against NUS.
In the Polytechnic Derby, SP has managed to trump over NP, bringing them up into SP against NUS. And it's actually a revenge match because NUS was able to take down SP. No, actually,
No, this is different. NP.
Oh, it was
they
a revenge
won
match.
against NP.
What
now,
a
but they
story.
lost in the upper brackets. They lost in the upper brackets, dude.
Man. Dang,
This is something.
This is
something.
really something. Yeah. I remember I was casting this with Sid, with Deadeye.
Really?
Yeah, and then they got sent down, and then Neon Polytechnic, they seemed so strong. I think it was a 2-1. It wasn't an easy win for
Okay.
NP by all means. 2-0 from NP. But right now, SP able
them.
to 2-0 them in the lower bracket round where it counts, where it matters.
Is it because... Wait, this is the wrong team. Bo is the one in NUS, right?
Bo's the one in NUS.
Okay.
Bo's the one in
Okay,
NUS.
so there's no change in NP's lineup.
Yeah, there's no change in NP's
So
lineup.
SP just got better.
Yeah, no, NP actually had FMM, which was under a different name. So I think Pengling wasn't playing. Yeah, Pengling wasn't playing back in the round 2.
I see.
But in the finals where it mattered, I think it was like they wanted to give Pengling another shot. But it mounted up to Singapore Polytechnic taking the game over NP. So the Polytechnic Derby is done. Now it's time to see SP versus NUS. You know, they're neighbors. Next to each other in Kent Ridge.
Yeah.
So NUS is just next to SP. It's the fight for Clementi area-ish.
Yeah.
I don't know how to name that thing right there.
The Kent Ridge. No, Clement. No, wait, Kent Ridge.
Yeah,
Kent Ridge.
yeah. So NUS and then SP, and then it's SIM, or right now it's called SUSS, and NP. So it's just one straight line
straight
down
line.
Clementi Road. Yeah. But you know what address I'll always remember?
An address.
An address that I'll always remember is
Okay.
809 French Road, Kitchener Complex. That's level 3. It's the XM store where we're at, having our cast over here. So good of them to give us the space to get Campus Legends Season 6 down. Yeah. No, but honestly though, I really like what you're doing over here. You really have to come down and see it for yourself.
You like what I'm doing over here? Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
I like that you're here actually. Actually, yeah. 1 hour of sleep because of new baby already born.
I'm getting used to it, as you can see. You know, a little bit more energized every now and then.
Energized.
For some reason, I think I have photosynthesis, somehow getting energy off the sun or something. I don't know where I'm getting all this energy from.
Well, I don't know about you. You might get your energy from the sun, but I need an energy from a little short break. And that's where we're heading to before the next or last series of today. This has been Churros and Abstract. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Hey guys, I'm Thomas K, a content creator and ex-pro gamer, and today we're joined here with Isaac, and he's going to share with us the journey and experiences he had battling drug addiction with the support of family, friends, and gaming. So here we have Isaac.
Hey Thomas, thanks for having me. I'm Isaac, I'm 26 this year.
Can you share us a little bit about your journey? When was the first time you got into drugs?
I was 17, poly year 1, so I had a lot of time. So I dabbled in acting. I also started to sell essential oil. I think the candle in essential oil that time was booming. I went to this guy's, I delivered to the hotel, and this guy, he asked me, how much stock do I have? So I told him I have a whole carton. He said that, okay, he'll take the whole carton, but I need to try this puff first. So, I mean, as a 17-year-old, quick cash, can clear stock, extra like $400 or $500 profit, instant, And then I just take all, and he said, don't think so much about it lah. So I just took that first puff. Never did I know it's drugs. He became a regular customer, and he's also a drug supplier. I ordered it in May 2020, and as you all know, circuit breaker was April or March. And I was just sitting in camp, and suddenly I just lost all purpose. I just don't know what to do anymore. And that's when I remember the feeling of how that made me feel. It's only when you are faced with something in your life that you suddenly rely on it. At home it's just very, very tough also because my parents were always quarreling. My dad usually don't come home during the circuit breaker. He has no choice, so he will always be quarreling, and it will always be about me. Then I thought, like, if I was the problem, why not I take myself out of the equation? I just don't come home lah. Then I go and find my supplier.
So at which point did you say like, oh crap, it's come to a realization that I need to break out of this?
I think I always believe that, if you can't control your habits or you cannot discipline yourself, someone else had to step in and control you. And the person that stepped in is actually the law. I went into DRC for 6 months, and the government has changed its approach towards drugs, is that they no longer treat drug abusers as criminals. So going into rehab was, everyone was very forgiving. Everyone just said, hey, you made a mistake, just don't do it again, and etc. So we're all very supportive. There's not much withdrawal symptoms, but which makes it even easier to get back into. So that's the very tough part. And that's exactly what happened when I came out after 6 months. Entered the door, then the table over there was all the utensils. And they went and then took a puff in front of me. Oh, I'm like, the brain remembers, like, it's an intense trigger. That's where I slipped and relapsed the first time. And when I went home, I bought dinner for my mom, and then we were playing ML together. We had a really good game. It felt like everything was in flow. I even have the Instagram story that I posted of the game, and then halfway through, CMB was at my door. They told me I needed to go back to take my urine, and they told me to tell my mom. I told her CMB need to bring me back. Said, oh, okay, I'll wait for you to come back. Wow, but the officer told me, are you sure your urine is clean? You want to tell her the truth, otherwise don't make her wait for nothing. Yeah, and then I just like, wow, I just had to kneel down in front of her and then just said, sorry. 1,001 emotions charged into that one word. Why? I think that was the most painful part of it. Seeing your own child get handcuffed and brought into a van. That was the first time relapsing and then going in the second time. And then I think the most memorable one was when I saw a message from my dad. I'm like, shit, I don't even dare to open it. So I waited for one day, then I opened the message and it was, I think, just 2 or 3 lines. He said, how are you? Are you eating well? Are you sleeping well? See you. That's all. Our relationship only improved from there. And also because I started to think about what I want and reflect, and I let go of a lot of regrets and past hurts. That there's this moment where I just lying down myself and I was just thinking about life. And then looking back at all the pivotal moments of the choices that you made, what if I had done something different? And that was the start of my change journey, I guess.
Okay, so after you came out from rehab the second time, would you say this is like the new beginning? What was the support like from friends and family then after?
I think there were active steps on both sides. What I felt my parents doing was the desire to come into my life. Like, my dad asking me how am I feeling, and my mom actually playing more ML with me, more Mobile Legends with me. That's, I think, her way of trying to connect, even though she also has fun. Whenever I tell people I play ML with my mom, wow, everyone will be like, wow.
I'm jealous. I want to play ML with my mom. It's such a flex.
It is.
Yeah.
When I see her taking the effort to kind of like connect with me on what I like, I also try and take the effort to connect with her on what she likes. Sometimes I accompany her to watch K-dramas or even C-dramas, And I think now I see my dad as a mentor as well, because all the things that he always, the 3-hour lectures, now I can see it being applied at the real workplace. All the things he told me about life lessons and all those kind of Confucius finally make sense.
I guess with that, let's end off with like, what's a message that you would kind of like convey over to, watchers or parents even?
I think for parents, it's really taking the effort to connect with your child, and coming down to their level really takes off that responsibility off your shoulders and even allows your child to introduce yourself as the cool mom or the cool dad who plays game with them. I think to all the people who are wanting to try drugs, you never recover from addiction. Like even now, there's no such thing as a recovered addict. It's a constant battle. Every day, sometimes I still have triggers, and you can fall anytime. They're just looking in any corner. Mind remembers, once is too many and 1,000 never enough. So don't even take the first path. If you really feel like you can't really control, the most important thing is really to admit that we are powerless over this demon, our addiction. Talk to a counselor or even go to Narcotics Anonymous. That's where you have a safe place to share about your struggles, where there's no judgment.
So thanks Isaac for your amazing sharing, and thank you Nakata for supporting this message. If you guys need more resources, head down to the description box below. And if you guys play games, do watch out for Campus Legends coming up. Sign-ups are on and the tournaments will be on, so I'll see you guys there.
This portable monitor is free. Yes, it's free. Purchase any of these AOC OLED or mini LED monitors between July 5th and 31st and receive a free AOC 16T3E portable monitor worth $329. It has an IPS panel and a resolution of 1920 by 1080, and it even comes with a wall mount. Whether you are working on the go or working from home, the AOC 16T3E portable monitor is going to be your perfect companion. So what are you waiting for? Get yours at sgstore.aoc.com now.
I am an XM collector.
I'm Gem Mint, and I am an XM Studios collector.
I am an XM collector.
I am an XM collector.
If you want the best, it's gotta be XM.
I am an XM collector.
I am an XM collector.
I'm an XM collector.
When we started XM Studios, our direction was to bring beautiful collectibles to the industry. Now, I'm bringing pop culture into collector lifestyle. We are actually bringing a piece of memory to the collectors.
ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Campus Legends Season 6, and that is exactly the sound that I made before the stream has started when I was in the toilet. My name is Abstract, with me here is Churros, and above of us is going to be a caster for this final series in the Grand Finals of Group B.
Grand Finals Group B, man. NUS versus SP.
SP! I'm looking forward to user 2791876345. No. 2798276345.
Actually, I'm actually very excited for him because like his performance in Game 1, Game 2 up against NP.
Steady.
Dang, like chef's kiss.
Yeah, steady. Man.
Yeah, it was a fight that we cannot afford to miss, and this is a new game that we cannot afford to miss. Exactly. And speaking of fights, though, I want to shout out Street Fighter registrations is still open. Let's bring up the overlay right here. So register because the qualifiers, group stages, and playoffs are going to be on 3rd of August at Scape. Finals is going to be 4th of August at Scape. So if you're into those fighting games, please sign up.
Yeah, go over to bit.ly/CLSF6, short for Campus Legends Street Fighter 6, to register your interest, and we will see you guys on the 3rd and the 4th of August.
Yeah. By the way, if you haven't already, please remember to follow our Instagram for a lot of updates. That's campuslegends.sg on Instagram. If you're following us on TikTok and Twitch as well, it's campuslegends.sg. So that being said, though, let's talk about the next game, NUS versus SP, man.
Yeah. So who are you supporting right now? I mean, after looking at their gameplay.
Oh, definitely Juice B from NUS. I'm a huge fan. It's interesting, and it's I would say MWI is coming up as well.
Right.
It's like it's good to see girls that are in university, in academic institutions, coming to play esports as well. And she's as good, if not better, than most of the guys. So like, I'm rooting for Juice B. I want to see NUS win, not just because I'm in NUS as well. I'm gonna be a student again. I'm taking my master's program in NUS.
You're taking your masters?
I'm taking my masters, yeah.
Wow, professor. So
maybe.
Eventually I will be able to call you doctor, is it?
If I choose to take PhD, but master's just like a bro.
Oh.
Like a bro thing.
Like a bro?
Yeah, just like bro churros.
Oh.
Brew churros. Okay, we're jumping into the game. NUS going to be batting off. Freya and the Ling, Loyi and Chip are going to be taken out by SP, wasting no time at all. I think NUS might opt to ban out the Hayabusa unless they have something up their sleeves. It's easier to counter though.
Perhaps. So at this point in time, you can very easily tell that NUS is putting a lot of respect over to user 279182763645. Wow, what a difficult name. In fact, I think that I actually typed his name wrongly over here also. So 3645. 2791. Yep. 827 365.
Wait.
345.
That computer. It's the Aegon by AOC.
Ah.
Amazing laptop.
No, that is Aegon by AOC.
Aegon by AOC over here.
This is the Predator Helios Neo 16.
Predator Helios Neo 16.
Yep. They are using the same resolution, as you can see, is more or less the same size, 16-inch. So honestly, when you're looking at refresh rate, they are relatively similar. This is 144 Hz, while this is 165 Hz. But this
what's the difference? Like, tell me all the hertz. Tell me about the hertz stuff, the frequencies.
So okay, TLDR refresh rate essentially means how many times your monitor is able to refresh the screens. So in this case, 165. That means more frames, technically speaking. So frames is directly correlated to refresh rate. If you can get 999 FPS, you are not looking at 999. It is capped based on the monitor refresh rate. So 999 FPS is not equals to 999 Hz or refresh rate. You will only see 165 frames here. You only see 144 frames here, despite getting however many FPS you have.
Actually, you lost me at all that. but all we want to know is that if I play like a 3D shoot 'em up game, does it feel like I'm in the game itself? Does it feel real?
I would say when it comes down to the color range and the dynamics, you will appreciate it.
You know what I appreciate more? If we go back to the draft
Definitely.
right here, because we've missed out quite a bit. So user 27918273645 is picking up his signature Hayabusa along with the Ruby for Ven. Akashi's going to be in with the Moskov, piloting that Moskov right there. Silent, Kyra, and R19 going to be with the Edith, Roger, and the Mincetar. R19's really loving that Mincetar now, huh?
Yeah, I don't know why, but at least it gives him more of a reason to pick a Minnesota now, because it is essentially a hard counter to the first 3 picks coming in from Singapore Polytechnic, being the Hayabusa, the Moskov, and the Ruby. So he's definitely really happy that he manages to pick up, and of course having value to the upcoming team fights. I would say the split push is important though.
It is. For NUS, there is they really need that insurance policy. Someone to go down to the side lanes to be able to manage the wave priority that's pushing over on themselves. It will be very, very crucial in the late game. We've seen how Singapore Polytechnic was able to manhandle that situation by just being very, very flexible about it. They are able to send either user or Kashi down to the side lanes, able to just get that push and then prioritize the main objective, which is something that NUS kind of struggle with because Bo is always on that alpha. He's been playing alpha for 2 games already, and it was not played up to perfection. He struggled a little bit in the early game, just because maybe NUS playstyle is a little bit more passive. He needs to be more aggressive, especially when you're playing against the Hayabusa. You don't want that to snowball.
I would say that NUS's playstyle and their drafting is a lot more one-dimensional, whereby they just want to look at single team fight. They drop all of their ultimate and just kind of play all the way through. So it's very much onto the micro gameplay of how it leads up to the fight itself, and the post-fight scenario. While for SP, I would say that it's going to be NUS's natural enemy because of the way that SP has been drafting for themselves and their macro gameplay. They're focusing a little bit more on macro, with the fact that both the Hayabusa as well as the Moskov can both split push. And with that very fact, they will be able to join back into the fight very easily, which is something that NUS would not be able to capitalize on. And if they really want to attend to that split push, they can't come back in time.
Yeah, you really need to send someone down, and it kind of looks like just Kyra with the Roger. They want to send that down to the off lanes if you want to play around that. SP identifies that Alpha is actually one of the main heroes that Bo actually likes to play, so they take that out of the ban pool as well. So this is very, very smart drafting coming from SP. I'm not surprised if they want to go for the Tigro right here. They played some great success in game 1 up against NP, and they won that game as well. The Tigro might be good over here because you got the Nether Realm too.
He was like shadow picking onto the Carmilla. I thought that you're going to be real happy about that.
To be honest though, you could ditch the Odette for the Carmilla. You get the Carmilla in the mid side because it kind of clears the wave slightly easier before the 5 minutes of the game. Just use your skill 1. It increases in speed every single time you hit anyone. But it will be the Yve. Okay, I like it.
Your team is picking.
Implosion into the I'm Offended, into the second skill stun. You get a chain stun coming out from both of these 2 fighter tanks. And then you drop the RWM down. And then just everything just goes crazy. Akashi can just split push on the top side. You're able to just sustain a little bit more. And then user comes in with the cleanup. Akashi comes or don't come, it doesn't really matter. NUS, what they really need is rotation speed. Baxia might be the answer for that. It's a decent draft coming out from NUS, but they might be lacking that damage.
Okay, so this time the Baxia is picked kind of like it has dual function this time, because the previous time that they picked out the Baxia is solely for the invasion tactics against the Ling. But this time, at least the Tortoise's Passants will be able to come into fair use when it comes down to dealing with the Ruby. Most importantly, since the Ruby has been pretty darn annoying when it comes down to spell maps and such. So the anti-heal from the Tortoise's Passants is definitely something that we cannot underestimate.
Yeah. So no more true damage for either of these teams coming down. We got the Mincetar yet again, and we see how R19 likes to play this around because we have a lot of dashy heroes from the side of Ruby and the Moskov. We'll see how that goes. Game number 1, Grand Finals for Group B. Whoever wins this will be P1, and then whoever loses P2. Not a really bad.
It's not really bad at all.
Yeah.
I mean, when it comes down to Group B, Group B1 versus A4 and B2 versus A3, it's not that big of a deal. But in the previous Group A, grand finals, they're just trolling around. It was so hard to cast.
Yeah.
So I'm really glad that SP and NUS is really drafting this with great intent.
You need to play this very, very seriously. So Kyushu, nice little push down that lane just to clear that up. The first big fight will be at the Lethal Wanderer. Bo is taking a little bit more time than usual. Getting into that Lethal Wanderer, I think SP will be able to take that out. It's a little bit slower farm for this Baksha. I'm not sure why he decided to go for Ricky instead of going straight for the purple buff.
So at this point in time, we do have a user that is coming in for the Lethal Wanderer, while NUS, they're not exactly there just yet.
Yeah.
At least, definitely, the Hayabusa is way faster on top of that, and we are definitely going to be expecting a big fight down in the bottom lane. Kyushu should have more than enough information as to where everyone else is, but unfortunately, Hayabusa don't have the Ogi Shadow Kill just yet, so he wouldn't want to participate in the fight.
In a micro lane matchup, I think for the Mincetar and Ruby, no one's going to be dying so soon. But Bo getting trapped in the middle, force out a retribution before the turtle.
Nice. Now, Bo is currently stuck at level 3, while User is already at level 4. With the Ogi Shadow Kill even picking up the kill on the Kyra, this guy have made his way all the way to the top lane, wasted some time because he saw that Bo have decided to go for vertical jungling. He don't want to engage in any of that. Went to the top lane and he got so much out of that.
Yeah, a big kill, big pick off, especially Kyra. You're just wasting a lot of time and effort. Akashi is definitely going to come up on top on this lane to lane matchup. The turtle, I think User is definitely not worried about it too much. Albert though.
Oh, just be. Definitely having a really tough time in the bottom lane, but I'm actually kind of surprised that Just Be is actually putting so much time in the bottom lane, because I think way before that he's already been down to the bottom. And now here we go, the Tegel did manage to get a pretty good charge, flickers himself away. Albert as well as Van is going to be joining into this fray, as now the RWM is going to be popped along with Just Be's Nether Realm, but unfortunately that is going to be expired onto the side of Bo, so he's probably going to go down soon. But no, Silent come in just in the nick of time and they managed to bring Van down, while SP wasn't able to come in to fight.
Well, that's a win for NUS, taking up the turtle and picking up 1 kill for themselves. I think Ven was a little bit too slow, but it was quite of a smart move. He used the Iron Offended to pull Silent out of the Nether Realm. So they had an opportunity, but it was just wasted because they don't really have that damage right from that get-go, just because, you know, you're using an Eve, utility mage. And we've never seen the Eve for quite a bit. I think it was in the Grand Finals of MSC, used by AP Brand by few. To little success, as we know now, but I think this time around it kind of works well because you're playing against a team fight composition.
Yeah, my only problem with the draft of SP is, like you said, it is going to be a utility mage. As such, the mid laner, which usually is position 3, has now been relegated to position 4, putting the Ruby at position 3 instead now. But Ruby isn't exactly a hero that has a very high lane priority nor high damage in the early stages. So getting that uplifting of the position doesn't really quite do anything for SP, to the point that both Eve and Ruby is kind of position 3.5.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. A lot of numbers being thrown around, but but with their draft, you just need to hyper funnel the Hayabusa. I want to go in with the implosion.
Single man implosion followed by the RWM, just going to be hitting down onto Silence, but the Spirit of Destructions will be landing. As such, this is going to be allowing Akashi to put himself right into the fight. The Ogi Shadow Kill connects down, but it doesn't really do too much damage. At least I'm offended they managed to connect down the Silence, still bringing him down. But unfortunately, we do have the Kyra that comes into the fray, brings down Kyushu, and I don't think that that's going to be all just yet. Akashi with a good little spear that did manage to connect into the Kyra. User trying to get a kill down, but it doesn't seem like he managed to connect Kyra! At least he still went down to the hands of Akashi. This is a very extended fight. RL19, why would you do that? Why would you do that? With a quick little hook, he put himself in such a tough spot together with Juspi, giving SP 2 free kills.
User, on the other hand, he knows that the fight was just way too drawn out. It just opened up so much opportunity for them to buy time to get that turtle. And this is Singapore Polytechnic up on top. And NUS just playing on that back foot. They need to be able to deny SP of those counter engages that they do so well. NUS, they like to play that death ball strategy. SP, they like to play those return fights, that counter re-engages, that drops NUS down to low health, and then you have users to clean everyone up. And this was just played to the T in that previous fight.
SP is definitely the kryptonite of NUS, and I think that with this start of the game is kind of a testament as to what to expect from SP, because we're not even at the tip of the iceberg just yet. In the meantime, Implosion as well as the Netherrealm just going to be popped, but everyone else is going to be fighting within the box of the RWM. As such, a quick little charge, but unfortunately putting all of the members a little bit too close to Albert. As such, Bo, he's going to be all over the face of Albert. He's going to be fine for now though, because Bo has just shifted his priority on the Ven, which is actually kind of curious that he actually did that. But for now, RL19 as well as Kyra, the focus is down onto the middle lane, brought down the bringing down the first defense.
Oh no!
While the King's Calling connects down the user, he can't get out. While Kyra goes over to the back lines, deals with Albert, while Ven being the last member remaining goes down to the hands of RL19.
I am mistaken. NUS, they know that. Okay, let's just let them draw those team fights, because SP is a little bit less disciplined than we are. We'll go for the turrets instead. Because of that turret gold, the rest of the team, they managed to just equalize the gold lane. You got a Spirit of Destruction connecting onto Kyra. Doesn't want to commit onto any of these team fights just as of yet.
Honestly, I'm really surprised with users pathing that one, just outright disrespected NUS by walking by the middle lane, the river brushes. I would say it's really unfortunate, right? He probably was pretty confident with the lead that they had and the fact that they are winning in the team fight, but because of that one King's Calling, that script is completely flipped.
Oh, top side though. Top side user getting caught in the King's Calling, unable to run, unable to dash, just waiting for his inevitable doom.
Is he unable to actually use the Ogi Shadow Kill within the King's Calling?
Yeah, no, you can't use it.
Oh,
it's a dash, it's a movement.
Oh man, that is tough. As such, this is now NUS that will be able to find themselves in a right footing against SP. The Netherrealm is popped and now going to be left with Fusion trying to go for a flicker plus charge, and that forces Juspi to pick up onto the Purify along with Kyra down in the middle lane. So 1-for-0 trade. NUS is getting themselves all these pickoffs, which I am just genuinely not expecting.
It's just loose members. NUS, they know where SP are gonna path, where SP are gonna move, and user a little bit too overconfident. They lost that lead just because he's always there alone, not waiting for the rest of the team to back them up. But it's still early to tell though. Tigro needs more time to build on defensive items to be able to sustain all of these damages coming in from NUS, and they're building up. Albert needs more time to get his itemizations before any of these team fight occurs. It's only now, R19 yet again.
Oh my god! Again and again and again. User, he found the opportunity to go right back in again. Revenge of the user.
This game is just R19 versus user on one-to-one battle every single time. The conceal play coming in from Kyushu and Albert.
It does seem like he wants to go for the implosion, but it doesn't seem like they will be able to connect right in the nick of time. So, with that all said and done, SP, they're just going to be posturing up in the top lane. They are now experiencing the difficulty of not having a proper position 3 in their lineup, because Albert is just not dealing the damage that they want. Ven is similarly not dealing the damage that you would want from an EXP laner as a pos 3 hero. So, honestly, now they have a lot of utility, they have a lot of catches, but do they even have the amount of damage that they really want to? As we've got to have to see, the RDM just going to be popped alongside with the Netherrealm. Ven just goes all the way to the back lines. Can he even kill Kyra? No, but at least a Spear of Destruction coming from the Karchis is going to land, but he's going to be being picked off by Bo. Going down once again. 2-for-1 trade. Not good for SP.
Out of all of this, users just chipping down all these turrets, chipping down all these lanes. Look at how fast R19's second skill is already. And NUS is just coming up on top with all these re-engages. He's already got the golden staff for the Minotaur and the rapid boots for him as well. So taking a look at itemizations, it does look like, okay, user got a Sky Piercer. I think that is roughly around 24 stacks at this point. Slowly but surely, Akashi is going to build up the Demon Hunter Sword that he so desperately needs to deal that damage. First item is the Enchanted Testament and the Glowing Wand for the Eve. So Albert really needs to get that Ice Queen wand as of now. Implosion.
Wow, that is a lot of value out of that kill, because the main thing that SP is having a problem with really is the Mincetar. The moment the Mincetar goes down, yes, you may have used the Flicker plus the Implosion, but it's so important to get the longevity of User. And now he's just going to be working around with the shadows. He's going to go back in, as Akashi did manage to get a pretty good stun down on the Juice Speed, but unfortunately not quite enough to eventually bring him down. He's still alive though. The fight is completely going to be split up. Kyra goes in like a bounce, lands onto Albert, but is that going to be a 1-for-1 trade? This is going to be absolutely amazing because the User is still alive though. Then you gotta have to be real careful. User, you also gotta be real careful. Can you guys even stay alive
R19
for
is coming.
period of time though? RL19, does he have Flicker? Yes, he does have Flicker.
No King's calling.
But that is going to be the
what?
down. Kyushu brings RL19 down. Unfortunate.
Oh, he just got his King's calling. He used it just now to try to escape, but they lost that Lord. R19 popped back in, and then Singapore Polytechnic sent him back straight to the graveyard, and giving so much opportunity and space for Singapore Polytechnic to take down the T1s of all sides and take down that Lord, marching on the top side. NUS really needs to hunker down. The good thing is they are a very good counter re-engage composition. They just need to look out for Kyushu. Ice Cream Water already built up. That's going to be a huge annoyance for NUS.
I think that SP has finally understood what is going to be their kryptonite. The main win con is to bring RL19 down. The moment he's down, that is free real estate for their main carry User to go down. So as long as this guy has got free reign, being able to teleport from one shadow to another, you can pretty much put the game in the shoulders of User.
Yeah, they just want to take the T2s. I'm offended. Post Bull in with the implosion. Oh, where are you going?
Man, that pickoff. But that is also a lot that they have used up just for that pickoff. But to be fair, it's only 11 minutes into the game. This lot and this push, all you need is all the outer turrets. So SP, you gotta have to exercise caution. Do not try to go too far. The best you can do is just take out all of the holy defenses just so that you can kind of pick off a little bit here and there. But now they are gonna be focusing down on the silent. The Netherrealm is gonna be popped along with the RWM. Van goes down. I told you before, don't be too greedy. As now Kyushu pops the Flicker, and that is they have used a little bit too much just for this fight, but they're going back to this fight. They brought RL19 down and gave a Kyra. Akashi may have gone down, but who cares because Hayabusa is in it, baby.
User 2791827365 is making his name known. He's all over the map. They know the King's calling is already used up. They want to go in. They don't want to give R19 an easy time. I thought that was a mistake from Silent. He missed his onward. There was no Earth Shatter at all. He was trapped up, but Juice Speed, a very, very crucial another round, keeping up alive for the rest of the team to come back in. But just like that, Singapore Polytechnic extended their lead to 5k. Look at the stacks. There's 59, so there's 9% of the health, 10%, and you're executed.
That's, I gotta have to say, that is a big back and forth coming in the previous fight, right? I didn't expect that SP will be able to make full use out of that push, or I thought that all they wanted to do, push in.
Oh, bot side?
It does seem like they managed to bring User down, but the Spirit of Destruction lands. They would want to get a kill down on RL19, but they managed to force down the Netherrealm. So this would actually be the point in time where Akashi may be able to do something about this, but he don't have a proper front line to really deal with it. Never mind, Vanny's here. It's time for Akashi to go down, but he's not dealing the damage that we want to see from him. So it's really unfortunate. Now, Jusby, he got to run away from the Void Crystal. NUS, they have managed to fall back well enough to make sure that they have managed to get a proper reset before they lose any more members for this upcoming Lord fight.
Scrappy fights, just like in the previous game. NUS managed to just split Singapore Polytechnic open, but they lost R19 in the process. As always, R19 trying to seek out User wherever he is on the map, try to take him down and give NUS an opportunity to get that re-engaged, but Ball keeps getting pulled back.
Good charge. I'm offended. Even the Shadow Stampede from the side of Juicy is just going to be putting Kyushu right in the midst of the heart, just in the heart of the fight. Van goes in as well with a good little spin. Albert is still all the way behind, but it does seem like we do have everyone coagulated together because of the Netherrealm. User didn't manage to die, unfortunately. Most of the main carries is dead, except for Akashi. Does he even have the Spear of Destruction? No, he doesn't. But Kyushu, along with Albert, they still brought down RL19 and reset this entire Lord fight.
Out of all of this, both junglers down, no one's gonna be. Oh, Kyra actually takes down Kyushu with the like a pounce.
Oh.
The bottom side,
Completely back and
Akashi's
forth.
fixing that.
No, that's a free turret in favor for NUS now.
Man, scrappy fights all along, and the economy equalizing yet again. NUS wants to win this so badly. If this is not grand finals worthy, then I don't know what is.
The bottom lane now, large priority. Very big priority. So now perhaps they will be able to do something they would if they do want to contest for this. So Hayabusa waiting for the perfect time, but unfortunately wasn't able to reach onto the Lord to go for the steal.
Man, very disciplined coming in from NUS, rushing the Lord down, backing off, trying to get that reset, trying to get full health yet again, taking a lot of itemizations. Nothing much really stands out to me. It's just Ben needs to be able to build the Oracle in time so that he's able to just survive and sustain himself inside. It's already full build by user. Kyra's trying to match him up as well. Kashi still struggling a little bit, 1, 4, and 12. He's trying to build the Malefic Roar, but I don't know how much time he needs. Singapore Polytechnic doesn't have the wave clear, but they do have this AoE CCs. This is something that Singapore Polytechnic needs to do, but hold on.
Oh, that's a catch down to RL19, but the NetherRealm came in just in time!
Woo! Saved by
Make sure
Juicy.
that RL19 is going to be safe and sound.
Oh, Joesby with the clutch, Nether Realms again and again. Lord marching down on the bottom side, Singapore Polytechnic trying to push a little bit more in their favor outside of the map. They don't want to let this tier 2 down.
Earth Shatter lands on the Kyushu, but now he's going to be the lone person that's going to be focused down. He flickers himself out of the fight, and NUS and SP, they have managed to put quite a bit of distance.
Oh, conceal play coming in from the rest of NUS. They want to go look for more. They seeked out
Silence.
Ven.
Oh, a little bit too late, but never mind. The Earth Shatter did manage to connect down to Ven, but he did manage to flicker himself backwards without using the Armor Fence.
Oh!
I gotta have to say, user going down, that is gonna be a big thing. The charge did manage to connect down and inhibited out the turret in the bottom lane. Bo, where are you going? He went so deep, but he does have the immortality, allowing Kyra now. He's just gonna be clawing away, but unfortunately still died to the hands of Ven. With the inhibitor turret taken down from the side of NUS, they are happy with what they have gone.
The damage coming in from Kyra is just way too much. Just the power of the war cry with the on the Roger has already got the immortality. I think he sold his boots to get that one. 12, 5, and 2. That is just a Roger just snowballing his way through in the late game. And user, he needs to find the right angle. It's always R19 trying to trap him in. I can't believe that this is still game number 1.
This is still game 1, guys. And this is a best of 3 series. I wouldn't even be surprised if we were to see all 3 games of this series. We are like 51,000 gold in when it comes down to overall economy for a single team.
Yeah.
So this is the point in time where we'll want to see more of a micro skills from these teams, because when it comes down to item swapping, this is where they gotta show off.
Yeah, I think R19 didn't get the Thunderbolt this time around, which disables him from the 1v1 fights. He wants to take down user as much as as fast as possible. Singapore Polytechnic, they want to seek out more information. They kind of know where Kyra is now. NUS backs off. It's a 3-on-2 composition right now.
Bottom lane. You can see that
just
Jusby as well as RL19, they have split away from the main bodies in the top lane.
You want to go fishing. They want to get that early pick off. Open up the bottom side, try to get the wave pushed in. Akashi doesn't really need to join in all of these team fights.
Oh, information. SP have the information that both RL19 as well as Jusby was last seen in the bottom lane.
It's a Mexican standoff. They're all in the brush.
Conceal.
It's a conceal play. R19 trying to look for more.
That is gonna be Ven.
Oh!
He's gonna be starting things out. Backlines! Utah! He got caught! Coming in from RL19! This is going to be the springboard for NUS to run it through in order for Kyra to once again get kills over kills with 3 death over to SP, conceding this Lord to NUS.
RL19 has 1 target and 1 target only. User needs to go down, and he's there for it all. NUS, they take down the 18-minute Lord, the evolved Lord, and then NUS back on top. That's another Lord taken down.
So with bottom lane inhibitor turret destroyed, and the middle lane second tier that is still up and running, NUS would definitely want to get a good enough push down in the middle lane and kind of sync up everything well enough with the bottom. Macro game, that is all going to be out of the window, because now the final fight is going to be just so important.
Kyra has enough for an item swap, so he's still got the immortality on. No pop as of yet. He's taking a lot of damage, especially because he needs his Lycan Pounds to deal that damage in. Silent taking a lot of damage hits from that turret. He still has his immortality up and alive. R19, yeah, no Thunderbolt. So as the game goes on, and I know this is going to be a very, very long game, it might bite R19 in the foot.
Keep an eye on Kyushu as well as Silent. These two is most likely going to be the main initiators of each of these teams because of the flicker that is off cooldown. Bo spinning around, just really waiting for the perfect time, but Silent is taking too much damage. There's no way the NUS is able to initiate from this point onwards now. So the only thing that SP can do is pop up with the RWM, clear out everything, and using the Ogi Shadow Kill to force every single one of the members from the side of NUS away. I don't think Kyushu with the flicker! That's what we wanted to see from the side of the implosion! With all 5 members from the side of SP still alive! They now have managed to completely capitalize in a mistake coming from NUS because Silent just can't initiate.
Oh man, 3 members up, Juicebeak, Kyra, Silent. Silent just taking a lot of damage from Akashi. There's just something. 1 minion. They want to be able to take down these T3.
Oh, another catch! Another catch! Another charge! Kyushu! This guy is just finding all of these. Unfortunately, wasn't able to translate that in a kill. But it's more than enough for them to push out the bottom lane and the top lane for them to go back to status quo.
Kyushu just cannot stop making plays. And just like that, economy equalized yet again. NUS playing on the back front. 6 seconds till R19 spawns up. Silent on the wrong side of the wall. They want to take down these T1. Kyra's taking a lot of damage.
The middle lane turret now destroyed by the hands of SP. NUS now, they know that they gotta have to go back for a fight. They need to stop SP, but a little bit premature when it comes down to the Kings calling, because now the king is gone. Not a single king is seen from the side of NUS. As such, expect the assassin to come in for the throat of the king. SP, they're marching in the middle lane. Albert, Van, User, Akashi, and Kyushu, they found some opportunity. Kyra, immortality gone, while Akashi hammers away with every single spear in the core. The assassin makes it through and assassinated the kings.
SP just showing up this time around. They might have been thrown to the lower brackets, the losers bracket as they call it. But the first game they showed us that they are kings. What a game, Abstract, man.
Whoa. Woo. That was quite a game.
Yeah, I think R19, everything just hell break loose when R19 missed that jump.
I gotta have to say, this game was all out on the RL19. Here's the main reason why SP's lineup didn't work. Because their entire lineup, or rather their entire chemistry, goes around to buying time and just fight it out for user to clean up.
Yeah. And the fact that Albert was able to use the second skill, slowing everyone down, not even the RWM, allows Akashi, Ven, and Kyushu the time to chase up and reach out to a lot of the other members of NUS, taking all of them down. They are basically 5-man cannons punching into a very, very thick wall that NUS has built. And even Juspi's Netherrealm wasn't able to sustain through all of the damage that SP has drawn onto them.
So with that all said and done, that was an intense 22-minute game. This is just game 1, guys.
Yeah.
So with SP,
game 1,
getting themselves the first game, what do you want to see from their game 2?
Game 2, knowing how user plays, knowing how R19 likes to play around. I think Mincetar, I don't think it's ban worthy. I think they just need to find a way to play around Mincetar. If SP didn't have the Mincetar, it didn't have to deal with the Mincetar from R19, they would have had a much easier time. The early game, they were just owning everything. In the mid stages of that game, it was very, very on par. On the late game, it was Tigro and Ruby likes these defensive fights, likes these high ground fights, because you need to be able to come close. You're under protection of the turret. You have the Moskov to deal the damage, to chip everyone down into maybe half their health, maybe a quarter of their health, and then basically the Tigro and the Ruby just goes in crazy with the chain CCs. I just want to see how they play without the Mincetar, because I think Mincetar, yes, it was doing the King's work, right? Just taking down user whenever he pops up. And R19 reads the map very, very well. And that's what I like about this guy. He kind of knows where, okay, the rest of my team are going over there. I see 3 players over there. User is definitely going to be the offside, away from the rest of the team, because he has that dash ability. He will be able to go into the long side, but we'll see if Mincetar will be playing again. We're going into the draft game number 2, guys. We're wasting no time at all.
Let's just jump right in and take a look at what to expect. With the Freya being the very first ban from the side of NUS, I think it's relatively fair to say that the Ling and the Hayabusa should be banned from the side of NUS, knowing that the main core player of SP that made things work is User. At this point, from what we have seen, that is their whole identity.
That's right. I might go on a limb here and say Benedetta would be very good for SP because NUS, I'm not being a little bit more, I'm not being biased or whatever, but NUS is a very, very team fight centric
So it's all about split push, honestly.
It's all about split push for SP if they want to win. And User, he really needs those assassins. They take out the Ling because they know that if User gets his hand on the Ling, there's a split push, and that is NUS playing on the back foot. Tigro is a huge problem for NUS, honestly. You want to take out that Tigro, either respect ban it, or to pick it up for yourself. You could ban out the Roger right here, giving a lot of options open for yourself.
It does seem like there is a pattern coming from the side of SP's draft so far. It's always going to be heroes that can rejoin team fight whenever they go off to defend a lane, for example. Right? Chip can send you all the way back in. Moskov with the Spear of Destruction can bring you all the way back to a proper team fight. So with that all said, they should generally go along that same line because their identity, macro, and user go all the way through. Diversion, kind of the same thing.
They'll leave the Roger over here. So yeah, I was teasing like, okay, they might ban out the Roger over here, giving the Loi over, but they don't want to risk the Loi being picked up by NUS because there's one of, you know, Team Asterisk, and now R19 being one of the coaches, he knows how to play around the Loi. They don't want to deal with that at all. So team fight to team fight, I think SP, what would be good for them instead of the Eve, it would be the Lilia. The Ruby definitely going to be picked up over. We're going to see this again. Remember this.
Absolutely similar.
Let's go lane Ruby.
This is kind of like the second pick draft kind of strategy.
That's right.
Whenever they have second pick, secure these 2 heroes. And then we'll play flexible from this point onwards.
Yeah. Either the Alpha or the Minotaur might work well over here. You need a little bit more sustain. And Minotaur is popular because you have the basically a motivational roar allows you to heal up a lot of your fighters as well. So maybe even the Edith might work for SP too.
So at this point, NUS shouldn't be looking at more of an X factor just yet. They're just gonna have to focus on solidifying the main trio, the main 3 picks that they really want to go for. So in this case, it is a Lilia as well as a Minotaur. So with picking a Minotaur, essentially just means that we want to go team fight. We want to go all the way for the team fight. So with that all said, getting a Lilia for the early game to the mid lane kind of lane priority, that is always gonna be great. But that means that SP will have an answer, and they will have a say as to how they want to deal with this lane priority of Lilia. Do they want to get themselves a Novaria, Valentina to really topple the balance?
I think it would be another fighter in the mid lane, if I could say so myself. Okay, they finally banned out the Mincetar, so Singapore Polytechnic, I like the Matilda, by the way, because if you want to go in crazy like a fight front to back kind of situation, Matilda is the perfect pick to do that. If you're a little bit too far, Guiding Wind brings you a little bit back. You're able to have a little bit more movement speed with the Guiding Wind as well. You have basically, you need one fighter in the jungle to be able to, you know, perfect this entire draft. If you want to play like the triple fighter composition right here, Matilda gives that sustain as well. I think they really want to go for the Minotaur. I think that's a deny pick over the side of NUS. I was teasing the Lilia as well, because if Lilia was over in the hands of SP, that's pretty much it, because you have zone potential, you can't get into the back line, you're always slowed, you have movement speed, but they banned out the Alpha for themselves actually.
The Valentina needs to be banned. I would say that the Valentina needs to be banned because this Valentina is the next best pick coming in from the side of SP, to be honest.
Barca.
Farsa
will be good over here. You got so much front line.
I'm strong.
Oh, Fanny.
Real strong. Your team is picking.
That is a very big risk that they are putting themselves into.
Hey, high risk, high reward.
massive risk.
Yeah. Because it doesn't pair well with the Matilda. I have that much to say.
I don't think that they would want to put a Terizla in middle for this one. I'm still pretty sure that they will want to play the Terizla in the XP, the Ruby in the gold.
Oh man. Okay,
and
the
they
Akai,
need the lane priority mid.
Yeah.
The moment that they put the moment they put the Ruby in EXP and the Terizla in mid, they lose the mid lane priority, and it's eventually going to be a little bit tougher to really enable this Fanny to really do much at this point. The Valentina is so clutch here. With Black Shoes to steal, Minoan's Fury to play for the to set up and follow up
heavy
from the team fight,
that,
and the heavy spin for the catch. It's Valentina is perfect in my opinion.
Chang'e might work here too.
Chang'e gold.
You have a lot of front line. You have a very good front line, but yeah, Valentina definitely
wow.
no-brainer. Yeah,
I'm so glad. Okay.
Definitely a no-brainer pick. You have a lot of options. Black Shoes, Final Slash, basically whatever Minotaur has, and basically whatever Akai has.
Yeah.
That's basically Albert's now.
You have all of that. While all of these are just a bonus. The main thing that you really want out of your mid laner is really to challenge the authority of the lane dominance that Lilia brings onto the board.
Yeah.
And essentially that is what Valentina will be able to bring in, just so that they can enable, number one, the Fanny, and number two, Mathilda's aggressiveness is something that the Valentina can make full use of in the early game.
Interesting. So I'm still favoring NUS at this point just because they have a traditional marksman / fighter on the gold lane.
Yeah.
SP, if they want to win this, they really need to, hyper funnel the Fanny. Fanny needs to get all the kills.
Yes.
Fanny needs to get a lot of these damages. Man, it's going to be a very tough game for both sides. But this is game number 2 of the upper bracket finals. Winner goes on to place first in the seeding. Same with Polytechnic, 1 game away to clinching that position.
I would say that SP's lineup will only work because of counters. There is not a single counter for a Fanny in this case.
That's right.
Everything is skill shots. Skill shots in order to even lock down this Fanny. So who's really there to really stop this Roger, who excels in mobility? Mobility for mobility. An assassin that have mobility that can deal with a marksman with mobility. I think that is the perfect answer for them.
That's right. I think one of the main things that SP kind of has is or kind of doesn't have at this point, is backline. So if everyone goes in, it's everyone coming in. Silent taking a little bit too much, one more hit, but he managed to figure it out. Not in time though.
This is what I want to see from the Valentina and the Mathilda combo.
Yeah.
You can be so aggressive. You challenge the authority of just being in the middle lane. This way, wherever Fanny goes, you go. Or wherever you go, Fanny goes.
Yeah. The Titans, the Kings in US, still very much in the early game, but given the early lead to Kyushu, not much of a big problem. You have a roam taking that damage anyways.
My only problem is late game. If SP do not take any priority and they do not make full use of the lead that they got in the early game, that's pretty much game over.
Yeah.
Because they don't, yes, they will be able to deal with Kyra in the late stages of the game, sure, but it will take too much effort and it will take too much resources just to bring this one person down. And then after killing Kyra or after killing Jispy, you still have RL19 that will come in with very hidden damage from all of these dashes. Because we have Bo as the Akai. As long as you keep spinning, RL19 is keeping dashing.
Yeah, spin win for the side of NUS. You need to keep that Fanny at bay. Fanny cannot have a good start. And this is going to be a very huge test. The first huge test for NUS.
Heavy spin is going to be important, but for now, we do have Van go straight in with the penalty zone landing onto 3 members. The spin to win coming in from both sides of SP and NUS is just going to be playing their part. Van surviving a little bit longer than expected, but it's all fine and dandy. Silent for a Van, 1-for-1 trade. RL19 is still going around on the Kyushu. The next person down is going to be Albert, as RL19, like I said, the hidden damage of NUS is just going to be popping out at this moment as we speak.
Oh, there's a lot of damage that RL19 is taken. And US doesn't have any backup. As of now, you got a final slash just to keep everyone else at bay. And RL19 managed to walk out of there alive for now, buying so much time for the rest of the team to come in.
RL19, this guy is a beast. He managed to buy a lot of time, and he made sure the user took a lot of time to deal with that purple buff as well. But here comes a random ban!
Oh!
That is just Hammer Airlines, guys.
Yeah, man. Juicy actually got the black shoes, but she didn't want to use it because she knows she'll die anyways if she uses the black shoes.
Goes all the way back, buddy.
It goes all the way back, man. You got a purple buff yet again. It's typically when you have that Kai, you're invading the purple buff that Fanny is on, but this time around, it's Singapore Polytechnic making their name in the jungles of NUS, forced to use the Retribution as well, so top side not looking dandy as well.
So now here comes Fanny, comes in, hoping that he'll be able to get a kill on the Kyra, but unfortunately that is the heavy spin that we're looking out for. But there's a counter heavy spin from the side of Albert, but can he really do anything? No! Kyra gets the blood of user.
Well, that's a small little win for NUS, trying to equalize the scoreline just a little bit more. It's a 3-4 scoreline. SP still on top by 1k gold. This means probably half an item for SP. Most of the funneling should be on the Fanny because they're using a hyper funneling strat. This is pretty much a very, very early days of Mobile Legends. If you remember, like Ranger was in basically the Fanny, the Yusuf
That's
Shin,
where the
or
term
Roger.
hyper.
That's where the
coined.
hyper carry. Yeah, you're funneling all the resources into that, but since this Fanny went down, they really need this Turtle to counter re-engage a lot of these team fights. Turtle in a third of his health.
Does seem like Silent, he won't be able to stay in the fight for long enough, but User eventually did manage to take down the Turtle. Akashi hoping that he will be able to stay alive, but hey, he's gonna be fine and dandy actually. User doesn't have any more
Oh, huge penalty zone!
But that is the penalty zone that we are looking for a lifetime! As Van goes straight in together with Kyushu. They wiped out the entirety of NUS, and Juspy is gonna be under threat, even under his own turret.
Ven creating a diagram for victory. Just be living just a little bit, a sliver, able to walk out of the way, but that was just so clutch from Ven. And as well as User, I don't know if you missed it, but they actually stole that turtle from underneath the nose of Bo. This creates so much opportunity for Singapore Polytechnic to come into the fray. Akashi down low, trying to heal everything back up.
Oh, the final slash didn't manage to connect though. He did manage to find himself alive for a longer period of time, but unfortunately it is still 1v3. No matter how much sustainability you have, it's going to be a little bit tough if you do not have any form of reinforcements.
Yeah, that's a trade down on the bottom side. The T1 already cracked open by the Terizla. So Ven actually very good move. He knows that R19 away from the lane, that's fine. Let's just take down the turret and let's just continue to extend our lead. That's 3,000 gold lead. I remember 1 minute ago that was like just 1,000. And now it's 3k. Singapore Polytechnic, they will be able to take control of this turtle as of now. And just with Albert as well, taking the Minoan Fury.
Oh, I hear the caw going on up in the top lane. Gets Kyra down. Silent a tad little bit too late now. But Bo and RL19, they're coming in. They're looking for the opportunity. But Bo is currently going 1-1 against Van. And a 3-man penalty zone. All the ultimate is just going to be throwing right out with NUS being on the unfortunate side of that fight. Albert, he really wants to get himself running away, but RL19 is just formidable. He's holding on to the ground for a longer period of time with a quick little dash and a stun. He gets himself running away from the hands of Kyushin and Akashi. But let's be honest here, how long can he really survive unless RL19 pulls a huge switcheroo onto them?
SP already cracked the code. User, he doesn't want to join in that team fight. R19 is just healing everything back up. He's got the Brave Smite as well. Just chip damage all through and through. R19 trying to save himself a little bit more with the vengeance.
Oh, flicker and a spin to bring him down.
There's just turrets cracked open one after another. NUS is in shambles right now. 12 kills to 5 and SP still on top. They're waiting for the Lord to come back. I don't think they want a contest for this turtle. They need that Lord desperately to extend that lead even more.
Fanny with the Blade of the Heptases and the BOD is going to bring him far and be able to really shred down the Lilia as well as the Roger. One thing that really need to put a lot of attention onto is the Lilia. Lilia is supposed to be a pause 3 mage, but having so much issue with the duo of the Mathilda plus the Valentina, he's stuck. He only have a single enchanted talisman, and he can't really deal any reasonable damage in the midst of a team fight, despite all of the crowd control that NUS is able to bring out, as you can pretty much see. Kyushu though, finally did manage to bring him down, but now Albert even rocking everything when it comes down to the spin. More than enough to kind of bring two people into the wall, but 5v2 after all.
The damage is actually coming from Albert and Akashi actually. So Akashi, oh! Kyra from the backside, he found the flank!
Doesn't seem like he's able to do too much at this point in time. 2v3. Van and Akashi knows that this is not their chance to fight. This is not a winning formula.
But they're just sustaining so much. It's a 4v2 and they're clearing that
They
way.
can win clear.
Man.
No problem.
Yeah. Akashi's just too crazy right now with the Ruby.
This is what they want to do. Put Akashi and Van together. It's very tough for both of them to go down. They are the starters of a team fight. They are the follow-ups. They are the wave clear, or rather, they are the ones that defend the turret. While they still have a very strong macro game coming in from the main player, user 2791918, just going around the top lane or bottom lane or whichever lane that Van and Akashi isn't at.
Look at the split push. Like we said, we talked about this in the draft. Singapore Polytechnic just needs someone to just get that split push down, and Fanny was the answer. They want to go for more. Silent taking a little bit too much damage, not enough energy, able to get that cables out of the way. On the top side,
it's just going to be RL19. He's actually fine, actually. I'm kind of surprised. But Bo, it does go around with spinning onto Albert. The final slash, unfortunately, didn't manage to land on anyone as Kyushu, circling Eagle, dealt a good amount of damage, but he's just going to immediately get himself away from all of that. A good amount of ultimates has already been used. RL19 don't have it. Bo doesn't have it as well. In the meantime, User down in the bottom lane. He goes for the retribution on Kyra. Was hoping that he will be able to get a kill, but his main job here is actually to bring down the turret to the bottom lane. While here we go to Minoan's Fury. Everyone's just getting knocked up over and over and over again. But in the end of the day, it is going to be Singapore Polytechnic that manages to survive throughout everything.
SP's just so crazy right now. Fights happening everywhere on that map. That's a 6k gold lead 10 minutes into the game. First Lord already spawned up. They're just waiting for the right time for 2 members to go down before. Actually, 3 members of NUS went down before they actually start on this Lord. The Queen's Wings already built up for the 2 fighters of SP. And now User, all he needs to do is just get that Lord and try to continue on the wave pressure on the long lane.
10 minutes and 30 seconds into the game, this guy have got a total of 8,700 gold to his name as compared to the opponent's jungler, 4,600 gold. That is how difficult it is for this Arkai, the utility Arkai, to even do anything. At this point in time, the positional, the economy position for the side of NUS is completely jumbled up, and RL19 becomes one of the main key player into the front lines, whereby he deals the main damage and Bo is the one enabling him.
The favor from Kyushu actually heals him all the way back up. He was taking a little bit too much, but now he's still in the fray. Everyone's just perfectly healthy. Here comes Fanny from the flank.
Oh, he did get knocked up on that a little bit. He still have half of the energy to work with, so he can still go for a little bit of a flyby if he wants to. As Akashi did manage to go with the Ammo Fender, landing on the 2-person, but it didn't quite enough to kill anyone. RL19 with a quick little flicker, and it does seem like the heal coming from the Silent will be able to be clutch enough for him to stay alive. What with the crown, fool! Coming in from the side of Kyushu, was hoping that he will be able to buy a little bit more time for his team to eventually wreak havoc throughout the map.
Without Silent, there's no setup. He misses the final slash yet again. R19, he's not happy about this at all. No final slash to push everyone back in. It looks like the T3s are all
the flyby! There's a lot of airlines, if you ask me. The Fanny Airlines, the Kakao Airlines, the Hammer Airlines, everything else is coming in. So Singapore Polytechnic, they are definitely waiting for all these kind of opportunities to eventually break up the members of NUS.
Man, it's looking dire for NUS. The map is looking hella red at this point, as SP is 7,000, actually seeping into 8,000 gold lead ahead, and it keeps on increasing. They know that they don't need to stay there a little bit too long. Take what they can and get out. The next purple buff is on in 9 seconds. They want to be able to get vision onto that one. It's a 4v1 strategy working very well for Singapore Polytechnic.
I don't think that NUS will be able to hold on to this purple buff though. They would want to probably force the retribution over here.
It's a little bit too soon.
Purify. popped from the side of Kyushu. Not looking good for SP for the upcoming fight, to be honest. 80 seconds on the Purify, while the Lord is going to be popping up in 40 seconds. User almost did the assassination of the century, but unfortunately, there's just a little bit too much people. You gotta get out.
Dropping the package and out of there. It doesn't matter if Kyra doesn't go down. He wants to try to pop the Purify as much as he can, but Kyra not buying it, not panicking at all, and US trying to stay composed in the late stages of the game. It's still anyone's game at this point. R19 dashes a little bit too close, gets I'm offended.
Don't overdo it, don't overdo it. We do have RL19 walking away with half HP. User teasing Bo just a tad little bit. Bo did manage to go in for a little bit of that push, or a little bit of that knockup, but he didn't really quite land on the user.
I want to see where the damage is coming from, because the Valentina, I would assume that the damage is coming from her, because the rest of the members, they're just buying so much time. Bull, half health, forced to retreat as a heavy spin again. Jispy gets shut down.
That's the assassination that we want to see. Now, without the mage, without Jispy, the waves would not be cleared as easily as they, NUS, wanted it to.
Man, NUS hunkered down to defense. They have the Minotaur. They are able to play it defensively. They are able to play it safe. This looks like a repeat of game number 1, where they had the Tigro, now they have the Minotaur.
Minotaur's photo up, so that would mean that Akashi will definitely be working on the Sea Halberd or already having the Sea Halberd.
A little bit of a recall here and there. T1 down the bottom side will be cracked open, but will be of no use to NUS as of this point. SP wants to make this count. Don't want to risk it down too much, waiting for the Lord to march down on the bottom side, trying to crack open a T3.
10,000 goal lead in favor for SP. The top lane is crashing down already. RL19 already don't have the final slash. Kyushu just going walk right in. Wow, RL19 just get hooked in by the I'm offended, but that is not gonna be amount to anything. 3 versus 4, while user focuses down to the bottom lane, allowing the Lord to just crash down onto the inhibitor turret in the bottom lane. Not quite enough to bring it down though.
Yeah, this is the breakdown of the draft coming in from SP. You don't have the marksman, so you don't have anyone to really take down these turrets from a safe distance, from a safe position. But then US hunkering down, Silent wants to go for it. Oh, user is
going to do it! It's almost there! But unfortunately, that is Bode is going to be pretty much only popping up with the heavy spin, because he didn't stop everything! The heavy spin is just going to be coming in from the side of Albert this time. Terrify lands on the Silent, and Van brings him down eventually. Kyra, one man against all, but he's going to be slowly walking back home, ensure that he's going to be alive.
What a smart decision making from Fanny, trying to force out the Minotaur, trying to force out all of the fights from NUS, but it's not over yet.
It's going to be Kyushu with the airlines getting himself right out of the fight. Van as well as Kyushu focuses down onto the inhibitor in the middle lane. But User, he's taking a little bit of an aggro from the side of the core. And now NUS wants to go for the comeback. A good little pull coming in from the side of Akashi. He's still alive though. RL19 as well as Kyra the last 2 members! Single-handedly ended the game of the bull of the I'm offended!
Akashi with the maniac to top it all off. It's a Sunday. I want to sleep in. Good night, NUS. I'll see you again in the finals. That's +1 going into SP.
2-0 victory in the hands of Singapore Polytechnic, the Kryptonite, the assassins to the King's calling that we want to see from RL19. It's no longer calling for the King, I gotta have to say. They gotta have to hunker back and tune in for their games next week.
Man, Akashi dealing so much damage. I mean, a little quick brief on the breakdown though. Albert, kill participation on the high at 87%, matching Kyushu. But this team, I honestly counted them out.
Dude, the draft.
Man, without any marksman, no problem.
Yeah, no marksman, no problem. They know exactly what they want to do.
Yeah.
They understood that Akashi can hold it off as kind of like a sandbag of the team while still being able to deal massive damage to the later stages of the game. You were wondering where all of this damage was coming from.
Well, Akashi and...
Apparently Akashi has been doing a lot.
Yeah, I honestly, I counted them out, but they started from the bottom, now they're here. The top of the tables for Group B.
Boy, I gotta have to say.
Man oh man, boy oh boy.
Man oh man, boy oh boy.
Yeah.
I thought I could come up with something witty.
Yeah, potato, potato, tomato, tomato. Man, it's just SP they are going to be a force to be reckoned with. But this is just
They're my
Group
favorite
B.
team now.
They're your favorite team
They're
now?
my favorite team.
It's just because of user 27918273645.
Not necessarily.
Honestly, though, he played a heck of a game. Look at how much turret damage he was doing.
Yeah.
The rest of the 4 members were just coagulated together, never leaving each other's sight. Chain stuns after chain stuns. And user, his only job is just to split push. The splitting NUS wide open. So team fight composition, this is the meta.
Yep.
This is not a meta for it, honestly, though.
This is the reason why I believe that they are, or rather, the reason why I feel that they are my favorite team is because the way that they draft, the way that they play, has been varying. Right? They have always found a way to eventually play towards their strategies. In fact, this is the team with probably the most amount of strategies.
Yeah.
Right? Because most of the other teams here that we have seen thus far is I'm gonna draft for front to back because I have a Moskov. I'm gonna draft front to back because I have a Nathan. I'm gonna draft a team fight team because I have a Minotaur. So the entire draft is centered around one person. This guy is the core. Let's supplement to this guy who is a team fight hero. So let's add another one to the team fight. Let's add another one to the team fight. And sometimes they lack something, right? So like either lack damage, they lack sustainability, like they can't hold on to the Lord, or they lack crowd control. It is always these kind of considerations for team fight comps that is always missing. While in the meantime, when we're looking at SP, they got all areas covered.
Yeah. Versatility, mobility, dashes, back and forth, crowd control, staying crowd controls, AoE, you name it, they have it.
Yep. The only thing that I'm lacking in this final draft is a proper siege.
A proper turret taker.
Yes, they can't siege turrets all that well. And they know that they will lose in the far late stages of the game where it requires scaling. But they understood that, and they know that we gotta go for it. That's why you can see that the Fanny is slightly oppressive. Is that what? Desperate. Slightly desperate in ending the game because he knows that they are on a timer.
Yeah, yeah. I think it's interesting to also note that for Fanny, usually you would get the Sky Piercer, try to go for all these easy kills, but the main objective for the Fanny was to take down the turrets. You ditch the Sky Piercer and just go full-on damage with that. So, man, what a game. Can't wait for next week. Can't wait for Group A.
Group A and B.
Group A and B?
Group A and B, because we're going to be playing all the way through for the for 4 teams on Group A, 4 teams of Group B. They're going to be fighting against one another in the top 8 for the next week, and then we will then move on to the next week where we will feature the semi-finalists and the finalists.
Oh, so everything's going to be together on the 4th of August at Scape, isn't it?
Only for the semi-finals and grand finals.
Yeah.
We still gonna have to clear out the weaklings of the top 8.
Ah, okay. So it's a filter to the filter that we're having right now.
The great filter.
The great filter. Man, Abstract has been a really, really fun time. Why don't you close us off?
Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for watching Campus Legends Season 6 thus far. We have went through with a lot of these shoutouts already, and of course, we have got like airdrops, we've got
airdrop.
We got a lot of airdrops, we've got codes, we've got redemptions, we've got discounts for all of you guys. So make sure you guys, follow on through with that, okay? But before we even end the stream, a huge shout out over to our organizers, Skoga and Esports Academy, our presenting partner, the National Council Against Drug Abuse, academic partner ITE College Central and Republic Poly, our program partner Scape, monitor partner Aegon by AOC, our PC partner Predator, our media partners DIFY and Emerge, supporting partners Moonton, XM Studios,
809 French Road Kitchener Complex, level 3.
and TT Racing, produced by C2E4. Any last words before I close out?
Remember to get your tickets for the grand finals. Here's an overlay for you guys. It's on the 3rd and 4th, $4 per packs per day. So if you want to join in for the Valorant one, that's going to be on the 3rd. If you want to join in for the Mobile Legends ones, it's going to be the semifinals and the finals. It's going to be $4 per packs for both days. If you're still interested in Street Fighter competition, please do sign up because registration closes next week.
Yeah. So, We pretty much covered everything. Make sure you guys come on down to the Campus Legends Grand Finals next week on the 3rd and the 4th. I'm super stoked and excited for all of that, to be honest.
Yeah. So, yeah, if you are excited about trying other games or you're playing Street Fighter, you want to meet more of the community as well, remember to register and be the next Legends for Street Fighter. It's all the information is down here. Scan over there.
Scan here.
Or go down to all of our socials, campuslegends.sg, for a lot more information. If you want to get more customer support as well, you can DM and just annoy the heck out of whoever's managing the social media platforms. So school qualifiers, group stages, playoffs, they'll be on the 3rd and 4th of August in tandem with the Valorant and the Mobile Legends semifinals and grand finals. Ultimately, specific schedule will be out. So check out our Campus Legends Instagrams and socials just to find out more information.
So that's it. We're going to be signing off and see you guys again very soon next week for I believe that we'll have Tsuki as well as Deadeye. They'll be covering the stream, and then the grand finals. Well, we'll keep you guys updated as to who's gonna be there. So take care and good evening.
Good night.
It's like 5
Good
PM.
afternoon.
It's like 5 PM.
But you don't say good afternoon when you
Enjoy
end the
your
stream.
dinner.
Enjoy it. Is it dinner time now?
I mean, soon, in an hour.
Man, but I eat dinner pretty late, like 9 o'clock.
That's your problem. Have a good dinner. Take care.
See ya.
This portable monitor is free. Yes, it's free. Purchase any of these AOC OLED or mini LED monitors between July 5th and 31st and receive a free AOC 16T3E portable monitor worth $329. It has an IPS panel and a resolution of 1920 by 1080, and it even comes with a wall mount. Whether you are working on the go or working from home, the AOC 16T3E portable monitor is going to be your perfect companion. So what are you waiting for? Get yours at sgstore.aoc.com now.